tonight's big Facebook record sale. So when you're on and watching, be sure to let me know. This is a big Facebook record sale. Big Facebook record sale. All right, I was just talking to Paul and Laura. I owe a lot of people a lot of shout outs. The first shout out is to our entire staff here. I mean, I was up until 11 a.m. this morning, which, just so you know, the later I stay up the day before a sale, the later the next sale starts, because I have to get as much sleep as possible. So when I'm up at 11 and noon, knowing that I typically wake up at 3:30 or 4, at that point I'm like, oh no, this is a bad situation. I'm up, it's already 11 and noon. I'm trying to figure out how we're going to sell stuff tonight and get everybody to the store and logistics. And I realized I got to wake up in 3 hours, and I hadn't even got ready for bed. So today was a day of getting everybody to the store, making sure everybody was prepared, and we had everything taken care of. That started with me trying to figure out how to get Laura to the store. That figured out how to get Paul coming in on his day off, Tyler coming from east of Crossville, an hour and a half drive. Talking to Henry this morning after Tanner woke up early, figuring out how we're going to key everything in, contacting UPS, making sure this new vinyl does get delivered, Tanner pricing stuff, Paul coming in on his day off, Paul having to go pick up Laura because she can't get out. This has been a team effort today to make all this happen for tonight's sale. Plus, the invoicing staff and everybody, all those people came in. We've had Ed here, G's been here, I think Tony was here, Steve, still trying to get stuff shipped out. It's been pretty logistical. Pretty logistical. Today, trying to get everybody here. So I have great news. I'm going to take a picture of it. Y'all ready for this? Let's count it out loud, because Jerry Stone's going to get very excited. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 crates of new vinyl. Now, probably 12 of that's already pre-sold because of Allison Chains, but man, we got a big night ahead. So I need everybody liking and sharing the heck out of this. I mean, team effort today, 100%. Starting with everybody that's getting out in the cold. I'm sure when they wake up normally to come into work, Mondays and Tuesdays, Wednesdays, we're busy like heck here. And then, or Mondays and Tuesdays. Wednesdays, then we got the store open, Brandon, where the public can come in here. And sometimes there's people waiting in the parking lot, plus our entire staff takes up the entire parking lot now. So it's been pretty wild getting everybody here today. And I finally had to go to sleep. And I was like, golly, this has been a wild, just trying to plan and make sure everybody can get here. But we're good to go now. I'm sharing the feed. If everybody could go hit the like button over on Facebook, I just shared it. I'd greatly appreciate that. What I'm going to do is close out all these apps, and we should be ready to pretty much roll. So, huge night ahead. There's a crate here. It says Otis Hackett priced 3 crates. That is true. We'll have to give some credit to Tanner, though. Otis and Tanner combined priced 3 crates. Paul came in today he brought in Laura. She was kind of stranded due to a tree. Laura brought in the normal greatness of getting auctions ready. So we've just had a good time. We've just had a great time. And everybody's here. That is a copper barbell set back there in the back. A copper barbell set. And what I'm going to do is to move this right here. All right. All right. So now, if you saw my other post, we had an incredible feat last night. When it was all said and done, thanks to the bundlers and just thanks to the turnout we had, good and bad thing, we sold every priced record in the store. And before today's newly priced stuff, we only had 3 crates of new vinyl in the entire building. And only 3 crates of new vinyl in the entire building and no vintage pre-owned records left. Now, I don't know if y'all realize the significance of that, but I mean, we price hundreds of thousands of records a year, and there was essentially nothing left after last night. We sold every LP that's ever been priced here in the store. So that was amazing. And we're ready to go. Okay, so let's do what we normally do. Let's get my first crate up here. Let's show what's on the table, get it off, get auctions rolling, and then we'll go from there, okay? So the first thing is copper. Let's get some of the coins and copper off. I'll go ahead and show the barbell. This is $49.99. We've sold 3. I think I have 2 left. And there's that. Of course, I made a post about the morning flips. I'm going to tag that right now. There was no 9 a.m. video. There's no vintage to discount. That's why I made that post at 9. I'm hoping today we can start a build-up, but John is still stuck at his house. John's been without power since Sunday. He told me today he was still without power. And I told John, who usually prices a lot of our vintage, I said, we'll get by. You just stay safe and try to, keep yourself warm and whatever it takes to stay alive without power. So yeah, John, who usually prices the vintage, he hasn't worked since Friday. And just the demand, and as long as these shows have been going, sometimes I stop vinyl at 11, but we've been selling vinyl up until 2 a.m. every night for like a couple weeks now. So there's no vintage to discount until we get a better stock built up. So I would just say don't expect any 9 a.m. crates until, we may be on a little bit better. If anything, I can post stuff, but the whole purpose when I started doing those 9 a.m. crates was because we had too much vintage and I was trying to discount stuff. Now we don't have anything even to discount. It's like those doing a whole year of those. We probably sold, if you want to put it in crazy perspective, we probably sold from those videos last year 400 crates of vintage records. That would be an incredibly huge, that's like buying somebody's lifetime. That's a lot of records just from that. So we're trying to play catch up. Okay, so this was posted at 6 a.m. We're about to tag that live. This is stuff that I priced yesterday that's still left over. Let's clear the board so I can put up auctions. And we do have 7 vintage seven pre-owned crates to do, and there are 14 crates of new vinyl. Almost all of it's pre-sold. So it sounds like a lot of new vinyl, but almost all of it's just huge pre-orders. Michael Jackson, Phil Collins, Stranger Things, and of course, Alice in Chains. That's the big one. And I've already got that one done. I've already got it topped up, so these huge pre-orders won't take very long. I basically have it over here on the screen, right here. Alice in Chains, I've already got it printed. And that's another reason I was awake until 11. I started thinking more and more stuff I had to do. I was like, oh no, I got to do this. I got to do that. I got to do this. I got to do that. And then in an act of desperation, I made a post and I was like, okay, we got to go public with this. Is there anybody out there? It's not a remote job either. We've been bombarded with people asking. It's not a remote job. You got to be able to get to Lebanon. Does anybody want to come work for Coletco that knows how to price stuff? So, okay. So here we go. And let me close out my apps. Let's get this up. And over here, you finally took my suggestion about time. What was your suggestion? We still start at 5 o'clock. I'm just running really late. We still start at 5. It's scheduled from 5 to 1, but usually we don't get started till 7, and we've been going till 3. I don't like that. It's supposed to be 5 to 1. Winter hours, it gets later. Okay, summer it's a lot easier to get here earlier. It's daylight, it's warmer, etc., etc. All right, I'm ready. Hope y'all are too. Okay. Let me pull up this morning's video. Plus, I stayed awake going ahead and posting some new arrival pre-orders, etc., etc. All right, let me clear the board. All right. Now, of course, everybody has seen at least one thing on the table they want to buy or want to get a price on. I know. That's why I got to get the table cleared whenever the shows start, because most people hop on here and they are ready to buy stuff. They are ready to buy stuff. So whatever's on the screen, it's just like, I'll take anything that's on the table right now, Chad. Please. I'll take anything. Anything that you want to sell me, just put it on my invoice. All right, let's start right here with these. These are Japanese CDs. Let's get some stuff sold to somebody. I feel it. Everybody's ready. I'm ready. I'm ready to sell. Y'all are ready to buy. That's why we're all here. Everybody's rubbing their hands together. You're cracking your knuckles. You're doing this right here like, come on, Chad, get this thing started. I've been waiting all day. All right, these are Japanese CDs that have been discounted. These are buy it nows. The price I'm giving you is probably already the discounted price. First is Nightwish, Century Child. These are new sealed Japanese CDs. $25 on Nightwish. Foreigner, I've got 3 left. They're sealed, $20 on Foreigner. That's $5 off. $20 on Foreigner. There's 3 of them. The Beach Boys 2020, $25 on the Beach Boys. $25 on the Beach Boys. Supertramp, $25. That's our last one. We sold 2 last night. The best of the Talking Heads. These are $25. Japanese CDs, the best of Talking Heads. Also, the best of Morrissey. The best of Morrissey is $25, and then Tears for Fears are $35. Tears for Fears are $35. Songs from the Big Chair. Those are new sealed Japanese CDs. Let's start tagging them. Michelle Clements wants a Foreigner. Sold for $20 to Michelle Clements. There's 2 left. Mike Owen wants TH for Talking Heads. So to Mike Owens, $25. Anybody else? Morrissey, Tears for Fears, Talking Heads. Also a Tears for Fears so to Mike Owen, $35. We got Morrissey, Tears for Fears, Talking Heads, Supertramp, The Beach Boys, Foreigner, and Nightwish. Those are all new sealed Japanese CDs. Those are all new sealed Japanese CDs. That's what I have left other than Taylor Swift. That's all that I have left other than Taylor Swift. Okay. Jerry Stone wants a Supertramp. That was the last one of those. It's been a hard night. This is so to Jerry Stone for $25. Thank you. Now, the barbell set. So this is copper. It is mini copper. They come all sealed and nice. This one's been assembled. It is, those big plates are 1 ounce. The small plates are ½ ounce. I'm not for sure what the actual barbell weighs, but that's $49.99. It looks like I've got 3 sets left. I've got 3 sets left. We sold, I know for sure, 1 last night. Copper barbells, those are $49.99. And the only other copper I have left right now in this building, other than that, are these die-cut F-22 Raptor. These are $22. They're 1 ounce, they're colorized, and they're shaped like an F-22 Raptor. I've got 4 of those left. Those are $22 each. All right, let's get started with some auctions. Here we go. Auctions are beginning right now with Flotsam and Jetsam and with Duran Duran, okay? So we have Flotsam and Jetsam, Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting, the Elton John song, an 88 white label promo, VG Plus condition. Flotsam and Jetsam's a $15 start. Flotsam and Jetsam, a $15 start. Let me move the rifles off. So here are the sniper's rifles. These are around 12.5 grams, at least that one is. One is 12.1 and one's 11.7. That doesn't really matter because these are $125 each. $125 each. So we have 3 50 cal silver. Those are pure silver, 9999 silver. 999 silver on the sniper's rifles. I have 3 left. They're $125. SpongeBob is a 1 gram gold bar. That's 1 gram gold bar, SpongeBob colorized. And that is from the Perth Mint out of Australia. $400 for SpongeBob. Let's make a note for Jerry Stone to see if we can get Black Sabbath Paranoid. I'll try. I think we've had that one before, but I really don't remember. All right, Flotsam and Jetsam has a bid for $15. I'm about to clear all this other stuff off in 1 second. Let's move down Flotsam and Jetsam. Duran Duran's our next auction. This is called Carnival. It's an 83 Japanese VG Plus cover, VG Plus vinyl. Duran Duran's a $15 start. Okay, there's that. Let's go ahead and get started with this crate, and then I'll show some other coins here in just a second. But we got to get this crate going for sure. Great stuff in here. Some of it was basically new arrivals, new and sealed stuff from this collection. And we have 7 more crates like this that Paul and Tanner and Otis has marked. And then we have 14 crates of new vinyl tonight. Essentially 4 crates of auctions to run. And let's get this sorted, okay? So I'm looking for the following records. SM, Tony McDaniel put SM. I'll have to figure out what that is. And then Liam, and then Tom Petty, Allman Brothers, STP Gray, Doors, Stone, Salt and Pepper, Pink Floyd, Rush, Kiss, Allman Brothers, Liam Gallagher, Steve Martin, Charlie Daniels, Plain White Tees, Salt and Pepper, Rich Robinson, Salt and Pepper, CCR, Steve Martin, and Gray Days. Okay, here we go. So I have Eddie Vedder. This is called Save It for Later, Room at the Top. Eddie Vedder's on Blue Vinyl Record Store Day, $59.99. Charlie Brown Christmas, and this is the pop-up gatefold jacket, $59.99. A 60th anniversary pop-up gatefold jacket, $59.99 on that. Derek Cesaro gets Eddie Vedder. Thank you on that. Linda Ronstadt, the early years, excuse me, that's $89.99. And we have Pearl Jam Rearview Mirror, which is a 2 LP. This is an unofficial on silver vinyl with a foil cover. And Pearl Jam's $39.99. Let's do a quick update on our auctions. Duran Duran, Alfredo Fuentes has that for $30. And Amenities has that for $30. And Flotsam and Jetsam is at $17, and that's a final call. Give me 1 second. I'll show those Japanese. We have the Rolling Stones with the Los Angeles Dodgers cover variant. That's sold to Donna Bertram. Thank you, Donna. That's sold to you. Gray Days, and this was also sold to Sarah Wyberdink. Thank you, $14.99. That was sold to Sarah for $14.99. Great, cool stuff in here. Plain White Tees was sold. That's white vinyl. $19.99 on Plain White Tees. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. And then over here we have Silverstein. And that is Decade live at the El Macombo. And that's an LP and DVD, limited edition colored vinyl. That is Silverstein, $34.99. And then Salt and Pepper. And this was sealed and sold to Courtney Duncan for $24.99. Thank you, Courtney. And we have Rich Robinson, a 12-inch single of Llama Blues. And that was just $9.99. And Rich Robinson for $9.99. And that was sold to Danielle Arvo. Okay, thank you on that one. Mike Quadrini on Pearl Jam. Thank you, Mike Quadrini. And then Charlie Daniels Band. I know we had a claim for that. And that was sold to Danny Thomason. Okay, let me pause right there and say nobody else bid on Flotsam and Jetsam. That's sold for $17. And that was to Dwayne Worley. Duran Duran's at $40. Amenities, you've been outbid. That's now at 40. Duran Duran Carnival. And then Black Spirits, Festival of New Black Poets in America. That was originally sold by Motown in 1972, $14.99. You just missed Flotsam and Jetsam. It was a 12-inch single promo. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Fastway. We Become One. We Become One is an 83 UK 12-inch EP. Fastway is going to go up for a $10 start. That is also got Crazy Dream and Back in the Game. It's a 3-track EP. Fastway's a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas. That's on bone and aqua colored vinyl. That's sealed for $29.99. The Nightmare Before Christmas. And then Lana Del Rey, she was sealed for $34.99. Did you know there's a tunnel under Ocean Boulevard? That's $34.99. That's still available. Fastway has bids for $10 and $10. CCR on green vinyl, which was a Target exclusive, live at Royal Albert Hall. That's Creedence Clearwater Revival, and that is officially sold to Lewis Kulick. Thank you on that, Lewis Kulick. Here's the Pink Floyd box set, the new, which is $69.99, and Pink Floyd, $69.99. I can still get these, by the way. This one's sold to Matt Nichols. Thank you, Matt. That's sold to you. And then we have 2 copies of this great Allman Brothers live at Manley Fieldhouse. One was sold to Mike Helton, and the other one over here was sold to Clifford Umstead. Now, some of these I can order. Some of these are Record Store Day releases that we got in a collection. So when they're gone, they're gone. But like Stone Temple Pilots, this sold to Sarah Weiberdink for $29.99, but I can get more. By the way, Duran Duran's at $50. That is a Japanese press, and Fastway's at $17. The live Buffalo Springfield Monterey Pop with the Birds as well. That was originally a Record Store Day release. That is $69.99. Doesn't look like we have any claims for that. Nope, no claims for that. And then over here, we have LA Guns, Man in the Moon. LA Guns is on red and blue vinyl. That's $39.99 for that. Friday Music Press. The Doors, this is still available if anybody wants one, because this one did sell to Ivan R. That was on purple vinyl. It's that Japanese compilation, now available, pressed in the United States. U2, How to Reassemble Atomic Bomb. This was another Record Store Day release. This is $29.99. And then we have the following. I'll take an Allman Brothers. I can't get any more of those. We had 2. They've already sold. We can put down Donna Bertram from STP Purple. Jerry, I don't know if we can get plain white tees or not. I'll check. I don't know if that's available, but we'll look into it. Buffalo Springfield sold to David Doyle. There's that. And you put the Creedence record that sold back in the crate. This is in the sold crate. Thank you, John Griffin. And then the Rolling Stones here. This was $24.99. This is on colored vinyl, red, white, and striped colored vinyl, the Rolling Stones. And this was, I know we sold maybe one, maybe not. I guess not. $24.99. That's still available. Rebecca Barber over here on LA Guns. The 1-ounce sniper rifles were about 12 grams. They all weigh a little different, but the heaviest one was 12.5 grams. Stones is $24.99. And then Tom Petty, Hypnotic Eye, that's sold to James Rayner. Thank you, James Rayner. Steve Martin picture disc, one sold to Tony McDaniel. Another Record Store Day released. We put out some good stuff for the 6 a.m. video. The other Steve Martin was sold to Stanley Richmond. There's that. And then Rush Signals. Rush is $29.99. That's also sold to Matt Nichols. Thank you on that. Led Zeppelin 3 is $29.99. 180 gram, $29.99 for Led Zeppelin. Kiss Destroyer. This is also sold to Matt Nichols. That's done. And then Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, $29.99. Now, Matt, if you're watching, you didn't let me know exactly which Pink Floyd you wanted. I put you down for the box set. If you wanted just the basic LP, let me know. And then the Liam Gallagher picture disc was sold to Sean Lee Hooker. Okay, so what about Duran Duran? Kathy Hodges has that for $60. Right now, Fastway's at $25, and Stephen Douglas, you're out. We have not tagged Alice in Chains, no. So everybody in the video got what they wanted, except Kelly was next to Liam Gallagher. I have a correction. Kelly got the Steve Martin, not Stanley Richmond. Stanley, you were third on Steve Martin. The second Steve Martin picture disc needs to go to Kelly Vlodarchek. The second Steve Martin picture disc needs to go to Kelly Vlodarchek, okay? Danny Thomason was second on Salt and Pepper. Stacey Brown was third on Salt and Pepper. Stanley Richmond was third on Steve Martin, only had 2. And MG Sanchez, you were second on Gray Days, only had 1. Okay. So he said that one. So you do not want the Pink Floyd box set. I have you down for the Wish You Were Here 3 LP. There's a Wish You Were Here single LP, which is $29, and I got you down for the Wish You Were Here 3 LP. So I guess it's depending on how much of a Wish You Were Here do you want. Mellon and Jennings on Led Zeppelin. So Amenities is out on Duran Duran. This is sold to Kathy Hodges for $60. And then he's out on Fastway. Final Call to Stephen Worley. All right, we got some incredible stuff here. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. This is Lenny Kravitz, Are You Gonna Go My Way? A 1993 OG copy. 1993 OG, but it is VG minus. It is VG minus, and we're going to put it up for a $15 start. It has no feelable marks, just heavy scuffing. $15 start on that, okay? So great stuff. Everybody in the video got what they wanted except for a few people. Here's what's left. The single LP, Wish You Were Here Remastered, $29.99. We have the Rolling Stones, Get Your Yayas Out, $24.99. U2, How to Reassemble Atomic Bomb. These are all sealed, $29.99. Lana Del Rey was $34.99. Tim Burton's Nightmare Before Christmas, $29.99. Black Spirits, Festival of New Black Poets in America, $14.99 sealed. Silverstein is $34.99. LP, DVD, colored vinyl. Linda Ronstadt was $89. And Charlie Brown was sealed $59.99 with the gatefold pop-up jacket. All right, Fastway then is sold, and Fastway is sold to Dwayne Worley for $25. Thank you. Let's put that away. Lenny Kravitz is VG minus. I got to clear off the board. Okay, so here's some quick items. I've only got 3 Franklin halves left at the moment. $45 a piece on those. And if you want a bar, I've got Kennedy halves too. These are also $45. So 1964 Kennedy halves. And then there's the Franklin halves. And then here's the prices on the big bars. A 10-ounce bar is $12.50. If you're going to pay with a bank transfer, $12.15. But essentially $1,250 on a 10-ounce bar. $1,250 on a 10-ounce bar. And this is the Coca-Cola bottle for $150. That's looking better and better every day. And the other thing I have, of course, you saw the gun. There was one more thing. I got a bigger bar. If anybody wants a price on that, I actually already have it priced. It's $4,015. $4,015 on the big bar. The 10-ounce bars are $12.15, and the 5-ounce bar is $625. And then I'm selling these Morgans by the roll. We've already had somebody buy one last night. These are all very nice. EX, extremely fine or better. Morgan silver dollars, $2,100, $2,100 for 20 of them. And I have 4 rolls left, and I really don't want to break them up. So 4 rolls, $2,100. Kathy, you need to buy the last 4 rolls while you got a chance. She's already bought several of them. There's 4 rolls left at $2,100 each. Greg Preston on YouTube, let's get started. Has everybody hit the like button? That's what we got available in silver. Essentially halves and bars. So if you're wanting to buy silver, we checked it last night. I went through all the websites. I looked through, I was texting a few people. And if you're wanting to buy bars or rounds or bars or any kind of increment, that's at a great price right now. $45 on those for individual coins, and then the bars and everything else. And then the Morgans are so nice. So the big news today on the vinyl market was we have Alice in Chains in stock. The big news on the coin and silver market is most refineries have stopped buying because there's such a backlog on getting things processed, which is probably going to cause a bigger demand. So kind of the news that's circulating around is like, oh crap, the refineries can't even get stuff out fast enough. And so because they can't get stuff fast enough, you know what's happening? That's going to make demand even go higher. It's going to make demand even go higher. So we'll see how it does overnight. I don't have anything less than a 5-ounce bar. Nothing. Nothing. I only have the smallest increment of silver I can sell you is if you buy enough of those halves, if you buy enough of them, you're getting about 2 ounces. but nothing 999. No. Everybody bought all that up last week at $90 an ounce, and now they're wishing they would have bought the rest. They're like, holy crap. Why didn't I buy the rest? All right. So Lenny Kravitz is at 16. Will Smithson, you've been outbid. Let's go ahead and get another auction. Rob Zombie, here we go. A 2023, somebody just requested it. This is Rob Zombie, the Lunar Injection Kool-Aid Eclipse Conspiracy. Really cool Rob Zombie picture disc, a $25 start. That's now up for bid. Okay, let me get these two basically no bids right in here, and now we're ready to go. And these were a couple no bids late last night. I'll run those again later. Actually, let's run one right now. This is a 1985 12-inch single of Tears for Fears, a promo copy of Everybody Wants to Rule the World, a $20 start. Okay, there we have it. So one of the big things we got to do tonight is tag Alice in Chains. Now, the easiest way to do this is I went ahead and got in advance time all of the names wrote down. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble. Okay, we'd spend a half hour doing this. So when huge pre-orders come in, when huge pre-orders come in, this is what we do. So the first thing I'm going to ask right now, I had 37 copies left over, and I'm going to check the post one more time. I had 37 copies left over. If you know for sure you wasn't on the Alice in Chains pre-order and you want one of these, right now is the time to say, I'll take one. And then after I read through all these names, when I get to the bottom, there should be about 37 left. We had 197. There's already 3 more on the way where they, for some reason, left 3 out. I will tag those remaining 37 to the live people. This is probably going to be one of the biggest pre-orders of the year, for sure. For sure. One of the biggest pre-orders of the year here. So let me go ahead right now and let you know that we have sold 161. Okay? We've sold 161. So I'm basically just going to count these out in these crates and then set them over here. And then as I count them out, we'll keep track of how many has been tagged. And let me read out these names, okay? So let me read out the names first, and that way you know. And some people's on here twice, and then if you want to be on another one, you need to let me know. But I have them in stock right now, okay? I have them in stock right now. So let me move this over here. Let me knock out these names for y'all, okay? And that is right here. George Jones with 2 copies. Danny Thomason, Scott Dwallow, Mike Massey, Jen Cast, Mark Morris. This is the exact list on how they're going to key them in. Chad Holder, Sean Lee Hooker, Michael Wilkerson, Kelly Cook, Brandon Lack, Jeremy Barnes, Glenn Kesey, Jim Sedal, John LeBeatty with 2 copies, Levi Hilton, Michael O'Brien, Matt Lawson, Leslie Silverly, Eric Storbrick, Jamie Butler, Chad Snyder, Dwayne Worley, John Grace, Chuck Wilson, Matt Algram, Monty Reed, Jason Daub, Michael Miller, William Simmons, Andrew Isaac-Smith, Mike Helton with 2 copies, Randy Klein, Autumn Betts, Jake Perganson, George Ellis, Jerry Stone, Ron Kelly, Joseph Ellis, George Ellis, Joseph Ellis, Eric Stone, yeah, okay, Derek Cesaro, Terry Lee Watt, Shane Devers with 2 copies, Andrew Sansparino, we got Brian Thurman, we got Ryan Eaton, Caesar Thomas, John Durden, Scott Smith, Clay Moore, Bill Samus, Wayne Carr, Jason Fortnerat with 2 copies, Shannon Mashaka, Joshua Cross, Doug Page, Todd Emick, John Miller, Johnny Veed, Eddie McKenna, Eric Conrad, Fred Cardinell, Dean Tefford, Antonio Villanueva, Eric Smalley, Tom Harris, Andy Lewis, Chris Smith, Hudson Session, Brent Robley, John Wilson, Michael Snare, Nico Capolanis, Jay Nutria, Daniel Buziden, Bob Reiger, Matt Crum, Greg Preston, Steve Jawaziak, Vince Lano, Paul Conway, Devin Reese, Stephen Parton, 2 copies. Cameron Porton, Robert Johnson, Michelle Clemens, Josh Brown, Josh Tanner, Joe Maynard, Chip Hall, Nate Gold, Noah Colwell, Paul Richards, Scott Beebe, Brad Waits, Joe Delgado, Patrick Lear, Jamie McCord, Ron Duffield, Manny Ray with 2, Gianronco Corcavoco with 2, Brad Faust. That should say Faust. I messed that up. That's my cousin. Brad, I've misspelled your last name. That's Faust, not Faust. Chris Kirkley, Eric Fisher, Todd Coe, William Lee Murray, Tony Freeman, Stanley Richmond, goodness gracious, Ken Granger, Nick Bargeron, Brad Davis, Cameron Lingefeld, Matthew Powell, Danny Czar, George Johnson, I guess I might need to check the pre-order on that one. Rob Bobby, Rob Fordham, Kenny Cates Jr., Janet Gray wants 3 copies. Scott Rannington, William Howe, Philip Holt, Colette Whitworth, John Reed, Robert Barnett, MT Matt, Rick Hall, Jeff Hawes with 2 copies. David Pokey, Katie Gomez, Dave Connor, Mark Riley, Steve Howe, Rebecca Barber, Jamie McCord, Stephen Chesney, Scott Dwallow with a 2nd copy, Michael Stacy, Rob Beebe, Dan Davis, Kevin Voitosh, Brooks Valder, David Campbell, Scott Snee, Aaron Civic, Hank Kerchief, Chris Bryant, Tim Vigari, Lily McCurry, Becky Wells, and Amanda Davis. Now, folks, I'm going to make a statement on music history.
I can't do it.
I'm going to make a statement on music history. If there's any shadow of a doubt that Alice in Chains is not one of the greatest bands of all time, a top 25 list, then you're mistaken. Maybe even higher than that. Unbelievable, the demand for Alice in Chains records. So if you did not hear your name, you need to let me know right now, because that means your name was not on the pre-order post, nor did we ever take it down live, okay? So if you've already commented live and then you heard your name, let me know. Their music will be around. If they're selling that many records, just one shop here in Tennessee, imagine how many of these they've sold worldwide. I mean, that's incredible. Wait till they do Unplugged. Okay, so the way I'm going to do this is those names I read off, I'm going to count out these crates and kind of keep track of it. And we're going to see how many we have left, okay? Michael Butler is Handkerchief. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. That's MB 90257. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Okay? Awesome. There's that. And luckily, I have it where I can search people's names, but if you claimed live, just give me a second, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32 in this one. Okay. There's that. Hold the phone one second. There's 32 more. Of course, we're probably going to be plus or minus 1 or 2 with all these claims. I'll know where to start up top. Just give me 1 second. Let me count out these over here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. All right, there's 30 in that crate. Let me pause right quick before I do anything else and update all these auctions, okay? Because we got to keep that rolling before those get buried. Lenny Kravitz is at 22 with Carson Hackett. Rob Zombie, the last bid on Rob Zombie was the following. Stephen Parton, $38. It looks like Jay Barnes Music, you're out. Did anybody bid on Tears for Fears? And if you did, I probably just need you to bid again, okay? Here's more Alice in Chains. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. There's 32 copies. That's 4 crates. This is green vinyl. All right. I think I should be 33, 32, 30, and 32. I'm at 127. Let me keep going here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 30, 31, 32. 32 in that one. Okay. So that put us at, I need one more. The 160. That's everybody on that spreadsheet. So this copy right here covers the entire spreadsheet. All those have been officially tagged. I'll put it right there. All right. So all the ones over there next to me stacked up, 5 crates already. Those are all sold. Should have extras, approximately 40 is what I came up with. 37 tonight. There's already 3 more on the way. There's 40 extras, 37 tonight. Okay, back to normal business. Sorry, we're ready to roll now. Now, the first person, let me go back up to that. The first person that said they wanted one was Mark Fallon. Okay, Chris Frazier also. So Mark Fallon and Chris Frazier. Now, if your name was on the pre-order and somewhere in this chat you didn't let me know or I missed it, let me know. Because now I'm tagging live people. Chris Frazier, Alice in Chains. Mark Fallon, Alice in Chains. Rob Zombie 28, Rob Zombie 30, Lenny Kravitz 17, Saluki 47, Saluki 47 on Alice in Chains. Saluki 47, Rob Zombie 32, Moses on Alice in Chains. Sid Blair wants the Charlie Brown Christmas here. That's so to Sid Blair. Thank you. And then we have Alice in Chains is $39.99. Thomas Baumhart wants an Alice in Chains. Rob Zombie 33. Rebecca Barber on Alice in Chains. Rob Zombie at 35. Tears for Fears 20. Lenny Kravitz 20. What's Lenny Kravitz at? Bubba 777775 on Alice in Chains. Josie Sinkbell on Alice in Chains. Nikki Payne on Alice in Chains. Mike Owen on Alice in Chains. Donna Bertram on Alice in Chains. Rob Fordham wants another copy. Sean Miller wants an Alice in Chains. Solarplex Studios on an Alice in Chains. Solarplex Studios on an Alice in Chains. And then Sean Miller on an Alice in Chains. I think I've already said that. I did. And then Stephen A. Young on an Alice in Chains. Stephen A. Young on an Alice in Chains. And then over here, I only need 1 copy. So Jamie McCord might have commented live. Or maybe his name was on the pre-order twice. Is that what happened? Jamie, was your name on the pre-order twice? And then we have Brian Call on Alice in Chains, Matt Nichols on Alice in Chains, and Mike Brangle on Alice in Chains. So there is 3. Let me pause at Mike Brangle. Okay. And this first red crate here on top of the gray crate, that's going to be where the show started, by the way. So they'll have to backtrack to find those. That's okay. They know what they're doing. A lot of chatting. I'll have to get all the way through all the chats to figure out where we're at on the auction. Sorry. It's a lot of activity here. And then Lenny Kravitz 21. And then we have Lenny Kravitz 22. Blaine Zapnick wants a Alice in Chains. What is the Lenny Kravitz? How much is cake? $29.99. We have Rob Zombie 27. Tears for Fears 20. Tears for Fears 20. Jason Thomas wants an Alice in Chains. What's Lenny Kravitz's condition? How much is Alice in Chains? $39.99. Jamie McCord said I might have said his name twice. Let's just leave one in the crate for a backup, okay? Just in case. I'll just leave it in the crate. And then we have Alfredo on Alice in Chains. That's sold to Amenities. James Vasquez on Alice in Chains. Sheldon Bergenhire on Alice in Chains. And then over here we have how much are the Alice in Chains? $39.99. Rob Zombie 40. Tears for Fears 22. Todd Doris on an Alice in Chains. We have Rob Zombie 40. And then Rob Zombie 42. What is the Tears for Fears? Jamie Ash wants the cake. That's sold to him for $29.99. Put down Moses on a waiting list for cake. Moses on a wait list for cake. How much is Alice in Chains? $39.99. One for Jeffrey Dunlap and one for David Tate. So Jamie Ash got cake, and then we have a waiting list with Moses, okay? All right. Now, we do have more Alice in Chains, so that crate is empty. Here is how many I have left tonight, and I think there's 3 extra copies, and I'm sure I probably tagged somebody once or didn't tag somebody accidentally. The last person was Jeffrey Dunlap, okay? Here's how many I have left in stock tonight. Alice in Chains is $39.99. Great price. It's on green vinyl. Why is this album so desirable? It has never been reissued since it came out in 1995. OGs sell for hundreds of dollars. It is also the band Alice in Chains. The fan base and the demand is extremely high. Extremely high. So Lenny Kravitz is a 1993 OG pressing in VG minus. It's VG minus because there's heavy scuffing but no feelable marks. The last bit I seen on Lenny Kravitz over here, was, I'm showing, and I might need you to bid again so it's at the bottom, Carson Hackett. Is that the Carson Hackett I know? I think it is. Carson Hackett has this for $22. We're about to sell it. If no one else has bid, we're going to sell that to Carson. And then over here, we have Rob Zombie, the Lunar Injection Kool-Aid Eclipse Conspiracy. This is a picture disc, record store day, and it was a $25 start. And the last bid on Rob Zombie was Stephen Parton at $45. Jay Barnes Music, you're out. Then we have a 12-inch single promo. A 12-inch single promo of Tears for Fears. Everybody wants to rule the world, an 85 OG, and it's nice. And the last bit on that was Will Smithson at 23. We have another Alice in Chains to X-Wing. We have one for Sid Blair. We got one for Sean Drake. We have one for Tom Kelly. And we have one for Alan Jonathan. Okay? And then we have Nick Bargeron wants to know if he was on the waiting list. I can find out one quick way. Nick, you was already tagged for one. So I've got 2, 4, 6 left. We're ready to move on, but I'm going to do something cool. I'm going to take down all this back here, and we're going to decorate the back wall with Alice in Chains until they're all gone. There's one. Green vinyl, 30th anniversary. There's another. There's another. And there's another. I've got 6 copies. Okay? I like a sludge. Is it Sludge Factory? Dun, dun, dun. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Dun, dun. Awesome. All right. That is Soda Jim Davis. Okay? Now, I've been selling records here live on Facebook for 6 years now. I've been waiting for them to put this in print. Jason Thomas wants another copy. I've been waiting for them to put this in print for 6 years. I've been selling OG copies for hundreds of dollars. And everybody's like, man, are they ever going to get that in print? Can you order me a new one? Can you order me a new one? And I'm like, no, I don't know if they'll ever put it in print. Some of the stuff, even though the demand of new vinyl has been crazy for years, they still hadn't put some of the stuff in print. Kathy Hodges on Alice in Chains. Will Smithson on Alice in Chains. Amanda Davis on Alice in Chains. Now, there's one copy left. One copy left. That is 200 copies going to be sold tonight. Well, I think that's 197. James Davidson on Alice in Chains. We're sold out. I think there's 3 more on the way. They were in stock this morning. We are now sold out of Alice in Chains. It's took me 15 minutes, but we've sold 200 copies. All right, they're done. Next thing over here is Lenny Kravitz. Ivan R. has it for $25. Are we done on Rob Zombie? Rob Zombie. Did Jay Barnes Music go out? Stephen Parton had it for $45. Final call. And then Tears for Fears is at $25. Lenny Kravitz is at $25. And now we have officially a waiting list for Alice in Chains. Okay? This is a final call. This is $39.99. The first person on a waiting list will be Jimmy Walker. Okay? Jimmy Walker. That's now officially the biggest pre-order we've ever had. Yes. Rob Zombie, the Lunar Injection Kool-Aid Eclipse Conspiracy picture disc. It is near mint with the original plastic. Final call for $45. Lenny Kravitz is still getting bids. And one more time on Tears for Fears. Things are a little crazy now. Bids still keep coming in. People keep asking. People keep questioning. People want to know grade. They want to see it again. And Tears for Fears is with Mike Owen at $25. Okay? There's that. Lenny Kravitz, 27. Lenny Kravitz, 30. Nikki Payne still bidding on Rob Zombie. Also, we have Shane. Also, we have Shane on Allison Chains. So that's 2 people now. Jimmy Walker and Shane over on YouTube. $39.99. All right, done. Moving on. We got plenty more to go to. We still got 2, 4, 6, 8 crates of new vinyl, but most of them are probably going to move that fast. Most of them are going to be moving that fast because a lot of it is pre-sold. But let's get into some right now. It's amazing how much stuff has come out this week that has never been reissued. It's amazing how much has pre-sold that has this week, that comes out this week, first time on vinyl and first time ever been reissued. So we have Midnight Oil, and Midnight Oil is really never been in print here in the United States. Diesel and Dust comes out this Friday, 180 gram remaster, and this is $29.99. And the first one goes to Rachel Crosta, and then we have one for Brian Studdard, and then we have one for Autumn Betts, and then we have one for Chris Kirkley, and then we have one for Kenny Cates Jr., and then we have one for Cynthia Herdron, and then we have one for Daryl Johnson, okay? So this is $29.99. We have Midnight Oil, and Midnight Oil. 2 copies I have left have sing splits, just FYI. They're light, but they do have sing splits. So that's the pre-order for for Midnight Oil. Rachel Crosta, Brian Studdard, Autumn Betts, Chris Kirkley, Kenny Cates Jr., Cynthia Herdron, and Daryl Johnson. Now, for the love of all things good and holy, can we sell these auctions, or are y'all still bidding? I mean, every time I look up, there's 10 more bids on all 3 of these first auctions. These are like the first auctions of the night, I'm pretty sure. Lenny Kravitz is at 30. Rob Zombie out. And then Tears for Fears. We're done. All right, so Tears for Fears is sold, and this is sold for who and to how much? Mike Owen at $25. I can't believe you'd hire Seth and not me. Are you looking to retire and work here at Coletco? I don't feel like you have a lot of knowledge on records, Scott Apple. I don't feel like you have enough knowledge on records. Rob Zombie is sold for $45, and that $46, and that's sold to Nikki Payne. $46 to Nikki Payne, and then Lenny Kravitz. The last bid on Lenny Kravitz was Carson Hackett at $30, and that is sold, okay? That is sold for $30. That is done. Now, we still got 2 copies of Midnight Oil, and then this was really cool. This is on liquid filled vinyl, Blood Incarnation, and it's on Eclipse liquid filled vinyl, $144.99. We have Blood Incantation. Incarnation or Incantation. This is $144.99. This was also pre-order. Let's put up some other auctions. Good gosh. Look at all this stuff over here. Holy moly. Good Lord. Oh my gosh. What is going on over here? Goodness gracious. I'm just kind of now really paying attention to what's been put up over here. Oh my word. Holy mackerel. Good gosh. No way. Oh man. Good gosh. Okay, here's our next couple auctions. We got Soul Asylum. Soul Asylum is a 1992 Euro OG with the original under sleeve, VG Plus, a $25 start. Soul Asylum, Grave Dancers Union, $25 start. Evanescence, Lost Whispers. Evanescence is a 2018 Record Store Day. The only time ever on vinyl sealed, $145 start. So Blood Incarnation was $149.99. As y'all see, it's liquid filled. It is liquid filled. It's $144.99. And we had the following pre-order. We had Brandon Lack, Steve Howe, Tim Floyd, Autumn Betts, Scott Dwallow, and Hiram Aponte. I think she ordered these right on the number because it's a pricey record. It's liquid filled, $144.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? Let's jump over here. Did anybody get a Midnight Oil? We did. Amenities got one. That's sold to Alfredo. And then over here, we have a request for Terry Reed. Soul Asylum 27. Soul Asylum request. Can I please bid on Soul Asylum? Chad, for the love of all things good and holy, please put up the Soul Asylum auction. Chad, is Soul Asylum still available? Where is Soul Asylum? Fredo, I got you down for Midnight Oil. Here is a Rhino new release for this week. This is the Monkeys. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. And this is the A's and the B's, celebrating 60 years of the Monkeys. It is a Rhino 2 LP. They're collected singles from 1966 to 1970, featuring I'm a Believer, Daydream Believer, Last Train to Clarksville, and many more. That's a 2 LP. The Monkeys, A's and B's. Chad, is Midnight Oil still available? Midnight Oil sold to Chad Snyder. Can I please bid on Soul Asylum? Is Soul Asylum still available? More details on Soul Asylum. Goodness gracious, here we go. A 1992 Euro Import OG with the original sleeve. This is borderline VG Plus. So the cover is also about VG Plus. It just has some signs of wear along the top, but it is an OG copy, and it's VG Plus on the vinyl. So somewhere VG Plus altogether. Evanescence. This is the first and only time this has ever been available on vinyl. Lost Whispers. Lost Whispers is a $145 start. There's no bid yet. Amenities got a Midnight Oil, Soul Asylum 35, Soul Asylum 40, Soul Asylum 40, Soul Asylum 35, Soul Asylum 48, Soul Asylum 50, Soul Asylum 55. How much is the Monkeys? $38.99. Okay. Chad, how badly will the AIC release impact my OG grind value? It will affect it? Not at all. Not something like that. $0 affected. We have the Monkeys for $38.99. We got Heath Norman. And then over here, Chad, I'd love to be on the pre-order list for the Monkeys. Sold to Kathy Hodges. So the first two Monkeys are sold to Heath Norman and Kathy Hodges. Let me get another crate because a lot of these are sold. These are done. No more tears, tears, tears. Mark, when they said they was going to reissue No More Tears, everybody's like, well, that's going to crash the value of No More Tears. Everybody that's bought a 400 OG is out of luck, and now they're just as expensive, if not more expensive. The rare 90s and hard rock and metal titles that are OGs, they're always going to be in demand and valuable. Terry Gearhart and Ryan Eaton. Terry Gearhart and Ryan Eaton. Ken Crooker and Tony Murphy. Ken Crooker and Tony Murphy. We got Stacey Brown and Alvo Dabney got 2. Stacey Brown and Alvo Dabney got 2. We got 1 for Jerry Stone, 1 for Don Nicole, 1 for Richard Yeager, and 1 for Mary Miles. We've got 3 copies of the New Monkeys left. 3 copies of the New Monkeys left. The first one goes to Thomas Baumhart. That goes to Thomas Baumhart, and there's 2 copies left. The A's and the B's of the Monkeys. So far tonight, that's the only thing I have. The Monkeys, the A's and the B's, and 1 copy of Midnight Oil, and this one, just like the other one, has a light scene split. Okay? So 2 Monkeys left. That's the first time the A's and B's has been released, which is a 2 LP Rhino compilation. All right? And then Midnight Oil is $29.99, 1 copy left with a light scene split. The last bid on Soul Asylum was $70 with Stephen Parton. $70 with Stephen Parton. Everybody else is out. Evanescence is at $145 of Rob Fordham. Let's put up another auction. So, final call on Soul Asylum, $70. Final call on the Evanescence, 1B at $145. Let's put up another auction. This has been requested somewhere between 200 and 300 times. Riverside, Love, Fear, and the Time Machine. Riverside is a 2015 German OG blue vinyl with both original inner sleeves, 2 inserts, and the CD. They limited to 200 on blue vinyl. Riverside is an $85 start. When I come back, if there's not another bid on Soul Asylum, I'm selling it for $70. If there's not another bid on Evanescence, I'm selling it for $145. Another empty crate, done. See you later, empty crate. Goodness gracious. Holy moly. Look at this, look at this. Holy moly. Look at this, look at this. I remember, don't worry. How could I ever forget? It's the first time. This is a new release. Phil Collins, the singles, a career-spanning greatest hits, limited edition, petrol and magenta colored vinyl. This is $49.99. This is new Phil Collins, $39.99, the singles collection. $39.99 for Phil Collins. We have sold a bunch of them. There's a whole nother crate after this. But before that, I'm back, and guess what? Soul Asylum doesn't have another bid. So does Stephen Parton for $70. Guess what? Evanescence didn't have another bid. So did Rob Fordham, $145. And now Riverside is at $85. That's the first bid. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be this right here. Without further ado, I am putting up for auction Breaking Benjamin. This is a big one. I don't know if y'all ready for this. Breaking Benjamin, Dear Agony, is a 2009 OG copy, sealed. They only made 500 of them back in 2009, and 0 are available for sale right now. None are available for sale. $495 start on Breaking Benjamin. Okay, the first on Phil Collins was Ryan Eaton, then Leslie Silvley, and then Terry Gerhart and Stephen A. Young. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order and you want one, let me know. Joshua Cross and Richard Davis, Todd Emick, and then Brandon Jones wants 2 copies. Todd Emick and then 2 for Brandon Jones. Jeremy Todd and Scott Dwallow, there's 2 more sold. And then Philip Holt and Rhonda Stansberry. But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. Before I do that crate, but wait, there's more. Phil Collins. Next, we have Jen Cast and Eric Connard. Jen Cast and Eric Connard. We got Oso Adventure and Marco Martinez. We got Jason Daub and Courtney Duncan got 2 copies. Jason Daub and Courtney Duncan got 2 copies. Mike Owen and Autumn Betts. Mike Owen and Autumn Betts. Scott Corcoran and Scott Beebe. Scott Corcoran and Scott Beebe. Fred Cardinale and Hiram Aponte. Fred Cardinale and Hiram Aponte. Chad Snyder and James Rayner. Chad Snyder and James Rayner. Wesley Stover and Rod Fordham. And let me pause right there because my crate's full. Wow, 8 crates of vinyl already sold tonight. Do I hear a Coletco record? Wait till y'all see all the pre-owned stuff that Paul, Tanner, and Otis marked tonight. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. I'm starting to have a panic attack. Oh my gosh. Lily McCurry, Clifford Umstead. Lily McCurry, Clifford Umstead, Michelle Clements and Brad Waits, Michelle Clements and Brad Waits, Jamie Butler and Joe DeGaldo. We got Julianne Roman and Stephen Parton. Julianne Roman and Stephen Parton, there's 2 more copies. Then Kara Bauer and Bill Samus, there's 2 more copies. And then Leslie Silvley and Mike Conway, there's 2 more copies. Then Michael Stacy and Scott Dwallow, there's 2 more copies. And that's how many I have left. Let's go back up here and see what's happened in the chat. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. Patrick Lear has it at $85. Somebody said, please, for the love of all things good and holy, sell the Cult album next. We have Joe Steels on Phil Collins, Ryan M on Ringo Ryan M on Phil Collins, and then Riverside got a new bid for $90. Solarplex on Phil Collins, Amenities on Phil Collins, Riverside got a new bid for $95. Breaking Benjamin got a bid for $495. Amanda Davis on Phil Collins, Shannon Mashake on Phil Collins, Hiram Aponte, $100 on Riverside, and then first on the wait list for Phil Collins is Mike Owen. First on the wait list for Phil Collins is Mike Owen. And then Jamie Ash was next on Phil Collins. So Mike Owen and then Jamie Ash. And then we got a request for LA Guns. And then somebody said, for the love of all things good and holy, please put up the LA Guns. Then Breaking Benjamin 500. And now we have Breaking Benjamin 520. Thomas Baumhart on Phil Collins. Breaking Benjamin 530. And then Breaking Benjamin 525. Then Breaking Benjamin 535. Then Breaking Benjamin 550. Riverside 95. Breaking Benjamin 560. Breaking Benjamin 560. Jimmy Walker 4th on the Phil Collins wait list. Riverside 110. Breaking Benjamin $570. Wow. So does anybody else want to go on the Phil Collins wait list, the singles collection, 2 LP colored vinyl? This has been in print, but it has not been in print on colored vinyl, and it hasn't been that cheap before. So that's in print now on color vinyl. We've got 4 people on a wait list, it looks like. Anybody else? Riverside's still getting bids. So is Breaking Benjamin. I'll give those details in just a second. And when are you going to give the details, Chad? In just a second. Okay, and then I'm going to put up another auction in just a second. Good gosh, look at this next release. Holy moly. Whew. Oh, wow. Whew. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. We got Riverside, Love, Fear, and the Time Machine. Riverside is a 2015 German OG blue vinyl with both inner sleeves, both inserts, and CD. The last bid on Riverside was $115 with Hiram Aponte. Next is Breaking Benjamin. Cindy Yarborough has it for $625. Oh boy. We got Dust, we got Dylan, REO Speedwagon, ACDC, Elf, ELO, Ozzy, Joseph Johnny Cracker, Terry Reid. We got Pantera, good gosh, The Cult, The Police. We had Ice-T. We have something called LA Guns. Here it is. LA Guns, Rip and Tear. A 1989 US 12-inch promo, VG minus condition, a $10 start. This is going to go up for a $10 start. It's an 89 12-inch promo, VG minus $10 start. Okay, next pre-order. Oh my, wait till y'all see all the pre-owned records. I don't know if I can take this, honestly. We're going to have to take an intermission. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. I'm going to get emotional. Stranger Things, Season 5 soundtrack. They're in. $29.99. Stranger Things, Season 5 soundtrack. They're in. We sold a bunch and nobody even wanted to see the track listing yet. Of course, they keep that a secret till after it comes out. $29.99 for Stranger Things. We have Sean Lee Hooker. We got Scott Ranatan and Cynthia Herdron. We got Kelly Vlodarchek with 2 copies. We got Kelly Cook. We got Kelly Cook and we got Brandon Lack. We got Lisa Davidson and Robbie Reasonover. If you don't have a Stranger Things, right now's the time. We have Scott Corcoran and Jerry Stone. Scott Corcoran and Jerry Stone. Tracy Miller and Michael McCarter. We got Joe Musser. We got Joe Musser, and we got Don Nicole. And then we have Michael Thomas and Chrissy Clark. And then we got Bob Reiger and Ava Ewing. We got Bob Reiger. We got Ava Ewing. We've got Fred Cardinale. We got Kelly Gabney. We got Stephen Parton. We got Rob Fordham. We've got more coming with Troy Robinson and Tom Harris. Troy Robinson and Tom Harris. There's 2 more copies. We got one for the Barnetts, specifically Kristen Barnett, then Cynthia Herdron, then Scott Dwallow, then Autumn Betts, then Letty Collier. And now we got 3 copies live to sell. I went ahead and ordered 5 more because I went and looked at the pre-order this morning and I seen how many and I was like, wow, we're going to need a lot more than that. And luckily they were in stock. So we should have a restock of these by Thursday, okay? So if you go on a waiting list right now, it's like you're buying it live. If they come in, you'll be tagged and you won't have to pay until the following Monday, okay? Here's where I left off. I left off by saying Riverside was at 125, and then Breaking Benjamin 630, LA Guns 25, Breaking Benjamin 650, and then Misty Wires first on Stranger Things. If you already heard your name and you need to put one back, let me know. LA Guns 20 and now 25, and then we have Riverside 130. We have Stranger Things, so did James Vasquez, and then Paul Brothers. So here's the waiting list. Amanda Davis, Chad Williams. Me, I need one for sure, 100%. Amanda Davis, Chad Williams, Rob Fordham, LA Guns 30, Breaking Benjamin 660, Pergy needs a Stranger Things. Put down Pergy 33, LA Guns 30, Breaking Benjamin 675, Breaking Benjamin 670. Paul Brothers also needs on the Phil Collins wait list. Breaking Benjamin 700, Thomas Baumhart on Stranger Things. And then we have Sarah Wyberdink on BB. That might be for something I don't know. And then Breaking Benjamin 725, LA Guns 31, LA Guns 40, Riverside 135, and Breaking Benjamin $740. We are officially sold out of Stranger Things. I'll have the tagger go through and purge that list one more time. Does anybody else? It's a single LP. It's a single LP. Michael Jackson, Tiffany, ABBA, the Chordettes, the Psychedelic Furs. We can be heroes just for one day. Iron Maiden's on here, the Pixie, the Chords, Yellow, Butthole Surfers, Floyd, Kramer, and Cowboy Junkies. There it is, okay? Now, we have Breaking Benjamin at $750. Also put Thomas Baumhart down for Season 3 and Season 4. Put down Jamie McCord for Stranger Things. LA Guns, $41. And here's the next pre-order. Tower of Power. Tower of Power. This is TOWER. Tower of Power, and this is a Rhino Reserve. When does this come out? It comes out Friday, $36.99. Tower of Power back to Oakland. Now, my crate here is already pretty much full, so let me go ahead and swap out, and here's what we're going to do. I'm going to read off the pre-order for these, okay? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to read off the pre-order for these. Holy moly. All right, let's update where we're at on all these auctions, okay? Thank you, Ed, for making signs so I know what's going on around here. Wait till we get into the pre-owned stuff. We're almost done. We're almost done. Now, I got to purge a few comments. If I didn't read off your name, make sure you let me know. Even if you thought you was on a pre-order, I'll make sure you get one. They were in stock today, okay? They were in stock. They were in stock. Now, over here, where did I leave off? Breaking Benjamin, $725. LA Guns, $31. LA Guns, $40. Riverside, $135. Breaking Benjamin, $740. LA Guns, $41. Make sure Phil Collins down on Jerry Stone. Jerry Stone's down on Phil Collins. Put down Seth, You're Fired. Seth, You're Fired down for Alice in Chains. Breaking Benjamin, $750. Make sure Thomas Baumhart's down for 3 and 4. Make sure Jamie McCord's down for Season 5. LA Guns, $41. Breaking Benjamin, $760. Make sure Brandon Jones gets a Stranger Things. Your name wasn't on the pre-order, it doesn't look like. And then LA Guns out. Breaking Benjamin, $777. And let me pause right there. Let me go ahead and tag Tower of Power. Jim Sedal, Clifford Umstead, Scott Beebe. Jim Sedal, Clifford Umstead, Scott Beebe. And then we have Richard Yeager, Greg Layton, and Jerry Stone. I've got 4 extra copies of this. Back to Oakland. Tower of Power's Back to Oakland brings the soul, the swagger, and the West Coast rhythm that is their trademark. Lacquers cut from the original Analog Masters by Matthew Luthans at the Mastering Lab. And I've got 4 extra copies of that. 4 extra copies of that. Breaking Benjamin, $800. Breaking Benjamin, $800. Breaking Benjamin, $815. Can I see LA Guns? And then yes. Okay, so where happened on Riverside? Riverside is Love, Fear, and the Time Machine. We got some serious auctions up right now that still are getting bids. This is a 2015 German OG blue vinyl. Both inner sleeves, both inserts, and CD, limited to 200 on blue vinyl. Okay, so the last bid on Riverside that came in, the last bid on Riverside that I see is Rob Fordham at $135. If you're not Rob Fordham, or you think you're in higher, or you want to be in higher, now's the time. $135 on Riverside. Breaking Benjamin, going once, going twice. Misty Wires, $815. OG. An OG copy. And then LA Guns, there's the label. This is a 1989 US 12-inch promo. Never had it before. It's in VG minus condition, no feelable marks. And the last bid that came in on LA Guns, was Rick Longoria at $41. Rick Longoria at $41. Now, we have how much is the new Phil Collins? $39.99. Pergy 33 doesn't want on the wait list for Stranger Things. Roger Ramjet wants the Tower of Power. What's the deal on BB? And so there are 3 extra copies of Tower of Power. So far, we've went through like 12 crates of new vinyl, and that's the only thing that's left. You're looking at it right there. Michael Stacy is Michael Hamburger, by the way. So whoever tags the pre-order off the Facebook page, Michael Hamburger is Michael Stacy, okay? Michael Hamburger is Michael Stacy. We have this pre-order to do. Then we're going to go into pre-owned stuff. And then after we do pre-owned stuff, we are going to go ahead and get right back into the new vinyl. LA Guns, Dwayne Sevilla was first at $41. He was, because if he's saying that, definitely his bid was second. So that means LA Guns is at $41. Rick Longoria, you're out. Rick Longoria, you're out. So, Rick, you're out on LA Guns. It's up to you. Dwayne has it for 41. Final call. Now, nobody else been on Riverside. This is sold for $135. And then Breaking Benjamin, we need an air horn. Breaking Benjamin is sold to Misty Wires for $815. Here comes the air horn. Hope everybody has their volume adjusted. That was your warning. Here comes the air horn. Misty Wires, thank you. Amazing. What is the Tower of Power? It's a new Rhino Reserve analog pressing, new for this Friday for Start Your Ear Off Right, $36.99. LA Guns is still getting bids. We got about 30 people that said, Chad, I will do about whatever possible to obtain this sealed police record. I've already had about 5 people say that. They've said, listen, Chad, buddy, I don't care what it's going to cost me, what I have to do, if I have to army crawl there, if I have to go wrestle a bull, if I have to get in the ring with primetime Mike Tyson, it does not matter. Whatever it takes, I am going to own this record. Whenever you say sold, you're going to say sold to me. I have my banker, my lawyer, whatever it takes. I hope you're ready, and I hope everybody else is ready. Here we go. The Police Synchronicity. It's a 1983 USOG sealed copy with hop sticker. This is real. It's hopped. It's sealed. It is on the audiophile vinyl. It will be on purple translucent. It is a $45 start. Good luck. Rick Longoria, you've been out on LA Guns, $45. Tommy Call wants a Tower of Power. Tower of Power, that is sold. There's 2 copies left. Vaughn Gillespie wants on Phil Collins. Vaughn Gillespie wants on Phil Collins. We got it. Vaughn Gillespie on Phil Collins. We got it. Next is this right here. When's the dust going? We'll do it very soon. LA Guns is still getting bids. The Police is still getting bids. And now the Police is still getting bids. And now the Police is still getting bids. Our next auction is the Colt, a 1989 UK OG copy, original on her sleeve. Beautiful UK copy, near mint minus jacket, glossy, a $35 start. Here we go. New, never been on vinyl before. It comes out this Friday. Wow. Michael Jackson's #1 hits. Never released on vinyl before. Can you believe that? A hits compilation like this? It was a huge seller back on CD back in the day. This is Michael Jackson's #1s. Comes out this Friday, $33.99. We got Mike Moore and Courtney Duncan. Mike Moore and Courtney Duncan. Kelly Vladerchek wants 2 copies. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order, it's a double LP, only $33.99. Brian K. Thompson and Nikki Cox got one. Then Chris Smith and then Michelle Clements got one. And then Brad Waits and John Smetzer got one. And then we have Corey Lawson and John Miller on one. And then we had Stacey Brown and Chris Gardner on one. Michael Jackson, #1 hits. We have Julianne Roman and Clifford Umstead on one. We have Amy Hutchins and James Rayner on one. Michael Jackson #1s, a double LP gatefold jacket. Stacey Metternich and Jerry Wallace. Stacey Metternich and Jerry Wallace. Danny Thomason and Scott Beebe wants 2 copies. And then over here, we have what? We got Jimmy Clark, and we got Oso Adventure, and we got Tim Holloway. But wait, there's more. Michael Jackson. #1 hits. Also have Jerry Stone and Danae De La O. Jerry Stone and Danae De La O. Not that one. It has a bent corner. So we need to put another one in there. Okay, now here's everybody else that was live during the chat. Here's what's happened since I walked away. We had LA Guns at $50 with Rick Longoria. The Police 45, the Police 50, the Police 75, the Police 50, the Police 55. LA Guns got a new bid for $52. Police 90, Police 50, the Colt 36, the Colt 35, the Police 101, the Colt 40, the Colt 50, the Colt 35. LA Guns $53. The Police 105. Paul Brothers got a Michael Jackson. Lisa Davidson on a Michael Jackson. The Police 110. Ben Hutzel on a Michael Jackson. Jerry Wallace, you already got one. LA Guns 55. David Doyle on a Michael Jackson. The Police 140. Alfredo Fuentes, Amenities on a Michael Jackson. Tony McDaniel on a Michael Jackson. The Colt $55. Greg Preston next on Michael Jackson. But wait, my crate is full. But wait, my crate is full. That's not a good feeling when your crate's full. Let's go over here and put these away. Next was, who did I say? Greg Preston on a Michael Jackson, Stephen A. Young on a Michael Jackson, Salty Prison Sergeant on a Michael Jackson, and Ringo Ryan M on a Michael Jackson. The Colt 55, the Colt 40. Shane will be first on the waiting list. Shane over on YouTube will be first on the waiting list, and Mike Conway will be number 2. Anybody else wants on the Michael Jackson, unless you want one right now, this one has a slight bent corner. You can wait, or I can give you this one with a slight bent corner, Shane. I mean, it's almost unnoticeable, but it's there. Or I can put you on a wait list for a nice one. And then I think there's another damaged one over here. I'm glad nothing else showed up damaged. That would have been a disaster. Oh, and then Troy Robinson. He was on a special request. And make sure his goes in. They ordered that before I posted the pre-order. It's actually $1 cheaper, Troy. So this one goes to Troy Robinson, okay? His name's already on that one. So the only one I have left is a bent corner, Mike, or in case, but I'll put y'all down for a good one in case that one, unless you want that one in case they don't come back in, but they should. Everything, all these big pre-orders, I checked them this morning, and I went ahead and ordered extra copies anyway, because I was like, man, we're going to have plenty. We're going to sell out of these, and then we're going to need plenty more. These are such big new releases. Holy moly. Okay, now, what about LA Guns? Wow, these auctions. LA Guns, okay? The price on the new Phil Collins was $39.99. We have LA Guns Rip and Tear. It was between 2 people, Rick Longoria and Dwayne Sevilla. The last bid that came in on this was Rick Longoria out, sold to Dwayne Sevilla for $55. Now, the police, this is a sealed OG copy with hype sticker, a retail copy with no cut marks. I'm showing Mark Fallon at $150. Amenities bid $166. $166, now $168 with Mark Fallon. $168 with Mark Fallon. And we have the Colt at $80, and that's with Stephen Parton. Everybody else is out. All right, let's get into our first pre-owned crate. A lot of this is pre-owned and sealed, but I'm ready if y'all are ready. Tanner left a mark here. There's 3 crates priced by Otis Good Boy Hackett. That's his new name, Good Boy. Here we go. 3 crates priced by Otis Good Boy Hackett. I'm excited to see what's in here. I hope y'all are ready. And then Paul marked 4 crates. And listen to this. There's still 2 more crates of new vinyl, including restocks and including waiting list. Including restocks and including waiting list, okay? So we still got 2 more. So right now, there's a total of 4, 7, 9 more crates to go through. And it's 8 o'clock. Perfect timing. Let's go ahead and put up a 3rd auction. Right now, the only new vinyl left that has come in for tonight is the Monkees A's and B's, $38.99. Midnight Oil, which has a seam split for $38. And then Michael Jackson, which has a bent corner for $33. That's the only new vinyl that's been left, okay? Here we go. Led Zeppelin, Earl's Court. Oh, my goodness. What a concert. And this is an unofficial live at Earl's Court, 1975, 226 minutes of live Led Zeppelin music on 5 LPs. And it's on white, blue, pink, purple, and dark purple colored vinyl. This bootleg was only limited to 250 units. 250 pieces were made. $195 start on Led Zeppelin. A 5 LP box set of the Earl's Court concert. Amazing. So before I get started, the Colt got a bid for $80, the Police $168, the Police $170, the Colt $85, the Colt $90, and Police is out. Final call on the Police. Mark Fallon $173. The Colt over here, Sonic Temple. The Colt is at $90 with Stephen Parton. Everybody else is out. If you're done bidding, make sure you say out. And Led Zeppelin's $195 start. The Black Crowes, Jealous Again. Sealed 12-inch single for Record Store Day, $14.99. Also, we have U2 Pop, limited edition orange vinyl. That's a 2 LP orange vinyl, U2 Pop, $49.99. And Blind Melon, a music on vinyl press, $44.99. This is all pre-owned vinyl. Most of it's sealed from this new collection. A lot of the stuff, like I was marking last night live, they were doing that today, so we would have great stuff to show tonight. Okay, The Police. What year is this? This is a 1983 US OG pressing, sealed with hop sticker. It is on the audiophile purple translucent vinyl, and it is a final call to Mark Fallon for $173. The Cult is still getting bids, and Led Zeppelin's $195 start. $5 off on the bent corner. Sell this to James Hicks for $28.99. Sell that to him for $28.99. We still got 2 people on a wait list. Steve Mason on the Black Crows, Matt Nichols second, Colt 95, Colt 95. Bad Touch, Kiss the Sky, $29.99 for Bad Touch. The band, Palladium Circles. This is the band live in New York City. This is $49.99. The last one sold back in 2021. There were no listings on Discogs. That's a band live on clear vinyl, $49.99. The Black Crows again, the Southern Harmony, a musical companion, that's a 2 LP, $44.99. The band sold to Michael Butler and Dwayne Allman, an anthology. That's a new sealed copy. The last one sold was a year ago. There's none listed for sale on Discogs, $59.99. The Police is sold for $173. And then the Cult is still getting bids. Mark Hammer, it's up to you. And this is your last chance to bid on the Led Zeppelin bootleg box set. I'm kind of surprised. $195. Midnight Oil is the new release that comes out Friday. It does have a light scene crackle, $29.99. There's 2 Tower of Powers left. And then the Monkeys is $38, which is a 2 LP. Let's go ahead and put up Dust. Dust is a 1971 U.S. Sonic OG. The drummer Mark Bell went on to join the Ramones, and then therefore he was known as who? Marky Ramone. This is in VG condition. Dust is a $35 start. Michael Butler's in on the Led Zeppelin at $195. Matt Nichols on the Black Crows. The Cult has a new bid for $100. This is U2 Octung Baby, $44.99. 2 LP sealed. John Fogerty, Premonition, for the first time on vinyl, live on 2 LPs. That is sealed, $34.99. We're still getting bids on the Cult. It's an OG UK copy. Mark Hammer has it. Steven says he's done. Now we're about to sell Led Zeppelin for $195, and now Dust is up for bid. Wolf Mother 10th Anniversary Edition. This is the Euro Edition, $69.99 on that. U2 is sold to U2 is sold to Will Smithson. That is sold to Will Smithson. That was Octung Baby. I still got Pop. Stephen Douglas on Dwayne Allman Anthology. Dust has a bid for $35. The Commodores collected. Easy Like Sunday Morning. This is a music on vinyl, sealed. Commodores collected, $59.99. Mark Fallon, you did get The Police. We have the White Stripes Greatest Hits. I just ordered new copies of these. $34.99 for the White Stripes. Neil Young Decade, a 3 LP remaster, in my opinion. One of the best Neil Young compilations, $64.99. This has, oh man, so good. Don't even make me read the track listing. All right, this Cold album is sold. This is sold to Mark Hammer for $100. Let's put that away. Michael Butler gets Led Zeppelin for $195. Dust $35, and now Dust $50. Dust is already at $50. Let's put up another auction. REO Speedwagon, a Japanese pressing, a 1981 Japanese with insert Nobi. That's technically a reissue from 81, but it's near mint minus and pristine. $35 start. The Phil Collins everybody keeps asking about is a new release that came out today, or it comes out Friday. We sold out. We sold 50 copies, and we already have about 10 people on a waiting list. It's $39.99 if anybody else wants it. $39.99. It's been out for a while, but they've reissued it for cheaper. They've reissued it for cheaper on colored vinyl, so that's a perfect storm for a lot of pre-orders. Yes, we need to get this Pantera going. Pantera Planet Caravan. Now, I don't know what this is, but I know they did cover Black Sabbath's Planet Caravan. Oh, this is a real release. A 1994 UK OG. Wow. A 94 UK OG 12-inch EP on red vinyl. It has the original on her sleeve. There's evidently some damage inside of the gatefold. Oh, man, it got stuck together at one point. I was about to say, wait a minute, this isn't signed, is it? Golly, that would be incredible. I don't think it is. This is the gatefold's been stuck together, and Pantera is a $35 star. So you got some damage inside of that. If anybody wants on that Phil Collins waiting list, let me know. This is red vinyl. The vinyl is near mint minus. So damage inside of the gatefold, but the vinyl's near mint minus. And that is a real release from the UK. $35 star. That's now up for bid. All right, let's keep going here. So Dust got up to 50, then 55. Ryan Eaton on the white stripes. Thank you on that one. We already pulled Dwayne. Phil Collins was $39.99. Dust 55. Ario 35. Dust 60. Dust 60. Ario 35. Ario 40. David Jennings on Phil Collins wait list. Ario 35. Ario 41. Ario 45. Ario 45. Ario 45. Ario 55. Ario 50. Ario 60. Pantera 45. Pantera 35. Ario 60. Next is Nick Drake. 5 leaves left. Nick Drake is $41.99. The Lumineers live from Wrigley Field. Mastered for vinyl, limited edition, neon orchid vinyl. The Lumineers is $54.99. That's either a 3 or 4 LP, sealed, $54.99. Also, Foreigner, Turning Back Time, a 2 LP hits collection from Foreigner, a double LP, $44.99. Nick Drake sold to C. Crage 007. And then we got Pantera, we got Pantera, we got Pantera, we got REO Speedwagon, and we have Neil Young and Crazy Horse Wailed. That's $54.99. That's a triple LP. So let's start over here with Dust. Dust, the last bit I'm showing on Dust, it could be Stephen Parton and Nick Orlando, I think, are tied at 60. Looks like Stephen Parton was in first. Next over here, we have Pantera at 50 and REO Speedwagons at 71. Blaine Zapnick, Nick Drake already sold. Shane over on YouTube on the Lumineers. Christopher Lee on Foreigner. There's Neil Young and Crazy Horse. Pearl Jam Versus, a 30th anniversary 2 LP. A 2 LP edition of Pearl Jam Versus. That's $44.99. And Black Crowes Amorica. Black Crowes is a double LP, $44.99. Sean Miller on Neil Young Wailed. That's so to Alex Miller. Excuse me, Alex Sean Miller over on YouTube. Michelle said she wants to pass on the Michael Jackson, so whoever was next on the waiting list, go ahead and give that copy instead, okay? So pull out Michelle's, give 1 copy to whoever was next on the waiting list. Moving on, another Black Crowes. This is an incredible crate. There are 2 more like this I know, very similar. I don't know what Paul marked, but I'm sure it's also very similar, very good stuff. And we still got 2 more crates of new vinyl to go through. Amazing. Next is, what is this? Buffalo Jr. Tattered Soul. That is $34.99. And we have Big Star, the best of Big Star, 2 LP, 45 RPM, $39.99. Dust is still getting bid, $63.65. Christopher, you did get Foreigner. REO Speedwagon is at $80. What about Pantera? This is an official release. It's called Planet Caravan. It's a 1994 OG 12-inch. It has Planet Caravan, The Badge, Cowboys from Hell Live, and Heresy Live. A 4-track red vinyl. The gatefold at one point did get stuck together, so it's damaged, but the front and back of the jacket's nice, and the vinyl's really nice. Over here, we have REO at 81, REO at 90. We have Bonnie Bishop, and this is $24.99. Bonnie Bishop and Allman Brothers Band live at the Warehouse, New Orleans, March 20th. Nice. $69.99. And U2, the Europa EP. U2's a record store day release, sealed, $29.99. REO Speedwagon's at 90. Dust is at 65. And now let's move Pantera to a final call. Rick Longoria has it for 50. Michael Butler on the Allman Brothers, that's sold. And then Cosmo Kramer wants on the wait list for Megadeth, Super Collider, and United Abominations. That's for Super Collider, United Abominations. Thank you on that. I posted several big pre-orders today. Let me finish this crate first. The Marshall Tucker Band, New Year's Eve, New Orleans, 1978. $44.99. David Doyle second on Allman Brothers. The Story of the Who, a record store day 2 LP compilation, $39.99. And Faces. Faces is the BBC session recordings. That is sealed, $49.99. Man, there's some good vinyl in there. Mike Owen on the U2 Europa. Calvin Ward on the Marshall Tucker Band. That crate's definitely worthy of another quick and fast read-through. Guess what? Dust is still getting bids. Pantera is still getting bids. New bid on Pantera for 55. New bid on Dust for 72. New bid on Dust for 80. But I think we're done on REO Speedwagon. David Johnson said out. Final call to TN Tone Man 56 for $90. All righty. So some big pre-orders were posted today. Let me be pulling those up because y'all might need links and you might want me to take down your name live if you don't have access to Facebook, because you probably want to get in line on some of these, okay? There's some big pre-orders that was posted, and that was started 13 hours ago. But first, we have U2 Pop, a 2LP orange vinyl, $49.99. We're about to put up new auctions. We have Blind Melon. That has their big song on it, No Rain. It's a gatefold, or excuse me, it's a music on vinyl, $44.99. Bad Touch, Kiss the Sky. Bad Touch is sealed, $29.99. John Fogerty Premonition 2LP, that is sealed, $34.99. Wolf Mother, a 10th anniversary, $69.99. The Joker and the Thief. Faces is an official release. No, it's an official record store day release. 2LP clear vinyl, $49.99. Where's Pantera? It just got a bid for $56 to Dwayne Sevilla. We're about to sell it. Tennessee Tone Man, 56, gets REO Speedwagon for 90, and Dust is at 82. It's up to Nick Orlando. That's got Marky Ramones on drums. Let's get over here to another big auction. Next one is Chicken Foot. This is always popular. Chicken Foot is Sammy Hagar, Michael Anthony, Chad Smith, and Joe Satriani. It's a 2009 OG. This is not in print, and it is sealed. Chicken Foot, a $55 start. Also, the Commodores collected. The Commodores is $59.99. Neil Young Decade, a 3LP remaster, 35 songs. Look at this track listing. This is $64.99. Sugar Mountain, The Loner, The Old Cinnamon Girl, Down by the River, Cowgirl in the Sand, Southern Man, Helpless, Ohio, Old Man, Harvest, Heart of Gold, The Needle and the Damage Done. I'm just jumping around over here. Like a Hurricane, Long May You Run, Cortez the Killer's on here. That's an amazing, think about it, 3LP remaster, Neil Young. His catalog has never been really too cheap, especially for 3LP. Pearl Jam was a double LP, $44.99. Amorica, the Black Crows, that's a double LP for $44.99. Buffalo Jr., $34.99. We had Big Star for $39.99. Bonnie Bishop for $24.99, and The Story of the Who, that's a double LP compilation, $39.99. The last bid on Dust was $82. I'm going to make sure Nick Orlando bid again, or didn't. He did, and then Steven went out. Nick Orlando has it for $90. Final call. Pantera did not get another bid, or did it? Dwayne bid $56, and then Sean Miller went out. So who had it before him? Sean Miller did. So Dwayne, you may be getting that for $56. Final call. Chicken Foot's at $57. We're going to put that on a timer. Let's go through another crate, all right? Let's go through another crate. Goodness. Awesome stuff still left in there, too. I'm okay with all those being left behind. Those are great records for another day, another time. Quick monster break. Be aware of this pre-order. Okay, I'm going to do these one at a time. Danzig is finally being reissued where we can get it. And they've done it on white vinyl. Looks like we've got over 55, probably some doubles. So I bet we have 60 plus pre-orders. I bet we already have 60 plus pre-orders. If you want in, we'll share you the link. Please go comment. That will get you in line. If you don't have Facebook, let me know. We will take down your name. If you want to get in sooner or earlier, go to that link. They are finally reissuing Danzig officially where we can get it, and they're doing it on white vinyl. That's a big one. I bet we can get to 100 pre-orders after I'm showing it right now. Hopefully we can get to 100 pre-orders on that. If they hadn't have already repressed it and did it exclusively through their label already, I bet we would have had 200 pre-orders. But I'm sure a lot of people's already got it. But do you have it on white vinyl? Okay, we got Kathy Hodges on the 2, and now these auctions are done, okay, except for Chicken Foot. Pantera is sold, and that's sold to Dwayne Sevilla for $56. Let's get right into another crate. We have no time to waste tonight. There is an abnormal amount of stuff to go through, so let's get started right now. Let me put away Planet Caravan. And I don't know really what we're going to do after we go through new stuff, because normally I'd say, all right, let's go through some discount crates. There are none. We sold everything. And then Dust is sold to Nick Orlando for $90. We got Chicken Foot still up for bid, but right now Dust is for $90. And Dust is at $90, and that is sold to Nick Orlando and then Chicken Foot. This is a 2009 USOG sealed. A 2009 sealed USOG. So Danzig, let's put down Chris Bryant And then let's put down Solarplex Studio, and let's put down Gerald Whitworth. And if you hadn't already commented, go to that link, click on it, go find it in the group. If you need to join the group, I'll approve you right now, okay? Jake left me a button. He says there's a new Seth, You're Fired video. All right, let's see what Jake's come up with, okay? Wow, that was Otis chasing down Seth in his pharmacy lab coat and saying, buddy, get out of here, you're fired. Get out of here, you're fired, Seth. Get out of here, you're fired, Seth. In his cool little pharmacy lab coat. Seth thinks he's so cool. He thinks he's so cool. He thinks he's so cool. Let's look at that again. Otis says, you get your butt out of here. You get out of here, Seth. Screw you, Seth. You're fired. Screw you, Seth. You're fired. Here we go. We're ready for new auctions. Next is going to go up right now. Joe Satriani, Surfing with the Alien. A 1987 USOG with the original under sleeve, EX condition, a $25 start. $25 start. The door's reversed. That's a glitch in AI, I'm sure. Sometimes those AI videos don't render the way you want them to. Yeah, it's still learning. The massive brain power of AI taking over the world is still learning. Okay, next auction is REM. Let's take a look at this box set. REM live at the Olympia in Dublin. REM is a 2009 German OG box set with 2 CDs, a DVD, 4 LPs, a poster. The only time ever on vinyl. It has a corner ding that also affects some of the jackets. So some of the jackets will have some small corner dings. The vinyl's near mint, $175 on that. All right, let's keep going over here and see what happens. So I left off with reading off the Danzig pre-order, and then over here we have what was the Neil Young. It's called Decade. Neil Young Decade is a 3 LP, $64.99. Bubba wants on the Danzig pre-order. We'll have to take down his name, and then I'll key him in live for you, okay? I've already got Danzig 2 up, Roxy. I'm going to show it in just a second. I want to do them one at a time so nobody gets confused or lost or freaks out on me or starts screaming. And then Chickenfoot 70, Joe Satriani 25, Joe Satriani 26, Joe Satriani 25, Joe Satriani 27, Joe Satriani 30, and Joe Satriani 35. Okay, and then also we have a pre-order up for our next light box, the Rolling Stones light box. That's our next one. It is available for pre-order. We've already got 15. It looks like comments. Maybe hopefully we can get about 20 pre-orders on that. That would be great. That's now up, the Rolling Stones light box. The other pre-order is Hank 3. Those are going to be in probably tomorrow. I've already ordered 10 copies, and it looks like we've sold 6. So there's a few more of those left if anybody wants to go reserve one right now. These, I've already ordered 25, and we've already sold at least 17. That's the Rockin' Roots of Johnny Cash. Tedeschi Trucks is a pre-order. So Johnny Cash will be in this week. Hank will be in this week. Tedeschi Trucks doesn't come out till the end of March. That's a pretty cool release. They've always been popular. And then there's Danzig 2. So if you want on Danzig 2 as well, it's also up for pre-order. Roxy was ahead of a game. He's like, Chad, you forgot about Danzig 2. Not so fast, my friend. It's up and it's rolling as well. Red Vinyl Record Store Day, same thing. Let me know right now if you don't have access to Facebook. The next and final one was Saxon, the Saxon light box. That was a special request. I'm doing 2 big ones every week and then kind of a niche one, kind of a special request, more of a specified fan collector base. So Saxon's the next one on that. And then that's where we are right now. We're live right now on Facebook, okay? There I am. See, we're now officially caught up. So if you want a Saxon and you don't have access to Facebook, let me know. Same thing for Danzig 2 or Tedeschi Trucks. Johnny Cash will be in tomorrow. So will Hank. And then don't forget about the Stones lot, and then the big one's Danzig. All right, back to business. Last thing over here was Joe Satriani was at 30. And then REM is a 4 LP box set with 2 CDs and a DVD. Joe Satriani 35, Joe Satriani 40. We have, how bad is the REM corner ding? Let's take a look. Let's look at the jackets. That's what the jackets look like. The corner dings are like that. 4 LP box. Let's look at them from the front. They'd probably have to go VG minus just because of that. They'd probably have to go VG minus just because of that. Okay? That is the REM 4LP box. We'll worry about that later. Next is put down Tommy Call for a Rolling Stones light. Joe Satriani out. I'll take a Rolling Stones light. Do you want to comment on the post, Tony, or do you want me to write down your name? Gerald Whitworth wants a Danzig 2. Solarplex wants a Danzig 2. We got a request for a Jethro Tull light box. How much is Johnny Cash? $29.99. Bubba wants on Danzig 1 and Danzig 2. We still got a post Exodus. Update on Megadeth, new release. I'll read you an email in 1 second. And now, REM has a bid for $175. Where are we on Chickenfoot? We're about to get fast, so if nobody's locked down, I'm probably about to have to pass on some questions. Make sure you got your questions in. And Mike Cadrini was the last person on Chickenfoot at $70. Calvin Ward, I'm not for sure if you said out, but he has this for $70, and you've been outbid. $70 on that. Put down TSO Houston for a Saxon light. Put down Thomas Hujar for a starting bid of REM. We've already got one. It's $175. $175 is the starting bid on that. And then Joe Satriani. The last bid on JS for Joe Satriani is Michael Wilkerson at $40. Michael Wilkerson at $40, okay? Let's get started with this. Put down TSO Houston for a Saxon. REM already has a bid for $175, $178. We may be done on Chickenfoot, okay? We may be done. Let's go over here and start reading off these titles. Here we go. We got U2, Wide Awake in America, sealed, $39.99 remastered. Michael Hamburger wants on both Danzig, and he wants on the Alice in Chains waiting list. We have Chris Cornell, Euphoria Morning. Chris Cornell is $34.99. CCR Chronicle, double LP, $29.99 for CCR. 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral, a double LP, $49.99. Chris Cornell sold to Stephen Parton. Cinderella, Long Cold Winter, music on vinyl press, $44.99. Johnny Cash, 16 Biggest Hits, music on vinyl, $49.99. That one's now out of print. 9 Inch Nails sold to Stephen Parton. The Cranberries, Remembering Dolores. Oh my goodness, we auctioned that the other day. $54.99 for the Cranberries. Uh-oh. And then we have Ray Charles, Record Store Day, $44.99 for Ray Charles. Carole King, The Legendary Demos, $34.99. And U2, Rattle and Hum, is $36.99. Boy, I hope everybody's paying attention. Chickenfoot is officially sold, and Chickenfoot is sold for $70, and Chickenfoot is sold to Mike Cadrini for $70. Are we done on Joe Satriani? The last bid I seen on JS was Joe Satriani. Chad Snyder went out, and that was a long time ago. Michael Wilkerson, $40. That's sold to Michael Wilkerson for $40. Let's jump back over here. REM's at $180. And then we have Candlebox Happy Pills, 2 LP gold vinyl, music on vinyl. That is $44.99. Put down Moses for the Johnny Cash Rockin' Roots. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Ozzy Osbourne, Patient Number 9, the gold vinyl, Walmart exclusive from 2022. Ozzy's a $20 start. Next is another copy of Candlebox Happy Pills, $39.99 instead of $44. $39.99 on those, not $44. Charlie Brown, the Vince Guaraldi Trio, Record Store Day Essential, $69.99 on peppermint colored vinyl. Is that the number? Is that the number? Surely not. Surely that's not the number, and it's 001. That couldn't be right. If so, that's wild to have number 1. Ray Charles, Live in Stockholm, 1972, $29.99. And then Jerry Rafferty, City to City, $34.99. We got to put back on Downward Spiral. So if anybody still wants that, it's $49.99. So the last activity was REM 180, Moses on the Johnny Cash Rockin' Roots, REM 182, Ozzy 30, Tom Kelly wants a candle box. And then Ozzy 25. John LaBadie also wants a candle box. Make sure those both go in for $39.99. Ozzy 30, Ozzy 33. And then we have Nirvana live at the Paramount. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. Also Seether, Holding On to Strings, Better Left to Fray. That's $34.99. What was the GF? Jerry Rafferty was the 2 LP remaster of City to City, $34.99. Ozzy 40, Ozzy 40. And then over here we have what? We have Cracker, which is a music on vinyl pressing. Kerosene Hat is, Kerosene Hat is a 2018 Music on Vinyl 25th anniversary, $35 start on that. Matt Nichols put in, and that was for Nirvana. That's so to Matt Nichols. We also have Billy Squier, Don't Say No, nice. The Intervention Records, all analog press. That's an amazing sounding record. $54.99. Tracy Songer on the Peanuts Christmas. Thank you on that one. And then U2 Zeropa, $39.99. That's a 2 LP sealed. And we got 2 copies. Both are sealed. First thing we have is REM at 186. Ozzy's tied at 50. And let me make sure Jerry Rafferty, George Jones passes. If he does, it's sold to TSO Houston, okay? And then Cracker has a bid for 35. Solarplex on BS for Billy Squier. And then we have Bob Seger's Greatest Hits, limited edition, purple or clear vinyl, $54.99. I was about to say, that's not available anymore on colored vinyl. It's either on purple or clear. Bob Seger is $54.99. Colored vinyl. We have Soundgarden Ultra Mega OK, $29.99. U2, this is called a Celebration. Record Store Days 2022, $29.99 for U2. That looks pretty interesting. We have, what was the title of Nirvana? Live at the Paramount. We have a request for Ice-T. Ozzy has a new bid for 60. Matt Nichols first on Bob Seger. Stephen Parton first on Soundgarden. Cracker has a new bid for 37. Will next on BS. Bubba 7775 on Seether. And then TSO Houston, you get the Jerry Rafferty. REM's at 190. Amanda Davis next on Soundgarden, then Josh Brown. Screaming Trees, a Music on Vinyl press, $49.99. Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA, remastered, that's $34.99. And U2, 11 o'clock TikTok, Record Store Day, $39.99. Thomas Hujar, you're out on the REM box set. It's at 190. Thomas just bid 191. Tyler, you're out. The last bid that came in on Ozzy was Kathy Hodges at $60, and now Cracker's at 40 with Ron Eaton. Next in here is Vicennial, 2 Decades of Seether. That's a 2 LP compilation on purple vinyl, $49.99. The Screaming Trees was Dust. Music on vinyl. Dust, Screaming Trees, $49.99. We have Sometimes Forever, $19.99 for this. It's called Soccer Mommy. Soccer Mommy, $19.99. Crack is at $42. REM's at $191. And we're going to say a final call on Ozzy. We got a lot of requests coming in. I'll get to those auctions in just a second. Here's another 9 Inch Nails. This is the Fragile, $44.99 on 9 Inch Nails. And U2, Hold Me, Thrill Me, Kiss Me, the Gotham Experience remix, $29.99 on that. Over here, we have Screaming Trees. That's sold to Stephen Parton. REM's at 192. And then Swan Song, $29.99. That is The Plot in You, the new album, first retail pressing on grape colored vinyl. Thomas Clark on Twitch wants both U2 Record Store Days. He's talking about the 11 o'clock TikTok and a Celebration. Those look pretty cool. I'd like to listen to those if they were open. I've never been able to hear that stuff. Crackers at 44. Scott Jokumstaller on U2, not U2, 9 Inch Nails, The Fragile. So to Scott Jokumstaller. REM 215. REM 193. New bidder on REM. Ozzy is sold, and that's sold to Kathy Hodges. Go Vinyl, and that was sold to her for $60. Looks like Cracker still getting bids at $45. And U2, excuse me, I'm calling everything U2 now. The Rolling Stones Black and Blue, a 2 LP deluxe edition, $49.99 on that. Beck, that's called Sea Change, a double LP sealed, $39.99. Pete Townsend's Deep End, Face to Face, that's $44.99. That's a 2 LP yellow vinyl. And then Preston Rose on Soccer Mommy. That was right back here, sold to Preston Rose. Which Ozzy already sold. Cracker 46, REM 216, and Blue Oyster Cult Live 83. Wow. $69.99, a 2 LP, a legendary bootleg, finally available in a legit pressing. Black and Blue, limited to 1,500, sealed, $69.99. We've already filled up another crate for tonight. We have sold 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. We're working on our 12 full crate. We still got another crate like this to do. We still got the 4 crates Paul's marked, and we still got 2 crates of new vinyl, and we got a bunch of auctions. Goodness gracious. Holy moly. REM's at 216, now 220. And then Mike Owen on Beck, Sea Change, that sold. And then REM's at 250. And then the last bid on Cracker was $46, and Tony Swanson out. In the auction crate, not including the bonus stuff and the Japanese that I have that I hadn't even mentioned, I've got Bob Dylan, AC/DC, Elf, ELO, Terry Reid, I've got Baravian Fruit Band, Iced Tea, Hall & Oates. We got the Cranberries. We have Small Faces, Garbage, Van Halen, Nirvana, Jimmy Page, and Goo Goo Dolls. But first, here's the heavily requested Iced Tea, New Jack Hustler, Nino's theme from the motion picture New Jack City, a 1991 USOG, no condition notes, a 4-track EP. Iced Tea's a $15 star. REM's at $250. And then we have a request for Faces. So I'm not going to go through this crate in detail, but if you do need a price on something, let me know. We had U2, we had CCR, we had Cinderella, Johnny Cash, the Cranberries, unbelievably still available, Ray Charles, Carole King, U2, Ray Charles, Nine Inch Nails, U2, Bruce Springsteen, Seether, U2, Swan Song, the Rolling Stones, Pete Townshend's Deep End, and Blois de Colt was sealed, $69.99. We've already shown Alice in Chains. We hadn't liked any comments yet. No, I didn't like any comments. I typed them all in manually to save a lot of time. I'm going to go tonight and like everybody's comments, okay? Let's go over here. First thing is REM is at $250. Thomas is out. So REM is between Tyler Browning and Roger Ramjet. We got a request for Faces. Iced Tea 15, Iced Tea 20. What's the high bid on Cracker? Cracker's at $46 if right and eating. It's a music on vinyl press. Iced Tea 15, Iced Tea 20. And then Joe Steele's on CCR. Creedence Clearwater Revival. That's from the last crate, right? You want the Chronicle Greatest Hits? No, it's right here. That's so to Joe Steele's, my bad. Van Halen before I go to the Offspring. I'll run a Van Halen auction. I didn't even know I had one. And then we have which Cranberries? We auctioned this the other night. This is the Cranberries Remembering Dolores. It's a 2 LP, $54.99. Cinderella is $44.99. Long Cold Winter, music on vinyl press. Is there a new pressing for Forder's Double Vision? Yeah, I think there's new and sealed, and you can get a MoFi pressing for not too much. We got Iced Tea at 20. How much is Cracker? A new bid for 48. TSO Houston wants the Rolling Stones Black and Blue, and Cracker at 50. And which REM? This is an REM box set. It is called REM Live at the Olympia. It does have some cover damage, okay? There's a ding on the box, which caused a ding on the corners of the jackets. So buyer beware on that one, but it is a 2 CD, 4 LP, and it has a poster. It is currently out of print. And the last bid that came in on this, was the final call to Roger Ramjet, and he has it for $250. Now Cracker's still getting bids at $50. Thomas Hujar, you're out. Iced Tea 21, 22. There's also a Cranberries auction. Megadeth update. Okay, so here's the deal on Megadeth. We pre-ordered 100 copies, right? We had about 100 pre-orders, and I pre-ordered 100 copies, plus I ordered 50 more extras just to have, so like a big night tonight, we would have plenty. I emailed my sales rep the week they came out, and I basically said, hey, we hadn't seen Megadeth yet. Where are they? And he told me virtually they pressed almost no copies of the indie exclusive. And I said, am I getting any? He said, no. I followed up again today because we got people who ask almost every day, and I got this reply. Sorry, no new Megadeth news. We are just waiting for an ETA. I have virtually, only thing I can tell you is we got to keep waiting. So when Megadeth came out last week, they virtually made almost no indie exclusives. I had 100 pre-ordered since the day it came out, and they shipped me 0. So they were trying to get those distributed everywhere, and they basically didn't have enough to give to anybody. The next dealer I get stuff from, they told me they didn't get any. They said, we got 0 copies, and they said you're just back ordered until further notice. So I would say Megadeth is a week or 2 out, maybe 3 weeks. I would say 1 or 2 or 3. It's essentially awaiting a repress. That's what I was told. That's what Patrick just said. That's the word I'm hearing. They basically did not make hardly any of them. And now they're just waiting to make more of them. A huge album like that, why didn't they make more? You'll have to take that up with the label. But right now, Brian, and for everybody else that pre-ordered it, I have 0 copies on hand. We got 0 copies, and trust me, we have about 100 people eagerly wanting to know where it is. Now, about the only thing they have shipped, and that's not, about the only thing they have shipped is if you bought some kind of exclusive variant direct from their website. they're always going to do that first. But the good thing is they're offering different colors everywhere. So if you're a collector of the variants, the indie exclusive is on the way. I promise. But almost no stores. If you bought something direct from Megadeth, you probably already have it. But there shouldn't be hardly any stores that got any copies. Maybe a couple or something, but nowhere near the stock like us. Or, you know, and a lot of stores maybe get 20, but they don't have hundreds sometimes pre-sold, or 100 like we did. So they might have a few extras or something. But it's not just us. They basically did not make it when they were supposed to. What they should have done was push it back, but they didn't push it back. They just said they're sold out and it's awaiting a repress. So instead of pushing it back and just telling people, hey, it's been pushed back for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, they wanted to go ahead and officially release it. And now they're just saying you got to wait on a physical format because it's available for streaming. Some copies shipped. And that sucks for us because everybody's like, you've got to be kidding me. I've been waiting to listen to this new album for 6 months. And I'm like, well, for some reason, they decided they didn't want to make too many of them. All right, we're done. Okay, so over here, we have REM. Most people are just now shipping them. Who knows? They could email me today and say, hey, Chad, we got them in today. We're shipping them. You'll have them by Friday. That would be great news if they said, hey, we got them. But let me tell y'all about New Vinyl, okay? They keep all this stuff top secret. I'm not joking. I'm not just saying that to keep y'all out of the loop. By the way, Roger Ramjet got this REM for $250. Roger Ramjet got REM for $250, okay? That is sold. And then over here, the last bit on Cracker, Ryan Eaton went out. Thomas Hujar got that for $52. And then over here, we have Ice-T. Tim Voldness is at $31. Tim Voldness is at $31. Okay, let's put up new auctions. I've got more seal stuff here. But yeah, most people want an update on new releases, and I'm like, they keep this stuff top secret. Not joking. They really won't tell you anything. Because really, they don't know. They don't know when stuff's getting made. They don't know when stuff's getting pressed. They don't know when stuff's getting shipped. And plus, it could get damaged in shipping. They have to receive it, and then they have to ship it to us. So, they basically just said it's been pushed back. So it could come in this week, next week. Don't be surprised if we don't get them till April. We might not get them till April or May. Might be March. Could be today. They could be arriving at the warehouse right now. So what I'll do is you'll know when they're on the way. I'll comment on the pre-order. They have arrived and they're shipping. Other than that, I won't be able to probably know when or where. The Cranberries, everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? We have a 2017 Analog Spark. I have this in my collection. The first time we ever got a pre-owned copy of this, I put it on, and I was like, wow, I had to keep one. The Cranberries, everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? The Analog Spark pressing. Near Mint, a $75 start. Ice-T's at $38. And let's put up another auction. Small Faces is the next one, okay? Small Faces is, oh boy, a 1968 UK OG mono. This is a good one. A 1968 UK OG mono with the special 5-panel circular jacket. Wow, this is a highly collectible record. I don't know if y'all realize how desirable this is. This is the original 5-panel fold-out sleeve. Have y'all ever even seen one of these? That is amazing. These are very scarce. This is in VG condition. It's a 5-panel circular jacket, a $55 start. Laura said VG copies have recently sold for $100. I mean, I was thinking it should bring $125 to $200. So let's see what happens. That's a very collectible, highly difficult record to get. That is now up for bid. Black vinyl. Black vinyl's not in stock either. There's no black vinyl either. No, I looked today. To see if anything. There's no CDs left. There's no cassettes left. There's no black vinyl. There's no indie exclusive. So one or two things have happened. Megadeth has sold so many copies that they did not anticipate it being this popular. Or number two, they made very little of anything. and it's probably more the second one. They probably made very little, so they didn't overproduce it. Because I think that last album, it's still in stock, and I've seen it on clearance before. I think that last Megadeth album, they made so many of them that I think they probably took a bath on it. They made a lot of those. I mean, they were on clearance about a year ago. They got down the cost to like $19 on them at one time. That's like probably everybody taking a loss. Or whoever has to pay for them. Led Zeppelin Mothership, a 4 LP box, $119.99. Led Zeppelin Mothership, $119.99. That's a 4 LP box set. Led Zeppelin Mothership, Ice-T 60. We have Small Faces at 55. And we have the Cranberries at 85. We have Destruction. This was a special request for Justin Deckelman. This is called the Antichrist. Destruction is sunburst yellow and red vinyl. If anybody else wants one, this was a special request for Justin Deckelman, $39.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Death, Symbolic. This is available. It's new and sealed. Death is $29.99. Iron Maiden, their debut self-titled album, original released in 1980. Iron Maiden's $33.99. Ice-T is at 65, Small Faces at 75, and the Cranberries has one bid for $85. $85. Next is Beetlejuice soundtrack. This is $33.99. Beetlejuice, the original soundtrack by Danny Elfman. Also, we have Lil Wayne, The Carter 3, $39.99. Now, we also have an announcement, or I got an alert that there's a pre-order for that new Megadeth album, a Japan import. They're like over $100, but I figured some of y'all would want a Megadeth with an Obi. It looks really cool. I'm afraid to even post it because I don't know when they're coming in. I mean, I went ahead and pre-ordered some, and I'm going to post it, but I hate to post it at all because I don't want to let everybody down again. So, Beetlejuice is sold to Stephen Parton. And we have Armageddon. This is a 50th anniversary on orange vinyl, and that's $39.99. Also, one copy of the Misfits Evil Live, $33.99, and Iron Maiden Flight 666. That's a double LP, $46.99. Over here, Ice-T's at $75, the Cranberries at $90s, and Small Faces, Michael Hamburger has it for $80. Michael Butler is out, and so is Patrick Lear, so that's at $80. Nikki Payne, you're second on the Misfits. I'll put you on a waiting list. Stephen Parton was first. Now the Cranberries is at $92. And we have Stormtroopers of Death, Speak English or Die, $29.99. Empty Mat on Iron Maiden, that's sold. And we got 2 copies of SOD, $29.99 on that. Tedeschi Trucks Band Revelator, I just put their new album up for pre-order, $39.99. Ice-T's at $80. It's up to Tim Boldness. We got the Cranberries at $94. And Death, Individual Thought Patterns, that's on Tricolor Merge with Splatter. This is a new record. Relapse, however, they don't seal their albums, so they just come loose behind the jacket, which is actually not that bad of an idea. I can show you the vinyl. Really cool, right? That is a new record from Relapse, Death, Individual Thought Patterns, $29.99. The Black Crowes, Shake Your Moneymaker, $33.99 on the Black Crowes. Kid Rock's Greatest Hits, that's a double LP, $44.99. And Papa Roach, Infest, This Is My Last Resort. We have the Small Faces. This is officially sold to Michael Hamburger for $80. Thank you on that. Let's put that away. The Cranberries is at $120. Nikki Payne on Death, Symbolic. That's sold. We're ready for another new auction. And this was a special request for Stephen Parton. Green Day Saviors on half black, half hot pink colored vinyl, $29.99. Our next auction is Garbage. Garbage is a 2015 U.S. 20th Anniversary Edition, a limited edition pink vinyl, $75 start on that. Everything in here, Brian, are new and sealed records. These are brand new from distribution. About everything in here was probably made and manufactured in the last year, or some of them in the last 2 months. These are all brand new sealed records. Next is Amanda Davis on Papa Roach. We got John LaBeatty on Kid Rock. We got Cranberries at $135, Ice-T $110, Cranberries $139, Garbage $90, Ice $125. Steven, I guess I can put your Green Day over here. Led Zeppelin 2, this is the deluxe edition, which is an on-sale price. It's got the alternate artwork on the back. It's a 2 LP with bonus tracks, $38.99. Pearl Jam 10, $24.99. I went ahead and got 2 copies. And Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. White and Risky Brown, marble vinyl. Pantera, $29.99. Michael Jackson Thriller, $24.99. The Black Album, a 2 LP remaster from Metallica, $38. And then I went ahead and ordered more of these. There's a new Prince coming out this week. Tomorrow, if I know for sure I'm getting a bunch of them, I'm going to go ahead and post a pre-order. This is Prince. It's called Hit and Run Phase 1. The first time available on vinyl. And I went ahead and ordered like 10 more copies. So when these come in tomorrow or Thursday, if you want to go ahead and have your name down for one, it's new for Friday, Prince Hit and Run. They're $29.99 on that one. Back up here at the top, we have an Out on the Cranberries. That means Thomas Hujar has it for $139 final call. Garbage was at $90. Ice-T was at $125. Garbage $95. And then Hiram, the Cranberries, Remembering Dolores is still available. Yes, it is. Ice-T, $135. Roger Tagavilla on Pantera. TSO Houston on the Led Zeppelin 2 Deluxe. Garbage is at $100. Ringo Ryan M on Pearl Jam. Even Flow. And then Ice-T, $150. Roger, I got you down for a Pantera already. Put down Lisa Davidson for Prince. And there's another Pantera, Far Beyond Driven, $29.99, white and stronger than blue marble vinyl. I didn't realize I already ordered a mothership, so I have another one on the way. That's the 4 LP box set, the best of Led Zeppelin, $119.99. We've got another crate of sealed stuff. Brand new, and then we got the other crate that Tanner and Otis marked today, which is a lot of sealed record store day. That stuff is amazing, and the leftovers from earlier today are also incredible. Let me make sure that Cranberries is still available. It is. We auctioned this the other night. It almost broke out into World War III. I can't believe that was still there. Master Moss 666 wants on the Iron Maiden 666 waiting list. Master Moss 666 wants on the Iron Maiden 666 waiting list. We can take care of you on that. Anybody else? I did a lot of singles in here, so there's a lot of stuff available for waiting list. If I have just one, that means I can get more. Some things I went ahead and ordered 2 of. Death Symbolic is still available. OGs of this are very rare, $29.99. Iron Maiden self-titled, $33. Lil Wayne, The Carter 3, $39.99. Armageddon, that's a 50th anniversary. That's a great album, $39.99. Stormtroopers of Death, that's a 2 LP, $29.99. Tedeschi Trucks Band's $39. The Black Crowes is $33. Pearl Jam 10 is $24. Pantera is $29. Michael Jackson Thriller $24. The Black Album $38, and the other Pantera $29. Ice-T is still getting bids. It's at $185. We're done on the Cranberries though. This is sold to Thomas Hujar for $139. And the last bid on Garbage that came in was Matt Nichols at $100. And that means that Thomas Hujar, you're out on Garbage. G Mac over on YouTube wants Thriller. That's done. And then let's put up another auction. I've got Van Halen. Somebody asked to run that earlier. I think Corey. Here it is. This is the Record Store Day red vinyl. Van Halen live, the 4 LP red vinyl Record Store Day. The first time it was ever released on vinyl was the Record Store Day edition on red vinyl. That's sealed for a $75 start. Roger Tagavilla on the Cowboys from Hell. I think I've already got you for that one, Roger. Let's see. You put Panthers, Pantera. I've already got you down for one. Yeah, I've already got you down for one. Chad, did I get a Prince? Yes, you and Courtney Duncan got a Prince. You and Courtney Duncan. And we got 2 people on a waiting list. Jerry Stone on the Prince waiting list and Lisa Davidson, okay? Garbage is up to Thomas Hujar. Matt Nichols has it for $100. Van Halen's a $75 start. And Ice-T is up to 007 Platinum. Tim Voldness has it for $185, okay? Finally, some new vinyl actually left over. But I bet a little bit later tonight and after tomorrow morning's video, there won't be much left in there. Grab these while you can. We still got an incredible amount of stuff to go through tonight. Holy moly. Van Halen is at 76. Chad, give Master Mom my Iron Maiden copy. I have the CD, okay? Master Moss 666, you're going to get an Iron Maiden right now. Okay, he's going to pass on his, so you're going to be getting one right now. By the way, the stuff Paul marked today looks pretty insane too. So goodness gracious, here we go, right back into more stuff. I don't even have time to pause. We got 329 people watching, amazing. David Bowie live, Los Angeles. It's a 2 LP unofficial on white vinyl. These have been pretty dang popular. 1, it's David Bowie. 2, it's at a great price. It's a live unofficial concert. And the David Bowie, let me get my search working over here. David Bowie. We have a waiting list for absolutely nobody. These are extra copies, okay? These are numbered. They're $29.99. They're hand numbered on the back. He's out on Ice-T. We're ready for new auctions. Ice-T is Armageddon Remastered by Chance. It's such a great album. Let me go back and look at the hop sticker. I missed that from Hiram. Tim Voldness gets this for $140.85. I think I lost. There's a question. Garbage details and what is garbage at? Garbage is a 2015 U.S. reissue, a 20th anniversary with the original under sleeve, limited edition pink vinyl. It's a final call for $100. Lost Thomas Hujar. 2 people have asked what it is. Van Halen's at 80. Let's go back and look at Armageddon again. Both of those David Bowies are still available. Now there's a new bid on Garbage for 105. And then we had a claim for Tedeschi Trucks Band. Armageddon, it just says 50th anniversary reissue. It doesn't really say remastered. It says a 50th anniversary reissue on orange vinyl. Armageddon, $39.99, okay? Then we have Tedeschi Trucks Band. This is officially sold. Tedeschi Trucks Band is sold to Troy Robinson. Van Halen 80, Garbage 105. James Goggin wants a David Bowie. Garbage is at 120. Another Death. This is Scream Bloody Gore. Once again, a foil cover, and it will be on colored vinyl. Death, Scream Bloody Gore, $29.99. Relapse makes some really cool colored vinyl, by the way. This is $29.99. These are new, even they don't seal them. I've had people get these and be like, whoa, 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 Chad, why did you open my Death record? And I was like, whoa, 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 you'll have to contact Relapse. We have Dazed and Confused, 2 LP purple vinyl, $39.99. Garbage 121, Van Halen 83. And let's see what's going on with this Goo Goo Dolls. Goo Goo Dolls topography. 2019 Record Store Day, 5 LPs on colored vinyl. Purple, red, gray, clear, and green. Each LP has an insert. The Goo Goo Dolls. It's a 5 LP box set. $195 on that one. We got Thomas Hujar on Death. We got Will Smithson on Dazed and Confused. Sold and sold. Both Bowies are still available. We've only sold one. And Queensryche Operation Mindcrime, a double LP, Queensryche 44, Iron Maiden, Live After Death, $39.99 for Iron Maiden, double LP, one of my favorites. I always got to keep this in stock. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, clear vinyl, their 1969 debut, $29.99. It's worth it just for Sweet Judy Blue Eyes. We have AC/DC, The Razor's Edge. It's been a while since I've seen an OG copy of that, probably because it came out in 1990. You've been thunderstruck. Hiram Ponte says he'll take Armageddon if nobody else wants it. So if anybody else was asking about this and you want it, go ahead and let me know right now. Hiram will let you have it, but he says he'll take it. TSO Houston wants Iron Maiden Live After Death. We got Garbage at $137. What about Van Halen? Corey Ross, $83. I got to hear back from John LaBeatty on that one. Now the Goo Goo Dolls is up for bid. I got 2 copies of Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged, and I just ordered more. These are only $19.99 now. They're purple vinyl. $19.99 on STP. AC/DC is sold to John LaBeatty. Megadeth Live in New York. There might have been a wait list for this. No, there's not. This was on the rack up front. So yeah, these are extra copies. This is from that MTV show. They did $29.99. Soundgarden, just 1 copy available. Louder Than Love, $33.99. AC/DC, if anybody wants on a waiting list, they're only $29.99. I can have these back in by Friday for sure. John LaBeatty got that copy. Christopher, if you want on a waiting list, $29.99. It's good as buying it right now. And then we have Iron Maiden Death on the Road. That's a double LP. Haven't seen that one in a while. $49.99 on that. Final call to get a bid on the Goo Goo Dolls box set. Topography. This is $195. No bid yet. Garbage is at $162. Corey, you've been outbid on Van Halen. And then Rage Against the Machine, The Battle of Los Angeles, $29.99. $29.99. Over here, we have Christopher Lee on the wait list for AC/DC's Razor's Edge. Megadeth is a waiting list. They didn't come in. Essentially, it's been pushed back. So they really haven't come in. Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. Iron Maiden's $33.99. And we have Crosby, Stills, and Nash Live at Winterland, 1973. $38.99 for that. It's an 11-track LP, $38.99. Let's check that Rage. There might have been a wait list for Rage. Let me jump over here and look. Because the other night we had some OGs. Battle, yeah, Stephen Parton. And then there was somebody wanting that Megadeth too. So Stephen Parton, I had you down for a Battle of Los Angeles, if that's right. And then this Megadeth, New York, there was a wait list for that too. I was wondering, I had that in the back of my head, Mike Hilton. Mike Helton on that one. Mike Helton on that one. So thank you, Mike Helton. I got you down for a Megadeth live in New York, $29.99. Bill Samus on the Cross, Steels, and Ash, one of my favorites. And then here's another Death, Spiritual Healing. Once again, really cool colored vinyl, and they done these as a foil cover. Look at the vinyl on that one. Awesome. Death is $29.99. That is new, okay? Over here, Tommy Call wants that Last Rage. Garbage is now at $200. Van Halen's at $90. John LeBaty's out. And the Goo Goo Dolls is a $195 buy it now. That's tonight's only no bid, okay? Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And we got some cool stuff still, like Elf. This is always popular. Elf is Ronnie James Dio, pre-Black Sabbath and obviously pre-solo career. 1974, he was kind of a blues rocker. He actually started out almost like a crooner. I mean, he's got a couple albums that sounds like Frank Sinatra, or a couple singles. They're really rare. Look them up. Ronald James Dio. Then he kind of got into the blues rock of the 70s, and then he went metal with Black Sabbath, and of course we know about his incredible solo career. So Elf is a 1974 USOG, EX in condition and shrink. I bought mine from the Record Bar in North Carolina, and I paid $135 for it. I still got it, and I still got the price tag on it. So that's what I paid for my copy, and it's a solid VG Plus. Just to give you an idea, when I seen it, I was like, wow, I'll take it. That was a long time ago. That was back in 2020 probably. This one is nicer in shrink wrap, a $35 start. We got Nikki Payne on Death. Let's put Steve Weaver on a waiting list. Garbage is at $250 and Van Halen's at $95. I got Primus, Suck on This. Cobalt Blue Vinyl. This is live at Berkeley, $24.99, Primus. Also, David Bowie in the White Room. That's a live unofficial, $19.95, David Bowie. And there was a wait list for this Beast Smoker Barbecue. Beast Smoker Barbecue. I got you down for one. It's on colored vinyl, $36.99. We have one. We got two left. That's a live David Bowie concert from 1995 on colored vinyl. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Music City, USA, live in Austin, Texas, 1984. A 2 LP, $34.99. That's a very tough to get Elf album. Garbage, especially for the people who collect Dio and Black Sabbath stuff, they want those Elf albums, and that's the harder one to get. It's not in print either. That other one's in print with music on vinyl. This one is not in print. Jason Forner on Bowie White Room. And then over here, we got Garbage. We had a war going on for Garbage. Matt Nichols bid $250. Thomas Hujar, let me know if you want back in. Elf is already at $70, and Van Halen's at $97. John LeBaty, it's up to you. We got another Rage, and this is the Renegades of Funk. The Renegades of Funk is $29.99. 3-6 Mafia, DJ Paul and Juicy J, Mystic Styles. 3-6 Mafia, $39.99. Special request, Troy Robinson, our #1 special requester. It'd have to be between him and Justin Deckelman. What they do is they know what's coming out new. They probably keep up with it better than me and Laura and Paul and Ed and all of us. They know what's coming out. They want to order it from us. So what they do is they email the page and they talk to Ed and or Laura and they say, hey, order me Peacemaker Season 2. Order me Peacemaker Season 2. And Troy, that's in $38.99. And then here's that other Prince. There's Volume 2, Phase 2, also coming out this week. Troy Robinson, Courtney Duncan. Troy Robinson, Courtney Duncan. If anybody else wants one, we also had a wait list for Phase 1 earlier. I know Jerry Stone was on the wait list for Phase 1 earlier and somebody else. There's Phase 2. I've ordered those as well. And another respect for Justin Deckelman, are tied for our top requester, and this is Eon of Obscurity, I think. I don't know what that says. It's called Stabbing. I have a feeling that's some very like Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin kind of music. Stabbing. Oh, Stabbing. Justin Deckelman. Thank you, $33.99. Okay, up here at the top, we had Elf at $75, Elf $80, Elf $90. How much is for the music on vinyl? It's not of this album. It's the other one, Trying to Find the Sun, or whichever one it's called. It's $39.99 if it's in stock. What is the Van Halen? This is official release. It was bootlegged for like 10 years. This is the official release. The first time it was ever official on vinyl, the Record Store Day edition. And that is on red vinyl sealed. And the last bid was Corey Ross at $97. Okay, Tommy Call got a Rage Against the Machine. Fox Digital wants a 3-6 Mafia. And then put down Lisa Davidson on the Prince. She was on the wait list for the other one. Elf is at 100. Jerry Stone also wants on Prince. Garbage is at 253. Elf is at 105, and Matt Nichols is out. Garbage is sold to Thomas Hujar for $253. It was between two people. He's done. Van Halen's a final call, and now Elf is at 105. You're almost getting up there in range of what I pay. If I can find mine, I wish I had it right now to show you because I left that original price tag on it from when I bought it from them. The Monkeys is new for this week. It's called The A's and the B's. It's a 2 LP Rhino compilation, $38.99. The A's and the B's. Folks, that's crate number 12 of sold records tonight. And we still got a long ways to go. Wait till y'all see these other record store day crates. Paul Mark IV crates that hadn't been shown. We are rolling. Oh my gosh. Denise wants a Monkeys, a 2 LP, $38.99. This is called the A's and the B's. I have one copy left. You're looking at it right back there. This is some of the last new stuff that's left for tonight. Okay, and then here's what's left in here. Van Halen, I'm about to do a 10-second countdown because John LeBaty's out. We still got other auctions to run, and then I'm going to start sneaking in some stuff from the bonus crate so I have your attention. And when I sneak in the stuff from the bonus crate, you're going to be like, whoa, Chad, don't do this to us. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes, live at the Greek. The 2014 on red, clear, and blue vinyl. Red, clear, and blue vinyl. A triple LP, $145 start. Van Halen is sold. Congratulations, Corey Ross. He said he was waiting for the Offspring to take the stage. He's at a concert right now. He's like, Chad, I got to buy this. I'm at an Offspring concert. Corey Ross, it's yours for $97. Elf is at 126. There's Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes. And then here's quickly what's left in here. David Bowie, Los Angeles, white vinyl, $29.99. Queens Rock, Operation Mindcrime, $44. Crosby, Stills and Nash, clear vinyl, $29. STP 19, purple vinyl. Megadeth live in New York, $29. Soundgarden's $33. Iron Maiden's $49.99. We have Iron Maiden for $33. Primus Suck on This for $24. David Bowie White Room $36. Stevie Ray Vaughan $34. And Rage Against the Machine $29.99. Renegades of Funk. There's only one no bid so far tonight, and that was that Goo Goo Dolls box set. Okay, here's an amazing feat. The 14 crates of new vinyl, we have one crate left. We had 14 crates of new vinyl left. I just condensed everything into one crate. Just that crate right there. The last two you've seen mostly left over. And as far as new releases, about the only thing left is what you see right back here. Tower of Power is a Rhino Reserve. That is $36.99. It's a new Rhino Reserve copy. And then you got Diesel and Dust from Midnight Oil. That's been out of print for a long time. That's a reissue. It does have a light seam crackle at the top. $29.99 on that one, okay? And then over here, the Goo Goo Dolls, we have an offer for $145. I'll do $175 on it. That's $20 off. That's kind of meeting in the middle, I guess. And then Jimmy Page has a bid for $145. Elf is at $129. All right, I had the last Death. Nikki, I got you for Death. That's already been tagged. Sometimes I tag stuff so quickly, everybody's like, what? And then later tonight, after we go through all the new stuff, I'll bring out the silver bullion and the bars and the rounds and the coins and the halves. And here's another crate. Let's go through this, and then we'll do the 4 Paul crates all in a row after this, okay? I'm pretty excited to see what's in here. Plus, if you're a buyer of new vinyl and you like new releases and record store day stuff, you're probably going to like this crate right here. All right, let's get started. After I put up another auction, and that next auction is Nirvana live at the Paramount, and this is an orange vinyl. And then the first time they did this, it was a web store exclusive. This was the web store exclusive, limited to 3,500 copies. Nirvana is sealed, a $75 start on that. The Zeppelin already sold for $195, just one bid too, just one bid. Okay, I'll pass on Goo Goo Dolls, no problem. We pulled Renegades for Steven, right? No, I haven't. Renegades for Stephen Parton. I hadn't pulled that yet. The Iron Maiden was the end of the road, or excuse me, Death on the Road. Death on the Road. Death on the Road, $49.99. I got air fresheners too. The new miscellaneous I have air fresheners, and let me show you this Metallica wallet. We sold several during Christmas of the Beatles and Megadeth, but I saw this, and I know a lot of people collect these. Yeah, these are $25.99. It's a Metallica wallet from Rock Sacks, and it features puss head artwork. It has a puss head artwork on it. That's a Metallica wallet, $25.99. I'll show the air fresheners in just a second, because some of them we have a waiting list for, but don't want to get too crazy with those. Plus, I've ordered a couple we haven't had in a while. All right, and then we sold the Iron Maiden. All right, let's do it. Here we go. There's the Metallica wallet. So Iron Maiden Death on the Road is sold to Brian Reynolds, and he wants that last Megadeth New York. Okay, still selling out of the last crate. There's not going to be much left when I go through those later again tonight. I'll be like, man, can we get another 20 boxes of vinyl again? Brian on Megadeth. All right, he says out on Elf. That means final call to Calvin Ward. That's about right. That's about what I paid for my copy. Calvin Ward, Elf, $130. 1974 USOG, still in Shrink EX. Shrink EX. You could have walked back into the store. They had that on sale back in the day, probably around 1974, 1975. You could have walked in and bought it for 97 cents. Wow, it's in the discount bin. And then Jimmy Page Black Crows. This is 2014 US Record Store Day. The Record Store Day, $145 on that. And then Nirvana was a $75 start. Mark Olson's the only bidder on Jimmy Page. All right, let's get started. I have Roy Gallagher, BBC John Peel Sunday Concert, 1971. $34.99 for Roy Gallagher. $34.99. Rob Zombie, Astro Creep 2000, music on vinyl, $39.99. Lana Del Rey, we had one of these earlier. Yep, $34.99. Did you know there's a tunnel under Ocean Boulevard? $34.99. Roy Gallagher sold to Michael Butler, Jay Neutra on Rob Zombie, and Eric Johnson, Austin City Limits, $34.99. We had one of those the other night. All right, let's sell the auctions. Let's get up all new stuff. Wait till y'all see some of the bonus stuff. Good gosh. Calvin Ward gets L for $130. Mark Olson gets Jimmy Page for $145. And nobody bid on Nirvana for $75. All these are like new and sealed, but they're pre-owned from that collection we bought in North Carolina. So yeah, they are technically new, but they have been owned before, but they're all beautifully sealed. This guy was a curator of sealed records and Record Store Day releases. Next auction is Terry Reid River. A 73 USOG Presswell with the original company sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $35 start. Eric Johnson sold to Jay Nutria. We have Led Zeppelin 4, that's on the clear vinyl, $34.99. I just reordered some of those. That's exactly how much they would cost. Clear vinyl, $34.99. Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman, black vinyl, Gatefold 2 LP, $44.99 for Ozzy. And Elvis Presley, Christmas Classics and Gospel Greats. Elvis is on colored vinyl. Excuse me, $24.99. All right, we're officially ready for some bonus auctions. Here we go, bonus auctions. I don't know if y'all ready or not. Anybody ever heard of Jump in the Fire? Oh, man, just coming out of nowhere. Metallica, a 1983 UK original, 12-inch, 45 RPM. Beautiful. So Music for Nations was the UK affiliate for the Metallica label. An 83 UK, the UK subsidiary. Music for Nations, an 83 UK original, has the Made in England sticker. Jump in the Fire, a $75 star. Don Nicole on Elvis Presley. Jimmy Page is already sold. And Train, Drops of Jupiter, a music on vinyl pressing. That's now out of stock, out of print on the colored vinyl, red and black, $49.99 for Train. And Nancy Griffith, we sold one of these last night, $59.99 for the Kraft 4LP box set. That's 4LP, 4 albums from Nancy Griffith. Stephen Parton on Train. Terry Reid does have a bid for $35. Jason Ford right next on Train. Metallica, a $75 start. I'm liking this Bob Dylan. It is OG and Shrink, and y'all know I love hype stickers. This is Bob Dylan Hurricane. In Shrink with the hype, a 76 Pittman OG, EX Edition 25. Their Nirvana is $75. It's a no bid. It is a orange vinyl web store exclusive from 2019. $75 on Nirvana. We also have Mammoth. Now, here's what we've done. Okay, Mammoth is $39.99. They're all sealed. They're all sealed. Black Ice, Black Ice, Black Ice, orange, red, and black. And Tanner said they're all about the same price, even black vinyl. when they're comped on Discogs. So black ice, orange, red, and black. Standard black, Walmart was red, the web store was orange, and black ice was indie exclusive. That was $39.99. Eric Johnson was new and sealed, Jerry, but it's already sold. Everything in here is new and sealed with a lot of record store day. So yes, everything in here. This is like brand new vinyl. This guy took amazing care. I love these tubs he stored them into, those clear tubs with the locking lids. We're in love with these tubs. We're trying to figure out where to order them wholesale. They are incredible. They're perfect for records, and they have snap-on lids where dust can't get inside of them. So we fell in love with another storage tub. Let's go over here. This guy took very good care of this stuff. It's all like it's brand new. It is brand new. Metallica did get a bid for $75. What's the bid on Terry Reid? $35 was Saluki. He's the only bidder at $35. Then Metallica got a bid for $90. Then Terry Reid got a bid for $36. Eric Self wants a Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged from the last crate. And I feel the dogs begin to smell her. This is sold to Eric Self, STP Unplugged. Dylan 25, Jerry Stone, Eric Johnson's already sold. Josh Brown first on Mammoth. So Josh Brown, which one do you want? Do you want black ice? Do you want orange, red, or black? Okay, your pick. And then Amanda wants orange. Then Steven wants black ice. Terry Reid has a new bid for $37. UK original on the Metallica. Yes. Now Terry Reid's at $40. Metallica's already at $90 with Sean Miller. And then we got a bid for $76. It was already at $90. Terry Reid $38. And then Josh Brown wants the web store orange, okay? So right over here, Josh Brown on the web store orange. So Amanda, unfortunately, he already got that one. So if you want a different one, let me know. Steven's going to get a black ice. There's still 2 black ice available. Then Terry Reid 37, Terry Reid 40, Metallica 90, Terry Reid 38. Chad Snyder wants a black ice. And then Terry Reid 45. Let's make a note for Jerry Stone if we can get Eric Johnson. That's Austin City Limits. Make a note for that for Jerry, and we'll put you on a wait list, okay? Amanda Davis takes red, and that leaves 1 black ice and 1 black vinyl. So we had a whole collection of Mammoth on different colored vinyl. We had red, orange, black ice, and black. There's 1 black ice left, and there's 1 black. That is the first Wolfgang Van Halen, $38.99, okay? Now, the last bid on Terry Reid was $45, and now Metallica's moving to a final call. Sean Miller has it for $90. This is the real 83 UK original, the darker cover version. That's a variant on YouTube, the darker cover variant. The darker cover variant, excuse my French, excuse my English. Bob Dylan Desire just has 1 bid for $25, EX condition. EX condition, okay? So Tim Vigari, you're next on Mammoth. If you want one, then John LeBady wants black ice, and Michelle Red's already been claimed, then Mike Owen. It doesn't look like we're going to have enough for everybody. Tim Vigari, let me hear your answer, and then we'll go from there. Okay, and then we have TSO Houston says scratch his name off the Saxon for right now. That's okay. It probably won't be in, though, for like TSO Houston. Those, you're not going to be billed for those until that's a pre-order. I bet those won't be in for 2 or 3 weeks, just FYI. Okay, next is Magpie Salute. Brown and marbled, okay? Another one with 2 different colors. These are both $39.99. Magpie Salute High Water 2, brown and marble. This is the kind of collector that collected every color variant he could get. That is brown and marbled. That's 2 different ones. Okay, so he's passing. That means the next person on a Mammoth was John LeBady on black ice. That was our last copy. Now, there's a good chance I still can get these, okay? The only thing I have left is regular black vinyl. If anybody wants to go on a wait list and see if I can get black ice, I know I can't get red. I know I can't get orange. But if anybody wants black ice and you want to try to go on a wait list, let me know. But if you want just regular black, it's available. Now, we have Dylan at 30, Dylan at 32, Metallica 95. There's 2 Magpie Salutes. The next one's also Magpie, so let me skip that. Cinderella still climbing. $44.99, music on vinyl pressing. Crackers already sold. And then we had Roy Gallagher, Stage Struck, recorded live, $69.99 for Roy Gallagher, $69.99. And then we have Crosby, Stills and Nash, Deja Vu, the Record Store Day alternate versions. That is $49.99. That was an exclusive for Record Store Day. Terry Reid is sold. And Terry Reid is sold to Saluki for $45. Metallica, the last bid was $91 and then $95. Dylan's at $35. Let's put up another auction right after I show you the other Magpie Salute. Transparent, High Water 1 is $39, and the other one is... this one don't have a hop sticker, so I don't know. $39.99 on that one. So there's two different Magpies right now. High Water 2, brown vinyl or marbled vinyl, both for $39. And then I have another one, High Water 1, which is either going to be transparent or it's going to be, I don't know. There's no hop sticker on that. Next is Johnny Cash, Classic Cash, Early Mixes, Hall of Fame Series. Johnny Cash is a double LP, $44.99. Chris Cornell, No One Sings Like You Anymore. Of course, that's a quote from Black Hole Sun. There's his autograph. He's got a really cool autograph. That's Chris Cornell. I've been trying to track down one of those for a while on a Soundgarden album. You can go buy one right now on eBay. They're like $8,000, but fully signed, but I'm not ready to spend that much right now. Picture disc. That's the picture disc, $49.99, okay? So who asked first about Magpie? The first person who asked about Magpie was Tim Vigari. So Tim, let me know if you want High Water 1 or 2 and then which variant. High Water 2 is brown or marbled. High Water 1 is transparent and I don't know. I can scan it right quick. And then after you, we got Dynamite Danielle. She's also interested in a High Water 1. And then did you sell the Armageddon? I did. Hiram bought it. And then Metallica 105, Jason Fornerat on Cornell. Jeremy Rourke was second. Both marbled, and then I don't know. Okay, so we have... let me go over that again. There's High Water 2 on marbled, High Water 2 on brown, High Water 1 on transparent, and High Water 1 on I don't know. And then the Cold Stairs, Heavy Shoes, that's $44.99 for the Cold Stairs. Boy, we're ready for another auction. Every time I look up, some of those other ones get new bids. Holy crap. I didn't realize this was MoFi. Steely Dan Aja on MoFi, a 1980 U.S. limited edition. EX Plus condition, a $75 start. A $75 start. Steely Dan Aja, $75 start. 2 on marbled and 1 I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to give you both copies of High Water 2, and I'm going to give you Magpie High Water 1 on I don't know. And then that means Danielle, Dynamite Danielle, I can put you down for High Water 1 on transparent clear vinyl for $39.99 if you want that, okay? Now, the last bid on Metallica, we got Sean Miller at 105, Steve Weaver's out. The last bid on Bob Dylan was Stephen Parton, Shrink and Hype, OG, Nice, $38 with Stephen Parton. Everybody else is out. Dynamite Danielle on the other Magpie, that's the transparent. And then the Cold Stairs, this is Heavy Shoes, $44.99. No, just one, number 2, the marble vinyl. Okay, I got you. So brown vinyl on the other Magpie is still available. Magpie Salute, High Water 2 on brown vinyl. That's $39. I get what you're saying. You were saying Magpie number 2. I thought you were trying to say both on marble. That's what was confusing me. I was like, there's not 2 on marbled. Okay, sorry. We should have spread these out, but also that's a good way to sell them so they're all together. Oasis. This is called Big Brother Recordings Ltd. This is Heathen Chemistry. It's all, I don't really know what this is called. What is this called? But it's 64, I guess Heathen Chemistry. Yeah, Big Brother's the label. Heathen Chemistry, $64.99. So there is one more Magpie left. Dylan's still getting bids. Masterma on Oasis. Metallica is sold for $105 to Alex Miller. And then let's look at that MoFi. Coming from the bonus crate, Steely Dan Aja. A MoFi pressing. Right now, Bob Dylan, really nice copy, $42. And then Steely Dan's at $75 with Jason Fornerat. That's a 1980 original MoFi for $75. What next is Clockwork Angels, Rush, $49.99 for Rush. That's a 2 LP. Eric Clapton Journeyman, the 2 LP, $39.99 for Clapton. The Best of Roy Gallagher, a double LP, $49.99. Chris Cornell Hits Collection. We have a waiting list for this. $49.99. That's what they cost new. And the last two records in here are Johnny Cash at Austin City Limits, $39.99, and Joe Cocker Live, Music on Vinyl Pressing, $59.99. Okay, now in the advertised records, we still got AC/DC, ELO, and we still got this record right here, Hope Sandoval and the Warm Inventions, the Bavarian Fruit Bread, 2025 unofficial. An unofficial, that tells me the officials would be rare and desirable, but this is a $45 start, okay? Bob Dylan's at $42, and that's a great crate. I still got the 4 crates that Paul marked today. I don't know if they're jazz. I don't know if they're new and sealed. I don't know if they're pre-owned, but I do know this. We're about to get started with them right now. Hey, don't wait till tomorrow. Right now. Come on. It means everything right now. Wow. Hope is at $45. Okay, and then will there be a discount crate in the morning? If there's something posted at 9 a.m., it will be maybe some kind of video, but I don't really think it's going to be anything discount. Once again, John was not able to get here. He prices all of our vintage stuff. He priced all of our vintage stuff. He is still without power and stuck at his house. He hasn't had power going on 3 days now. And I think he had a generator, though. He's okay. I've been checking in with him. But he might not even be able to get here till tomorrow. Okay? Number 2 is we sold all the vintage records in the store yesterday. Of course, the front part of our store used to be full. All that's gone. The only thing up there is $2 records. And then whatever's left tonight, I guess I can post at 9 o'clock, but it might not be really a discount bin, if that makes sense, okay? So, I mean, I could post a video at 9, but I don't know if it's not going to be like $6.99 and $9.99 discount because we don't have any. We have sold everything. So we're waiting for everybody to get back here in a normal rhythm, price stuff. But as y'all see, it's really hard to discount stuff when there's nothing left over. It's starting to become like we got it. That's why everybody came in today. If you didn't hear me earlier, we had Paul went and picked up Laura. Shout out to Paul. I think some people got here even though it's like 0 degrees and the roads were still kind of bad. Most of our staff was able to get here today because we're still trying to finishing up invoicing from last week. It's been a mess here in Tennessee. And yeah, where's the Otis button? In case you didn't know, shipping and invoicing is delayed. It is cold outside, right, Otis? Yep, that's right, Otis. It is cold outside. Burr, burr, burr. So, right now, the 9 a.m. videos every day is a maybe, okay? Right now, that's a maybe. A maybe on the 9 a.m. videos every day. It's a maybe until we get a good stock built back up. The purpose of those was to discount extra leftovers. There are none. Everything has sold. And so until we price more, that's what's happened. Did he go out on Dylan? He did. This is sold to Stephen Parton for $42. Now, I overlooked a bid. There was a bid on Steely Dan. Solarplex bid $80. Solarplex bid $80. Jason Forner, you're out, but you are the only bidder on this one, and I'm about to sell it to you for $45, okay? Let's run through this crate quickly one more time. Oasis was a putback, $64.99. Lana Del Rey, everything in here is sealed. Lana Del Rey, $34.99. Led Zeppelin on clear vinyl, $34.99. Ozzy, $44.99. Nancy Griffin is sealed, $59.99. Mammoth, black vinyl, the only one left, $39.99. Cinderella Still Climbing, $44.99. Roy Gallagher was $69.99. Crosby, Stills & Nash, $49.99. Johnny Cash, $44.99. The Cold Stairs, $44.99. 2 available. Magpie Salute, High Water 2, brown vinyl, $39. Rush is $49.99. Eric Clapton, $39.99. We got Kelly Vloddercheck on Johnny Cash, sold. We also have the Best of Roy Gallagher, $49.99. Chris Cornell's $49.99. Johnny Cash, Austin City Limits, $39.99. And Joe Cocker Live, $59.99. Solarplex, you've been outbid on Asia. Jason Fornerat, I'm going to say this one for $45. And let's put up a new auction. Did I say jump in the fire? You did, and it's already sold. Our next auction is a half-speed master of Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell, sealed. Wowie wow. This is a 1980 US half-speed master of Meatloaf's Bat Out of Hell, an $85 start. New bid on Steely Dan for $90. That's a MoFi pressing. We have Johnny Cash again, sold to Kelly Vlodarchek, and Aaron Lizelle wants the Oasis. Let's go into, we got 4 more crates of new arrivals to go through. There's only one no bid. Goo Goo Dolls topography box set of 4 LP, $195 on Goo Goo Dolls. That is the only no bid tonight. These are going to sell. They already have bid. Well, Meatloaf doesn't have a bid yet. $85 start on that. Awesome pre-owned stuff. Those 4 crates of pre-owned records, there's about 1 left, and we'll go through them later tonight. Okay, and let's get started with these other ones. I'm not for sure what Paul's marked, but I took a peek earlier, and I think y'all are going to like them. I think y'all are going to like them a lot. Okay, so here we go. Johnny Cash is already sold. Let's put up some other new auctions. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube, the like button on Instagram, the like button wherever there's a like button? Thank you for sharing. Thank you for caring. Thanks for tuning in. We're about to basically just get started on a whole batch of new, fresh arrivals. And that's what we're going to do right now. A whole batch of new, fresh arrivals are coming. That's what we're going to do right now. I'm up front right quick getting me something else to drink. I need a bottle of water. I need to pour a bottle of water into my ice machine. For some reason, it's not making ice. I'm probably going to have to reset it. It's kind of a weird thing. I don't know what's up with it. You like pour water, then it doesn't work, and then it doesn't sense it. Then you got to pour water in it again. Then it makes a little bit of ice, and it makes a lot more ice. We'll do that right there. That's a good sound. I'll drink it straight from the can. Luckily, I got Monsters chilled on ice. Ice, baby. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Ice, ice, baby. Which one's colder? Ooh, that one's pretty cold right there. They tend to stay colder right there in the middle. I know the inside and outside of this refrigerator. We'll do it live. Bomp, bomp, beep bop. Shoom, boom, boom, ka-donk, donk. Ka-da-dink, dink, ka-da-dink, donk. Da-da-dink, doom, doom, da-da-doom, doom. Okay, sorry I had to step away for a second. I think you're going to want to be waiting for what's about to happen, though, okay? Here we go. Go grab some snow. There's not any. Everything's melted. It looks pretty normal outside for the most part. All right, let me mute my mic for a second. All right.
I can't do it. Okay. We'll do it live.
Okay. Here we go. Y'all ready? I'm ready. Hope you're ready. Steely Dan 100. Steely Dan 105. Steely Dan 120. Steely Dan 122. Steely Dan 130. Final call on Meatloaf, a 1980 US half-speed master sealed. 1980 half-speed master sealed, $85 start. Next auction is going to go up right now. Pink Floyd, The Wall. When I was a child, I had a feeling. 1979 USOG, first press, first sleeve. A real OG Wall, and it's nice, it's real, and it's spectacular. It's a $55 start. $55 start on Pink Floyd. Collect the Soul, Blood. Collect the Souls of 2019, $24.99. Matchbox 20, Where the Light Goes. Matchbox 20 is $19.99. Collective Soul on Stephen Parton. 4 crates of new arrivals. I hope you're all ready. The Cranberries, In the End, sealed, $29.99. Stephen Parton on Matchbox 20. Meatloaf, $85. Steely Dan, $140. Pink Floyd, $55. We have the Gracious Few. The Gracious Few is a 2010 alternate rock, hard rock, $29.99. Lewis, you were second on Collective Soul. Pink Floyd, $60. A beautiful copy. Run, 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 run. We have Greg Ken Band, Rock and Roll, $14.99. Nice. And this is Montrose Mean. Montrose is $19.99. Amanda Davis first on the Cranberries. And Molly Hatchet, Double Trouble Live, an OG record from 1985. $19.99 on that. Eddie Money, I've got 2 tickets to paradise. $14.99. Tom Kelly on GF. And that was for the Gracious Few. Thank you. We have Helen Humes. That's sealed for $9.99. And then Steve Mason on Molly Hatchet sold. Pink Floyd, $70. James Chilcott on Eddie Money. And then out on Steely Dan, this is officially sold to Jason Fornerat for $145. Meatloaf, to my knowledge, just got 1 bid. And now it is sold to James Goggin for $85. And then you got this beautiful OG Pink Floyd, $85. And then we have $85. And then we had 85. 3 people have bid $85. The first person who bid 85 was it looks like Jason Fornerat. Yeah, Jason Fornerat was first. Next is Collective Soul, half and half, sealed, $24.99. Kamito Ito, that is an 88 US, $9.99. And A Child is Born, Junko Mine, an 85 Japanese import, $19.99. Collective Soul, sold to Stephen Parton. Red Betty was next. Next auction. I'm telling y'all, this bonus crate is loaded. Mercury Rev, a 2001 UKOG, a 2001 UKOG on the V2 label, VG Plus, Mercury Rev, a $45 start. Also, earlier, somebody asked to see Nirvana up close. Nirvana is on orange vinyl, the 2019 web store exclusive, the Seminole 91 Halloween concert. They played on Halloween night, orange vinyl sealed, $75 on that. And then somebody asked about the Monkees. The Monkees is a new release that comes out this Friday from Rhino. It is called The A's and the B's, a 60-year collection of Monkee singles from 66 to 1970, $38.99. And then, as you may or may not know, Midnight Oil has not been in print in the U.S. That comes out Friday. That's our last copy. It has a light seam crackle, $29.99. And then Tower of Power is a Rhino Reserve copy, $36.99. And if y'all missed the biggest news of the night, the Alice in Chains are sold out. We sold 200 copies, and we have a waiting list going. We sold 200 copies, and we have a waiting list going. Alice in Chains, if you want one, more will be in this week. They're green vinyl. They're $39. We've already sold 200 copies tonight. They're all gone, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. We are taking a waiting list. That's probably going to be one of the biggest releases of the year unless they announce Tool Anima or Alice in Chains Unplugged later this year. That is big stuff there. Lewis Kulik, you were third on Collective Soul. Pink Floyd's a beautiful OG real copy, $125. ELO has not sold yet. We have an offer on Nirvana for $65, sold to Chris Frazier. And then Rev has a bid for $45. Nico Kapolanis on that last copy of Midnight Oil, that's sold. And Michael Nath on Alice in Chains. Moving on, the Marilyn Monroe collection, awesome, 20 golden greats. No nudity on this one. An 84 Italian, sealed, $19.99. New York City, I'm Doing Fine. Nice, with the promo sticker on the front. The Chelsea label, $9.99. Dust Gray wants Alice in Chains. We're still going to be selling those. We also got a wait list going for the Phil Collins Greatest Hits collection on green and pink vinyl. That's $39.99. We got a waiting list going for Michael Jackson's #1 hits. There's more new stuff expected tomorrow, and then Thursday when all these restocks come in, be sure you're watching, please, because we're going to be getting a lot more new stuff, new releases. This is Linda Ronstadt, What's New, Shrink and Hype, $14.99. And I Like Men, Peggy Lee. That is an 83 Japanese, 1999, okay? We have Two People in Alice in Chains, Mercury Rev at 50. Are we done on Pink Floyd? That is Jason Fornerat for 125. We have Queen Bee. This is sealed $9.99, a musical autobiography. Queen Bee, $9.99. Mercury Rev has a new bid for 55. And Moses and the Impossible 10, produced by Artie Wayne for V-Way Productions, performed by the London Symphony Rock Orchestra. That is sealed $14.99. Next auction is Electric Light Orchestra. Discovery, a half-speed master, a 1980 Terre Haute reissue half-speed master, EX, a $25 start. Gatefold jacket, ELO, EX, a VG Plus cover, now up for bid. We have Ross, Dinah Ross, sealed with hop sticker, $14.99. Stephen A. Young on Peggy Lee, ELO has a bid for $25. This is Jane Russell, a U.S. compilation, sealed, $24.99. Jane Russell. Marilyn Monroe again, musical something, music up or something something. It's in French, Italian. 1982 Italian import with a booklet. Another Marilyn Monroe record, 1999. And we have Junko Mine. That's $24.99. Okay, I haven't actually hit the thumbs up button yet. I haven't hit the thumbs up button yet on the Alice in Chains. So tonight I'm going to go through and like everybody's comments so the people that's not watching know that those are in and they can expect an invoice. Pink Floyd is sold for $125 to Jason Fornerat. It looks like we're done on Mercury Rev. That's a final call to Matt Bushy. And Matt Bushy has Mercury Rev for a final call of $55. That is a 2001 UK original. ELO's at $35. Looks like I got to find some stuff for the back wall. But first, here's Soundgarden, King Animal, $34.99. That's a double LP, Soundgarden. Sealed, $34.99. Ooh, Nazareth, Loud and Proud Anthology, 24 tracks, Nazareth Greatest Hits on red and orange vinyl, $34.99 on that. Soundgarden is sold to Stephen Parton. Also, Tonic Lemon Parade with If You Could Only See an unopened music on vinyl. First time ever on vinyl. Big album from the 90s, but it never was pressed on vinyl until right now, until right then. And then Journey, Raised on Radio, Shrink and Hop, original under sleeve. Vinyl's in VG condition, though. Journey's only $11.99. Men at Work, Shrink Hop with the Grammy Hop sticker, VG Plus $14.99. Stephen Parton on Tonic. If You Could Only See. Montrose, Paper Money, VG $9.99. Who else asked about Montrose earlier? I saw your question, but I'm going so fast. This Montrose is Ronnie Montrose, Glenn Lech, James Kotick, and Johnny Edwards. No Hagar on that one. Okay, Nico next on Tonic, then Matthew Hendon, then Blaine Zapnick. I got a hangnail. Ow. Okay, I think I'm good. Tonic, next bid on Tonic goes to Josh Brown. Tonic goes to Josh Brown. So he's putting that back. That's sold to Josh Brown. Next over here is Men at Work. That's sold to Stephen A. Young. Lewis Kulik was next. And Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits. VG condition, $11.99. Mercury Lev sold to Matt Bushy for $55. And then the ELO's at $39. We need more new auctions. And the next new auction is going to go up right now. And that is, oh, wow. How about a MoFi pressing of the Beatles Revolver? Goodness gracious. The Beatles Revolver is a 1986 limited edition MoFi pressing, near mint minus $195 start. That one doesn't come through too often. The MoFi pressing of Revolver. Here's what's left in here. Another great crate. If anybody wants anything, let me know. We have the following: Greg Kihn Band Rock and Roll. We still got Helen Humes. We got Camille Itu. We got Junko Mean. The Marilyn Monroe Collection. New York City, I'm Doing Fine Now. Linda Ronstadt. Queen Bee. Moses and the Possible 10. Dinah Ross. Jane Russell. Peggy Lee's already sold. Marilyn Monroe again. We have Junko Mean. Nazareth, Loud and Proud. This is an official release. It's 24 track, 50th anniversary. This is not a bootleg. It is sealed, $34.99. And then Steve Miller Band sold to Will Smithson, out on ELO. And then we have Montrose Paper Money, John Smetzer, that's sold to you. And then Arm Lazelle on Journey, that's sold to you. And then Roxy said he'll take Nazareth, that is sold to you. I want to let you know the top cover is seam split. Okay, there's seam crackles along the top. Before you say yes to that, I want to make sure you do know about that. And then if not, it goes to Stephen A. Young. And then Willard wants both. He wants the Marilyn Monroe with the book, and then Joseph Clark on the Moses. Almost a whole sellout here on a Paul crate. Just a few handful of records left, and then we've already filled up another sold crate, and we're about to go into another one just like that. So first thing is the Beatles Revolver is near mint minus. Yeah, the vinyl is what you would expect with MoFi. The only thing wrong with it right now is my fingerprint is right there on the edge of the lead-in. So this is an 80. Other than that, it looks brand new. The cover, probably VG+, just a little bit of shelf wear, but the vinyl is beautiful. The vinyl's beautiful. That's $195. One of my favorite albums of all time, and honestly, I think one of the most important albums of all time. This is incredible. Taxman, She Said, And Your Bird Can Sing, For No One, Dr. Robert, I Want to Tell You, Got to Get You, Tomorrow Never Knows, Eleanor Rigby, Taxman, Oh Man, I'm Only Sleeping, When I Wake Up Early in the Morning, Feel my hand, I'm still yawning, When in the middle of a dream, Felt it, man. Float upstream. This is so to Patrick Lear for $39. All right. Thank you. And Stephen A. Young, I'm going to give you the Nazareth. I'm going to make sure you're okay with a seam split. If you're okay with a seam crackle, it's going to you, okay? And the Beatles has a bid for $95. When I wake up, wasting time. Man, that's such a good song. I love it when whoever's cranking out that yawn right in the middle of the song, I guess it's John Lennon, he goes, when I'm only sleep, please don't wake me, no, don't wake me, no, I'm only sleeping. Boom, boom, boom. McCartney with his bass. Wasting time around women's home. Okay, Beatles concert's over. Back to selling. Beatles concert's over. We're about to sell Revolver for $195. We got more bonus auctions very similar to that caliber. More audiophile stuff coming with The Police. Ghost in the Machine, nice. An 81 Nautilus Super Disc. Has to be bastard. Near mint. With the inner sleeve and poster, The Police is a $45 start. Let me get a few more decor items back there. That's our last copy of the Monkees, by the way. That new A's and B's collection, that's the last copy. Just saying. Let me put a couple of new LPs back there for decoration. How about a couple harder albums? We got the Monkees and Tower of Power, so let's balance it out. I've got one copy of Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. That is $29.99. And we got Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime, $44.99, okay? There's a few selections there. Here we go. Now I have handling a lot of records. Right here, I guess when I'm, whatever hand I used to ram records back into the jacket, sometimes I have some major, I'm like George Costanza. I got to take care of my hands, okay? My hands are my life. We have the Beatles sold for $195. Beautiful MoFi pressing. Enjoy that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, up. Boom, bam, boom, 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 bam, boom. All right, we have the Swingin' Net Breakers. Kick Your ASS. A 1997 US Garage Punk. It does have a wavy cover, but the vinyl's okay. $14.99 on that. Rush, Fly By Night, a 2015 remaster by Tor and the Snow Dog, $34.99. This is Tarja, Luna Park Ride, a 2015 blue vinyl, $24.99. And Blue Jeans, a Swingin', 1991 UK. This album originally came out in 1964. That's a mono, 1991 for $19.99. Next bonus auction is The Church. Oh man, Heyday, a gold stamp promo. The Church, is an 86 USOG. This one doesn't come through too often, nor is it in print. It does have the original on her sleeve. That's a $40 start. The Police is at 50. There's a Swinging Blue Jay. These crates that Paul has marked look like they're incredible. This is one. The next one's pretty much full of sealed stuff. Oh, man. Pearl Jam, Motley Crue, Alanis Morissette, Living Colour, Def Leppard, Kicks. There's no telling what's in this one, so I wouldn't go anywhere for about the next hour. These new arrivals are great. Delaney and Bonnie and Friends on tour with Eric Clapton, $14.99. The Cult, this is sealed, ivory-colored vinyl, $34.99 on The Cult. Johnny J and the Hitmen, Nuclear Hayride, 1986 UK US Rockabilly, $14.99. Police 55, Church 40, and Primus and the Chocolate Factory, The Fungi Ensemble, $49.99. Chocolate Brown, $49.99. A 2014 multicolor mispress, supposed to be brown. This is supposed to be brown vinyl, and look what they did. They made it like this really cool brown rainbow color. That's actually a pretty cool mispress then. Police 50, Police 55, Church is at 40. Church is at 40. And then the SNB, which was the Swinging Net Breakers, that's sold to William Drugovich, thank you. Deckelman on C for The Cult, thank you, Deckelman. And then Prince, or Police, excuse me, the Police is at 60, then another 60, and then we have Primus sold to Stephen Parton, and Nick Surinchenko on the Swinging Blue Jeans, and then Al Cox on Delaney and Bonnie. That's with Eric Clapton. Nice, only you know and I know. That's sold, and then William Drugovich on Johnny J. The only thing left is Tarja and Rush. Tongues of Hades. We have Kim Lenz and the Jaguars. Follow Me, 2014, numbered and signed. Numbered and signed. Where's it signed at? I guess right there. And numbered. $29.99 for that. Church is beautiful. This is called the Church Heyday. It's a gold stamp promo with the original sleeve. It is near mint minus all the way around. EX Plus on the vinyl. Let's get specific. EX Plus on the vinyl. We'll say the same for the jacket. It's really nice. Nothing to fret about on that one. Church has a bid for 45. Jason, you've been outbid, and the Police is at 65. Church is at 49. Another Swinging Net Breaker, Shake Break. That one is a 1995 US Garage Punk. In shrink, $29.99. I bet William Drugovich buys that one too. Another Rush, Caress of Steel. Another 180 gram remaster, $24.99. Bastille Day, Lakeside Park, $24.99. Plus it has this epic side 2 over here. We have Squim on SB for the Swinging SB for Steve. Steve, that's Shake Breakers. Is that right, Steve, on the Swinging Net Breakers? Mike Pierce on Rush Caress. Nice copy there. And then Frozen Crown. Is that what that says? Crowned in Frost. $49.99, a 2020 Go Vinyl Power Metal. Frozen Crowned in Frost, Go Vinyl, $49.99. Looks like something that Justin Deckelman would buy. First, I need a quick drink of Monster Rehab. Give me a quick time out here. Oh no, we're losing Craig for the night. Well, y'all are on your own for track listings. And Craig, before you go, make sure you hear this. If you don't buy anything else this week, I'll send you that Nick Drake record for free, okay? That Nick Drake record's on me. I was just going to see what happens this week because I'm pretty sure you bought that. It was such in the heat of the moment earlier. Don't let me forget. I'm going to send that your way for free. And don't let Ed forget if nothing else ends up on your invoice, okay? Hopefully you heard that. Please confirm receipt that you heard that. And shout out to Craig for sharing all these track listings. In the heat of everything earlier, he bought a record out of the bin, and it was so busy I didn't even have time to pause and thank Craig for his hard work. He is a volunteer out in California. And he just shows up and shares track listings and saves us a lot of hassle. But in the heat of the crate earlier, he bought a Nick Drake out of the bin, and I didn't even have time to tag him or give it to him and stop the show and do my normal spiel. So hopefully he heard that. If not, I'll tell him to go back and rewatch this part, and I'll let Ed know. We try to send him a free record every week, and I don't think he's bought anything else. And that he usually bids on auctions because I have a feeling Craig at this point looking for auction material. Another Tarja, this is Act 1. That's $24.99. And then Stray Cats, Gonna Ball. Stray Cats is an 81 UK, $19.99 on that. And then L7. L7's a 2021 Record Store Day. That's on platinum vinyl, sealed, $39.99 for L7. Right back in this crate. More metal, Storm Ruler Under the Burning Eclipse, sealed, $29.99. Okay, so y'all, do y'all know that incredible collection of metal stuff we bought? Y'all remember? It was just insane, right? We still got tubs and tubs of that stuff here in this building. Thousands of metal records. We don't talk about them too much because they require cleaning. We got to get them out. We got to clean them. We had Tyler take home a bunch the while back, and he drove all the way down from Crossville. When I reached out to him this morning, we was on a conference call, and Tyler drove all the way down from Crossville, like an hour and a half drive, to bring us some stuff so we would have records priced for tonight's show. So there is so much that's going on. We're getting back into metal stuff. We got this other new collection, and then we got all these crazy auctions. I bet Craig got off before he heard me say all that, but that's okay. We'll remind him tomorrow and give him another shout out, okay? Now, we have over here. Give me 1 second. These are all new sticker price. 1 second, please.
I can't do it. Okay. We'll do it live.
Okay, sorry. For some reason, every time I hit my mute button, Bill O'Reilly comes up. Queen's Rock is sold to Chris Martin. Thank you on that. Okay, here we go. Back to the crate. LA Witch is a 2020 indie record, sealed, $24.99. These are all sticker price. Municipal Waste, Slime and Punishment, sealed, $24.99. A 2022 green and gray with black swirl, $24.99 on that. And Mick Jagger, this is called Goddess in the Doorway. A goddess? What does this say? Goddess in the Doorway. Yeah, Mick Jagger, $24.99 on that. Municipal Waste sold to Master Mall, $666. All right. The Police is still getting bids. A Nautilus half-speed Master at $75. The Church is at $56 with Red Betty. And Are We Done? Did I miss anything else? What was the Nick Drake earlier? It was a new sealed reissue of something. We sold Rush, and then we're back down to the bottom. We'll make sure I didn't miss any other claims during all that. I don't think I did. And then also we have Triumph, Never Surrender. Triumph is an OG, 1999. Deep Purple, made in Japan. A vintage U.S. club copy. This is a U.S. club original or vintage copy, $49.99. The Police is at $75. We got Triumph sold to Steve Mason. Church is at $58. Let's put up another auction, and that's Meatloaf Live. Take a look at this. Meatloaf Live EPA Live Concert Series is a white label promo, zero for sale in the United States, a $75 start on that. $75 start on that Meatloaf Live. We got Frozen Crown, The Fallen King, 2020 Go Vinyl Power Metal, sealed for Frozen Crown, $74.99. And Poltergeist, Feather of Truth, 2020 Thrash Numbered Black Vinyl, sealed, $14.99. And then we have Savoy Brown Hellbound Train. Looks like a nice copy. Gatefold jacket, $19.99. Savoy Brown, $19.99. Jerry Lee Lewis is $14.99 in shrink wrap. And we have JJ and the Real Jerks, and that's a punk album from 2017, $19.99. The last bid on the Police was McHugh and Oak Photo at $75. Is everybody else done? Who was the bidder before him? R.M. Lazelle. I'm going to make sure R.M. Lazelle says out. This is a 1981 Nautilus half-speed Master, near mint minus, okay? The Church over here, the last bid was Heyday, an 86 USOG EX Plus condition. Tracks are Myrrh, Tri-Tees, Already Yesterday, Columbus, Happy Hunting Ground, Tantalize, Disenchanted, Night of the Light, Youth Worship, and Roman. And that's in really high grade, and the high bid's $58. We sold Triumph. Meatloaf is a 1978 USOG white label promo. A 1978 USOG white label promo. Church out. What year's the Meatloaf? A 1978 USOG white label promo. How much was Mick Jagger? Mick Jagger was right back here, and Mick Jagger was $24.99. Victor Guerra on JJ and the Real Jerks. And then Police has a new bid for $80. R.M. Lazelle's out. The Church is still getting bids. We got Municipal Waste, The Last Rager. That's sealed for $24.99. Blaine Zapnick on Savoy Brown. And we have Magic Slim and the Teardrops Raw Magic. Magic Slim is in VG condition, $9.99. The Racket Squad. This is a 68 USOG Site Garage, VG minus $14.99. And then Jerry Lee Lewis, Country Memories. This is VG plus $11.99. I don't recall seeing that one before. Savoy Brown Raw Sienna, VG plus $14.99. And we have the Brightest Void. This is Tarja again, a 2016 EX edition, $22.99. Okay, Police Out, Police Out. Sold to Mike Owen for $80. The Church did not get another bid. This is sold to Jim Davis for $58. Now, let's go ahead and show the Meatloaf one more time. This is called Meatloaf Live. Meatloaf Live is a promo only. This was never sold in stores. It's a 78 USOG white label promo, and we're looking for a $75 start. It's not sealed. It's nice, though. $75 start on that. Brian Johnson, Strange Man. Yes, that's Brian Johnson from AC/DC. VG Plus condition with covered image. $14.99 on that one. And then Stanley Clark Hideaway. Stanley Clark is VG Plus $9.99. We got Twisted and Twangin', Dwayne Eddy. VG Plus $9.99, a 62 US Mono OG. Meatloaf has a bid for $75. The Hippie Hippie Shake, the Swingin' Blue Jeans. 1964 US Mono OG. VG $14.99. Tim Vigari on BJ for Brian Johnson. That's sold. And then Odd Man and Jerry Lee Lewis, VG Plus $9.99. It does have some cover damage. Meatloaf 75, Meatloaf 74, Meatloaf 80. Now we got 3 active bidders. Next auction is Weezer. Weezer is a 2016 USOG Weezer The White Album on white vinyl with the inner sleeve and lyric insert. $85 start on that. If you want a price for anything else left in here, just let me know. A lot of cool stuff. I'm going to read through them right quick. Samuel Kopage on the Swingin' Blue Jeans. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. So is the next crate, and so is the next crate. We have Rush Fly By Night for $34.99. Tarja Luna Park Ride, Kim Lentz and the Jaguars, Frozen Crown, Tarja Act 1, The Stray Cats, L7. This one was Storm Ruler Under the Burning Eclipse. That was sealed for $29.99. LA Witch, Deep Purple Made in Japan, sealed original club copy. Frozen Crown, Poltergeist, Jerry Lee Lewis, Mick Jagger still available. So is Municipal Waste. So is Magic Slam. So is the Racket Squad. Jerry Lee Lewis, Savoy Brown again. Tarja again. Stanley Clark, Dwayne Eddy, and Jerry Lee Lewis again. A lot of cool stuff left in there. First thing is Stray Cats. Stray Cats was right here, and the price on the Stray Cats is a 1981 UK, $19.99. Stephen A. Young getting the sealed Deep Purple, and how much was Kim Lenz? Kim Lenz and the Jaguars was right here. It is signed on the back and numbered $29.99. Which Municipal Waste? Municipal Waste is right here. The one, we've already sold one out of here. The one that's left is the Last Rager. Yellow and green swirl with black splatter. That is sealed for $24.99. Stephanie said she will take the Stray Cats. We have a high bid on Meatloaf for $95. Weezer's an $85 start. And next, the next bonus auction, AC/DC. This was in the hot picture for tonight. It's a 2021 OG Record Store Day single picture disc. AC/DC's a $20 start. We have Rush sold to Raymond. Thank you on that one. Okay. And then next is What Did I Just Buy? Tim Vigari said, what did I just buy? You bought Brian Johnson, the solo album of Brian Johnson. Raymond got Rush. Raymond, I just tagged that for you. And then Chad, the Megadeth pre-order has essentially been pushed back. So the day they were supposed to come in, or the week they were supposed to come in, they didn't. They were low production, and it's essentially been pushed back, and we're waiting for a repress. So they're basically making more, and we're waiting for more to come in. LA Witch is sealed $24.99. AC/DC just got a bid for $33. Weezer is the White Album, a 2016 USOG near mint minus an $85 start. Final call Meatloaf to Travis for $95. Let's go right into another crate. We got 2 more pre-owned, awesome pre-owned crates like that Paul has marked for tonight. Hope y'all ready. I'm ready. And then we'll do a big recap. And the recap is going to be essential tonight. You know why? Because we basically don't have any vintage stuff or anything else to discount. So we'll have to just show whatever else we can tonight. New vinyl, might have to get into miscellaneous. You just never know. Or probably there's sometimes a whole different crowd watching after 11 o'clock. And they're ready to see everything that they missed. I think y'all are going to like this next crate. And we're on pace to have an incredible, nearly record-setting or top 10 shows of all time. We've already sold 4, 8, 12, 13, we're about to fill up our 14th crate, and we still got 2 more crates of new vinyl, and we hadn't recapped anything yet. Of course, that helps when 14 crates already are pre-sold that show up. Golly, there's so much stuff tonight. And guess what? We're getting into the beef of these collections. I know what I can do later tonight. We can price stuff live. We can price stuff live. We sold like 3 crates full last night doing that. There are still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22 tubs over there that's never been gone through, mostly of sealed records from this man's collection. L.A. Witch is sold to Stephen Parton. Weezer does have a bid for $85, and then Meatloaf over here is sold to Travis Woods for $95. Weezer's at $85, and then AC/DC is about to sell for $33. Looks like we're ready for new auctions, eh? I think you're going to like this crate. Bad Company, Rock and Roll Fantasy, exclusive clear vinyl, sealed, $24.99. Faces, had me a real good time at the BBC. Look at a young Rod Stewart there. Amazing. Faces, that's an official live on orange vinyl, $29.99. We still got Municipal Waste, and then Kim Lentz is sold to John Durden. Let's go ahead and tag that right now. Kim Lentz and the Jaguars, Follow Me, $29.99. There's Faces. There's Bad Company. We have What the Hell Happened to Blood, Sweat, and Tears. This is a Record Store Day 2023 sealed, $34.99. Lewis Kulick on Bad Company. That's sold. AC/DC is sold for $33, and that was sold to Solarplex, and now Weezer is sold to Sean Miller for $85. That's white vinyl, and let's put that away. Thank you on that. That's sold. Let's put up a whole new slew of auctions, but right after I show you Candlebox, The Long Goodbye. Candlebox is a 2023 U.S. sealed, $44.99, and then Pearl Jam, Dark Matter, a 2024 Record Store Day yellow and black ghostly colored vinyl, $44.99. Candlebox is sold to Stephen Parton, and then Kicks, Blow My Fuse, a 2023 blue vinyl, sealed, $59.99. Stephen Parton on Pearl Jam, sold. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan. Martin Scorsese presents The Blues, music on vinyl press, an unopened numbered blue vinyl, Stevie Ray Vaughan, $49.99. We got Pearl Jam sold. Mark Riley next. Lewis Kulick next on Candlebox. And this is Holy Ghost, Mark Ford. Mark Ford is a 2014 UK, $24.99. Solarplex, You Were Third on Candlebox. And The Offspring's Greatest Hits on blue vinyl, sealed, $44.99. When can we expect more price metal? There might be some in this crate, and there might be some in the next crate. We got 2 more crates of new stuff that Paul marked, and there's a very good chance some of it's in there. Stevie Ray Vaughan sold to Stephen A. Young. Jeremy Rourke, You Were Fifth on Candlebox. George Jones second on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Def Leppard, Pyromania is an Abbey Road High-Speed Master, $29.99. I have not shown any silver yet officially tonight. I'll have to do that just a little bit later. But first, let's put up some more stuff from the bonus crate. And folks, do we have a good one here? Oh my goodness. Heaven and Hell, Dio, Iommi, Butler, A Piece, The Devil You Know. This is a $250 start, orange and gold vinyl, a Rocktober original release from 2016, limited edition orange and gold vinyl. It looks more like red and orange, but there we have. It does have the poster, the shrink, and the hype, and that is a $250 start. Next is Pergy 33 on Def Leppard Soul. Jeff Halsworth next. This is The Offspring's Greatest Hits. Yes, sealed blue vinyl, $44.99. We also have Ozzy, No More Tears, $39.99. That's the 2 LP remaster. And what else do we have over here in the bonus crate? I have some U2. I have some Run DMC. Oh my gosh. How about Run DMC, Raising Hell, Shrink and Hype, an OG copy from 1986. And this is the dark purple and green lettering. VG Condition, a $25 start on Run DMC, Shrink and Hype. Next is Alice Mix next on Def Leppard, and then Mark Stanley on Ozzy. We also have Metallica, S&M, a triple LP seal, 2014, $49.99. Nice. The Munsters, limited edition pumpkin orange with black splatter, sealed for $29.99. Stephen Parton on Metallica, that's sold. And then we have Pearl Jam, live on 2 legs, the 2022 Record Store Day clear, sealed vinyl, $24.99. Munsters, sold to Stephen Parton. Mortgage Guy Rob was next. And Alanis Morissette, RTI pressing, sealed, $29.99. That's pretty cool. So Stephen Parton did get Metallica. Jeremy Rourke, You Were second on Ozzy. Run DMC 25, Run DMC 30. Stephen Parton was first on Munsters, then Mortgage Guy Rob, then Jason Forterat. Stephen Parton first on Pearl Jam. Info on Dio. Jason Forterat next on Pearl Jam. DMC 25, DMC 30. Alanis Morissette, so does Stephen Parton, and Dynamite Donnell second. Motley Crue Greatest Hits, a 2 LP, sealed, $44.99. Motley Crue. Pearl Jam Giveaway, Melbourne, Australia. That's sealed for $34.99. And we have Belinda Carlisle, and this is sealed $64.99. Mark Riley first on Pearl Jam, and we have a flag on the play. We have a flag on the play. So that gives me time to pause and show you Dio again. Heaven and Hell is a $250 start. This is essentially Ronnie James Dio with Tony Iommi and Geezer Butler and Vinny Appice. And they had a band called Heaven and Hell. They played music together. They played concerts together. It's a 2 LP. This is out of print. It's a $250 start. Run DMC, the last bid that came on this was S.A. into Lazarus, $30. Everybody else is out. Will Smithson, correction, he was first to bid $30. Everybody else is out. $30 on that. $30 Will Smithson. Everybody else is out. Now, let's go back over here and find Pearl Jam. Or we have a flag for which record? We had a flag for something over here. Metallica. Metallica, the only comment that came in was Stephen Parton. There was nobody before him, and there was nobody after him. There's nobody before or after Stephen Parton on Metallica. There's nobody before or after Stephen Parton on Metallica. That's what my master feed is showing. Okay, that's what I have on my end. Scorsese's already sold. Have you shown any Americana? Not to my knowledge. For Run DMC 31, 32, 33, 34. Right now, we're going through new records that have never been shown and I've never seen myself. So right now, we're doing Fast and Furious read-throughs. I would recommend everybody paying very close attention to the screen because these are incredibly great titles at great prices and they're going to get gone quickly, okay? Kurt Hammett from Metallica, Portals, Ocean Blue colored vinyl, his solo album, EX Plus Condition, a $25 start on that. Final Chance, if you want Heaven and Hell and you're watching right now and you're like, yes, Chad, I do want Heaven and Hell, this is your chance right now to bid. Otherwise, I'm going to make it a buy it now. And I'm telling you right now, there's going to be somebody either buy immediately or make an offer. So this is your chance because normally we put these in the hot picture on Metal Night and they get multiple bids for more than $250. And a lot of people know that, and they've got in their chat typed out right now, H&H 250. And they're waiting for me to make it a buy it now. So if you definitely want it, I would say bid right now or you're going to be like, golly, you mean there was somebody else wanting this rare, highly desirable record? Run DMC's at $38. Kurt Hammett's a $25 star. Back to the bin. Live, Throwing Copper, 25th anniversary Gatefold LP with bonus tracks, $39.99. Carole King live in concert at the BBC with James Taylor, 1971, sealed for $19.99. Lenny Kravitz, Let Love Rule. The shrink is a little busted right here, but it's still sealed, and it's $29.99. No, it's opened all the way. Never mind, it has been opened. $29.99 for Lenny Kravitz. We have Lonnie Mack, Lightning Strikes. That's sealed for $14.99, and this has Stevie Ray Vaughan on it. Lonnie Mack, $14.99, and another Munsters. At Home with the Munsters is sealed for $24.99. Somebody wants to know how much is Heaven and Hell. A $250 starting bid. A $250 starting bid. A $250 starting bid. Kurt Hammett's at $25. Run DMC 40. Jason Fornerat on Lenny Kravitz. Stephen A. Young on Carole King. Sold. Stephen A. Parton on the Munsters. And we have Stephen A. Young second. So does Stephen Parton. John LaBeatty next on Lenny Kravitz. And Jason Fornerat put MY probably for the Munsters. The Best of Gordon Lightfoot. I've never seen that version before. Drop This Needle on the hits. Rhino, sealed for $39.99. And then Butcher Brown, Bruce Hornsby, Secret House. 2023 Record Store Day Metal Copper Vinyl, sealed for $19.99. And then live from the vaults, 2018 Record Store Day, Living Color, live from CBGB's. Living Color, live at CBGB's, $44.99. Let's go over Heaven and Hell again. Heaven and Hell is Ronnie James Dio, Tony Iommi, Geezer Butler, and Vinny Appice. This is a 2016 limited edition in shrink, near mint minus, super clean. It looks like it's brand new. Steve Mason, let me give you a word of advice. You need to put H&H, $250. You've asked about it. You've looked it up. You know that's a good price. You've looked at the condition. You've looked at the labels, the shrink, the height, the color of the vinyl. I've told you the track listing. I've let you look inside of the vinyl. I've put it underneath a microscope. And Steve Mason has bid $250. That is more like it. Now, does anybody else ready to bid? Now there's some highly disappointed people. They're like, holy crap, I was going to snipe that for $250. Now you got to outbid Steve Mason. Next thing over here is Run DMC is at $40. Somebody asked, what was the condition? This is Raising Hell, Shrink and Hype. The vinyl's VG, the cover's really nice, and that's at $20. Final call on Heaven and Hell for $250. And then Kurt Hammett, to my knowledge, just had one bid. Final call, blue vinyl Portals, $25 on that. Next thing over here is Sean Miller on Living Color. Troy Robinson was next. We also have Legacy, Tribute to Leslie West. Silver vinyl, sealed for $29.99. And Leonard Skinner, one more from the road. Music on vinyl, $34.99. Also, we have Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. That's a soundtrack sealed, $34.99. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood live, Mental Jewelry, sealed for $29.99. And Kicks, Cool Kids, Kicks is $29.99. Over here, what is the high bid on Run DMC? Run DMC's at $40. It just got a bid for $25. The high bid on this is $40 with Will Smithson. $40 with Will Smithson. Alan Hagen got Kurt Hammett for $25, and Heaven and Hell is sold for $250 for Steve Mason. Now, Run DMC's at $40. Final call. Stephen Partner, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Jason Fornerat on Live Mental Jewelry. Edwin Blom next on Hollywood. Billy Joe live at the Great American Music Hall, 1975. That is sealed $44.99. The Allman Brothers Band, January 31st, 1971, sealed record store day, glow-in-the-dark vinyl, numbered, sealed for $34.99. John LeBeatty next on Mental Jewelry. Michael Wilkerson first on Kicks. Kicks is sold. And then another Allman Brothers, same thing, numbered, record store day, glow-in-the-dark vinyl. And then Pearl Jam Alive, sealed $19.99. Pearl Jam Alive, sealed $19.99. And Pink Floyd, The Later Years, a compilation, 1987, 2019, sealed a double LP, $34.99. Run DMC, a final call for $45. Michael Jacob first on the Billy Joe, which is live. Robert Warner gets one of the live Allman Brothers record store day numbered glow-in-the-dark vinyl. Stephen Parton first on Pearl Jam. I'll have one more if anybody else wants one. The last Allman Brothers is sold to George Jones. Jason Fornerat gets the last Pearl Jam. John LeBeatty second on Billy Joe, and Run DMC is sold to Jason Fornerat for $45. Our next auction is going to be the Rolling Stones and a half-speed master Nautilus Super Disc of Little Feat, Time Loves a Hero. This is a 1980 Nautilus half-speed remaster of Time Loves a Hero, a $30 start on Little Feat, and a superb Rolling Stone Some Girls. We get these often, but everybody always wants a copy, especially in Shrink and Hype. It does have the second version Faces EX edition, $30 start on that. These are all sticker price right now. Pearl Jam, Troy, you were third. There was only two of them. Moving on, I have Faces. Had me a real good time at the BBC. Orange vinyl sealed, $29.99. What the hell happened to Blood, Sweat, and Tears? That's $34.99, record store day. Kicks, Blow My Fuse, blue vinyl sealed, $59.99. This is $24.99. This is Mark Ford, Holy Ghost, $24.99. Offspring's Greatest Hits, blue vinyl, $44.99. Motley Crue's Greatest Hits, $44.99. Now, I can get a cheaper version of this. This is still in print on black vinyl. They're only like $30. But if you want the record store day blue vinyl, this one right now is $44.99. We have Belinda Carlisle, sealed, $64.99. Kicks, Blow My Fuse info. Kicks, Blow My Fuse is a 2023 pressing from Friday Music on blue vinyl. Sealed, $59.99. The Belinda Carlisle was called Remixes. It is remixed. It's an exclusive 2 LP compilation, 12 of Belinda's greatest hits remixed. Greatest hits remixed. Unopened, $64.99. Sealed. Live, Throwing Copper, that's sealed for $39.99. Lonnie Mack, Lightning Strikes was Stevie Ray Vaughan, sealed for $14.99. Gordon Lightfoot was sealed $39.99. Butcher Brown and Bruce Hornsby, Secret House, sealed $19.99. Legacy, Tribute to Leslie West, sealed $29.99. I see Zach Wild. I see Joe Lynn Turner. I see Dee Snyder. I see Robbie Krieger, Elliot Easton, Steve Morse, Charlie Starr, Ingrid Malmsteen, $29.99 on that. And then Tim Vigari on IM, LM, I Am Lonnie Mack, that's sold to Tim Vagari on that one. And then over here, we have Leonard Skinner. That is $34.99. And we have Pink Floyd, The Later Years. That is sealed, $34.99. Final call on Little Feat. Just one bid was Sully for $30. And the Rolling Stones doesn't have a bid yet. That is the second cover, but it's in shrink and hype, really nice. $30 start on that. Let's go right into another crate. Right now. Come on. Till tomorrow, right now. Oh, it means everything right now. Magic moment. Do it right then and now. Oh, man. I hope you're all ready for this next one here. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. Oh, holy, holy moly, moly holy. Oh, gosh, this crate is insane. This crate is making me dizzy. Oh, my gosh, I can't see straight. I'm starting to have a panic attack. Goodness gracious, this crate here. Holy moly. Whew. Okay, this crate's full, so let me go ahead and swap out while we have a pausing point. Goodness. Okay, now let's go right over here to this crate. Good gosh. Oh, goodness. Whew. Oh, man. Okay, here we go. Little Feat, sold for $30. This is sold for $30. Little Feat, Time Loves a Hero. This is sold to Sully. Thank you on that, $30. Now, we have Rolling Stone Some Girls. We had a question on what year this was. This is from 1978. It's the second cover in shrink and hop, a $30 start on that one. Okay, how much is Pantera? $29.99, last copy for tonight. Jason, on Record Store Day, what was RSD? Okay, Record Store Day, RSD. This crate is absolutely insane. Buckle up for the ride, even if you're just here to watch. This is going to be entertaining. Next auction is Jimmy Page Outrider, an 88 USOG in VG condition with the original owner sleeve. Yeah, that Jimmy Page, $15 start on that. $15 start on that. I just seen one of those signed on the back sell at an auction for $5,900. And it was signed on the back. Golly, I was like, how much more expensive are some of these kind of crazy signed albums going to get? We have Neil Young. I don't recall this one too often. This one's Neil Young, International Harvesters, a treasure. A 2 LP, 3 sides of music, and an etching on side 4. $125 start on that. $125 start. Let's get started. First thing we have is Dred Zeppelin Deja Voodoo splatter vinyl, sealed, $39.99. The Black Crowes War Paint. The Black Crowes is a 2023 red and white splatter, $29.99. Filter. Filter is called The Very Best Things, 1995-2008, sealed, $44.99. Right off the bat. Look at this. Yes, at Yale Bowl 71, Record Store Day. Sweet. Yes, official bootleg, $24.99. And we have Oasis. This is the Master Plan, a 2020 silver vinyl remaster, $49.99. Goodness. Right off the bat, Robert's in on Jimmy Page at 15. Scott Dwallow on Dred Zeppelin sold. Stephen Parton on Filter. That sold. And then over here, Sully on BC for Black Crowes. That sold. And then Jason next on Dred. Jason next on Filter. Stephen A. Young on Yes. And then we have Screaming Trees, Wrong Turn to Jawanam. That's sealed, $64.99. A 2023 Record Store Day white vinyl, $64.99. The Rolling Stones did not get a bid. This is a 1978 second cover with the edited faces, but it is shrink and it does have the hype, and it's only $30. That's a buy now. Jimmy Page just got one bid to Robert Warner for $15. Neil Young's $125 start, FYI. And then over here, we have Jimi Hendrix, Hollywood Bowl, 1967. That's that first edition they numbered, number 2100 of 5,000. He came out to Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, $39.99. Also, The Who, Live 1970. That's an unofficial on red vinyl, $39.99. Wow, I bet that rocks. The Who, $39.99. Let's go over here to Neil Young. And then we got Hollywood Rose, the roots of Guns N' Roses, pre-Guns N' Roses recordings, sealed for $34.99. Stephen Parton on Jimi Hendrix, Michael Butler on The Who. Those are sold and sold. Stephen A. Young next on The Who. And Gladys Knight and the Pips, Record Store Day, Black Friday. This is their 1965 studio album that was originally on Max Records, $24.99. All right, we're ready for more new auctions. How about U2, Wide Awake in America? This is a gold stamp promo, a 1985 USOG specialty press with a gold stamp promo. U2, Wide Awake in America, $15 star. John LaBeatty next on Hendrix. Victor Guerra first on Hollywood Rose. That's sold to Victor Guerra. Fleetwood Mac, Rumors Live, sealed, a 2023 clear vinyl, $49.99 for Rumors. Flock of Seagulls, Rare Birds, Record Store Day, Flock of Seagull, Rare Birds, B-sides, edits, and alternate mixes. Sealed, $39.99. Record Store Day, transparent colored vinyl, Flock of Seagulls, $39.99. The Doors, Weird Scenes Inside the Gold Mine, a 2014 sealed, $34.99. Rhino vinyl. I got to feel the slot back over there in the back right corner. That's starting to bother me. So let me grab something I got 2 copies of. Maybe somebody will buy one, and then maybe we sell the other. Here's a record out of New Arrivals tonight, $29.99 for SOD, Stormtroopers of Death. Let me put that right back there, okay? There's the Doors. We sold Hendrix. Fleetwood Mac. That's sold to Jason Fornerat. Stephen A. Young on the Doors. Nobody's been on U2 yet. Final call for a $15 start. Gosh. I'm calling everything either Pearl Jam or what was I calling everything earlier? Either way, Janis Joplin, Pearl, a 50th anniversary picture disc, $29.99. And then Pink Floyd, A Delicate Sound of Thunder. That is sealed, a 2 LP, $44.99. Jefferson Starship Gold, the best of Jefferson Starship, Record Store Day, Gold Vinyl, sealed, $24.99. No Pearl Jam. That was Janis Joplin, Pearl, my bad. And then Stone Free, a tribute to Jimi Hendrix. Great compilation here. Great tribute album. Music on vinyl press, unopened, $29.99. Nobody bid on Neil Young. That's a $125 buy it now on that one. $125 buy it now on that one. Easy Stropland and the Juju Hounds. That's Easy from Guns N' Roses, a music on vinyl press, $49.99. And we have Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. That is sealed for $44.99. Stephen A. Young gets the Jimi Hendrix tribute. John LaBeatty wants the Pearl Jam. Oh my gosh, it's Pearl by Janis Joplin. Too many J's and too many Pearls. John LaBeatty gets Janis Joplin, Pearl. Ed Riviera, you were second on the Jimi Hendrix. Neil Young, we have an offer for $100. Sell this to Michael Butler. Stephen A. Parton on the Jefferson Starship Gold Vinyl. And that is sold. And then Jason Fornerat on Free. And Free was for what? Free was for something I think already sold, right? Yeah, Stone Free. That's already sold. And NXS, the very best of NXS, sealed for $59.99, okay? Now, we have U2 Wide Awake in America. If anybody wants this, it's just $15. Easy Stropland is not sealed. Next is The Circle. That is Sammy Hagar on The Circle, a picture disc, $19.99 on that. And we have 2 of them. And then we have Howlin' Wolf, Live and Cooking at Alice's Revisited. That is sealed for $24.99. Roxy 630 got NXS sealed for $59.99. The Highwayman is a 2016 Sundays reissue, $29.99. Sully wants The Circle. Michael Butler gets Howlin' Wolf. Easy Stradlin, Easy and the Juju Hounds is a music on vinyl pressing from 2015, $49.99. Sammy Hagar is sold to George Jones. And we have Pink Floyd The Wall, sealed. Look at that pressing. That's an older reissue, 2011, $44.99. If we have a pass on Easy, then Brad Moore wants it. And then over here, we have The Who Live at Leeds. Wow, the Abbey Road Has to Be Master 3 LP, $59.99. So Easy's going to be sold to one of 3 people. Rick Hall asked about it first, then Danny, and then Brad claimed it. So it's sold to Rick Hall. Stephen A. Young on Pink Floyd The Wall. And then over here, we have Dream Widow, and that's 2022. That's Foo Fighters. Dave Grohl, sealed for $19.99. Our next auction. And I still have not found what I'm looking for. This is a U2 1987 maxi single. It does have a cut mark, but very nice. Near mint minus for U2. $15 start on that one, okay? Next, we have Rock Show wants kicks, blow my fuse from the last crate. I read that out loud. I read that in my head, but I didn't go get it. This is sold to Rock Show for $59.99. Thank you, Hiram, on Dream Widow. Mortgage Guy Rob next. And then we have another one. So, Mortgage Guy Rob, congratulations. There was another one. And then we have Tom Petty. This is sealed $49.99. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers live at the Fillmore. That's the 3 LP, $49.99. Hendrix, Burning Desire. Wow, look at this one. The official Hendrix bootleg, unreleased 69 and 70, QRP sealed, record store day, numbered, first time on vinyl, $34.99. Over here, U2 is sold to Thomas Clark. That was a $15 buy now. This U2 is a $15 star, and the Doors live in New York felt for him. Rhino sealed $59.99. Oh man, what's our next auction over here? This looks interesting. Roman Candle, Oh Tall Tree in the Ear. What's that say? Roman Candle, Oh Tall Tree in the Ear, a 2009 U.S. Carnival Recordings label, VG Plus, 0 for sale in the United States, $105 start on that. Golly, the best, the greatest of Guns N' Roses, 2020 gold and red and black splatter. Where do we go now? $59.99. The Black Crowes Lions. This is sealed and unofficial on pink vinyl, $49.99. Stephen A. Young on this Jimi Hendrix. Wow, that U2 has a bid for $15. And the Beach Boys Pet Sounds is a 2023 numbered yellow vinyl with green splatter. It is in stereo. That's always the next question. That is in stereo. Our next, we have finished a whole crate of bonus auctions. Where do we go from here? I see a Japanese press. Ooh, Billy Joel, The Stranger, a Master Sound, Half-Speed Master Japanese. Near Mint Minus, a $65 start. We are officially into a new fresh crate of bonus. There's this one, and then there's 2 more left, and I'm going to go ahead and start a new one. And then we've sold a whole bonus crate in 2 nights. We're about to get started in a brand new one. All premium auctions, never shown, never advertised. I don't know what's in there. You don't know what's in there. Heck, even Otis doesn't know what's in there. He doesn't. Even Otis doesn't know what's in there. Right, Otis? Brr, Otis is cold. It's still cold here in Tennessee, and shipping and invoices are delayed. This is a... we should be sending out invoices for last week tomorrow. I think they have everything ready. They should be shipping out everything tomorrow. Okay? All right. Here we go. Whew. First thing is this. We had Beach Boys price, Stephen Parton. That was $49.99. $49.99. John LeBeatty on Black Crowes Lines. Billy Joe 70, Billy Joe 65. Beach Boys 49. Sean Miller, Alex Miller on YouTube wants the Who live at the Leeds. Billy Joe 95. My head is spinning. I can't feel my feet. Chad, this is killing me. How much is Pet Sounds? $49.99. And the Dang Yankees is sealed on Red or Go Vinyl Friday Music, $39.99. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, sealed for $34.99. And then Pearl Jam live at Easy Street, sealed $34.99. And Tom Petty, Into the Great Wide Open, $34.99. All right, over here, the U2 has a bid. It's sold to Travis Woods for $15. Thank you, Travis. That sold to you for $15. Stephen A. Young on the Pink Floyd. Pearl Jam sold to Jason Fornerat. This album, Roman Candles, $105 buy it now. And right now, Billy Joel's at Jason Fornerat for $95. Flag on Play for Stone Free. Edwin, I have a feeling you wasn't even close on that one, but we'll go back and see, okay? Are you sure I wasn't first on Stone Free? I am positive you wasn't. There's your comment for Stone Free. There was actually 2 people ahead of you, and then there was 7 comments in between. Then there came yours. Edwin, unfortunately, you wasn't even close. There's Stephen. There's John LeBeatty. There's 2 people in between Stevens and John's, and then where your comment came in, there was 2, 4, 6, 7 other people that commented, and then your Hendrix comment came in. I promise you, you wasn't even close. And then Tom Petty sold to Jeff Hallsworth, and then John LeBeatty on Easy. I'm not for sure what that was. And over here, we have Billy Joe out. Okay, so Billy Joel's a final call to Jason Fornerat for $95. Our next auction is going to go up right now. The Call, Seen Beyond Dreams. The Call's a 1984 USOG, near mint minus, a $15 start. The Call, Seen Beyond Dreams, $15 start on that. All right, that was an awesome crate. Let's read through that one again. Holy crap. Golly. Next auction is going to go up right now. Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. What? What? No way. You've got to be kidding me. Okay. I just seen what I just seen in the crate most people dream of. They just wake up and they start their day dreaming of stuff like this. Like, golly, holy moly. The Allman Brothers. This is a 2015 U.S. limited edition Newberry Comics exclusive, limited to 1,000 on clear vinyl. That is a $45 start. Here we go. We have Oasis, The Master Plan, a 25th anniversary, sealed, 2023, numbered. Not numbered. It's sealed on silver vinyl. It's a deluxe remaster. This is $49.99. Screaming Trees, Wrong Turn to John-Anon, live from Egg Studio, 1991, sealed for $64.99. Gladys Knight and the Pips, sealed for $24.99. A Flock of Seagulls, Rare Birds. There is a seam crackle on top. It is sealed for $39.99. Pink Floyd, The Delicate Sound of Thunder, sealed for $44.99. 2 LP. Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction, sealed for $49.99. A 2 LP. The Highwayman, 2016 Sundays, $29.99. We have Tom Petty, a 3 LP, live at the Fillmore, $49.99. We have The Doors, live in New York at Felt Forum, sealed for $59.99. Guns N' Roses Greatest Hits, sealed for $59.99. Gold with red and white splatter. That's their greatest hits. The Beach Boys Pet Sounds, $49.99. 2023, numbered down here, and it's on yellow and green splatter stereo, $49.99. Stephen A. Young on Tom Petty, that's sold to Stephen A. Young. And then the Dang Yankees is on red or go vinyl, $39.99. Over here, Billy Joel is sold, and Billy Joel is sold to Jason Fornerat for $95. The Call over here is sold to Steve Mason for $15. And let's look at the Allman Brothers one more time. One more time. A 2015 U.S. limited edition reissue, Newberry Comics exclusive on clear vinyl, numbered to 1,000. And this is at no bids, looking for a $45 start. 2, 3, 4. Darkness imprisoning me. All that I see, absolute horror. Da 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 da. Landmine. All right, we're ready for more auctions. Let me do a couple crate condensing right quick, okay? Then I'm going to show you some miscellaneous that came in. Chad, did I get NX Best of? I'm John Robb. You sure did. You did without a shadow of a doubt. There is no doubt on that one. You did, and it wasn't even close. You were first, and it wasn't even close. Not even close. You were first. All right. Here we go. Let's put some of these. And then we got some of those. All right, let me put that there. Let me put this here. And then we got this. All right, y'all ready? I'm ready. Here we go. So, we have new auctions right now. Let's do this last one that was in the first. And then I pulled this out because some people like this version. I was going to put this up for a quick auction. This is a $35 start. This is Pink Floyd. It's a remaster. I think this is a little bit older edition from 2011, kind of like the wall that was in there, but I love, that's not actually on the cover. That's an insert, but I like that. Pink Floyd, that's a $35 start, okay? Sealed Dark Side of the Moon. I think that's a 2011. Allman Brothers is at $55. I'll add something else from the bonus crate right now. Washed Out, Life of Leisure, Mexican Summer, Washed Out Life of Leisure, high quality virgin vinyl download card, a 2010 US repress, 45 RPM, shrink and hype EX, a $40 start. All right, so you probably missed this very first crate, and then you probably missed some of these. So let me go ahead and say we started with 14 crates of new and sealed vinyl. And the only really new releases are just these two right here. Everything else is a wait list. And you probably need to be watching tomorrow and Thursday, definitely, to see the restocks and whatever else comes in. This is the first one. This is called the A's and B's. It's new from Rhino. It's a Monkees compilation, 60-year anniversary of the Monkees. It's a compilation of singles from 66 to 70, so it's essentially a greatest hits. But it also has all those great B-sides, some that wasn't on their album. So that's a great compilation. Hits and B-sides, $38.99. Pantera is on colored vinyl. White and Whiskey Brown Marble, Cowboys from Hell, $29.99. I can get all the other modern Pantera discography. If you want Southern Trendkill, any of those other ones, Far Beyond Driven, I can order them. Their early stuff is not in print. Very rare OGs. Tower of Power, it's new. It comes out when? This Friday. It's a Rhino Reserve, all analog, back to Oakland, $36.99. SOD is new and sealed, Stormtroopers of Death, Speak English or Die, Gatefold Jacket, $29.99. The Yankees was not a record store day. It was a Friday music. It was a 2023 red or gold Friday music. So they repress those about 500 at a time about every 6 months or so. And then, by the way, when we get done with all this stuff, I'm going to be pricing stuff live. There's like 24 tubs over here of brand new sealed records, and we're going to be pricing stuff live so we can keep selling tonight and so we can keep showing new stuff. Hope everybody's ready. So that's kind of where we're at right now. I'm about to do a quick recap, but we went through so much so fast, it's worthy of a recap. I still got a whole crate of bonus auctions that have not been shown, and then we'll start pricing stuff live. Okay, hopefully John can get here tomorrow and start putting out some like OG vintage type stuff, but he has been without power for like 3 days running on generators. All right, Sully wants a new Tower of Power. There's one left, and then SOD is sold to Steve Weaver. Alice in Chains are in. They've all been tagged. We have a waiting list going, okay? First thing is Allman Brothers is with Pergy at 55. TSO Houston's out. That's clear vinyl. Shakedown has Pink Floyd at 35-36, and there's Washed Out. I've got one Led Zeppelin Mothership box set. 4 LP, the best of Led Zeppelin, $119.99. Death, Symbolic, $29.99 for Death. Iron Maiden self-titled, $33.99. Lil Wayne, The Carter 3, $39.99. One more SOD left, $29.99. I'll go ahead and put another one back there. There's one left, that one right there. The Black Crowes, $33.99. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. Pearl Jam, $24.99. No best offers on anything tonight. Everything tonight is literally all brand new. There's nothing even left to discount. Pearl Jam's $24.99. Metallica, the Black Album's $38.99. There's another Pantera, Far Beyond Driven for $29. David Bowie, that's a live unofficial on white vinyl, numbered, Los Angeles, 1974, $29.99. Crosby, Stills and Nash, self-titled, clear vinyl, $29.99. Steve Weaver wants Death, Symbolic, that's sold. And we have Stone Temple Pilots on purple vinyl for $19.99. Kelly Gabney on Black Crowes, that's sold to Kelly Gabney. We have Soundgarden, this one's called Louder Than Love, $33.99. Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying, $33. Primus Suck on This is $24. David Bowie, In the White Room, 1995, live unofficial, $36.99. Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged, sold to Steve Mason. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan, live in Austin, Texas, 1984, a 2 LP unofficial, $34.99. The Allman Brothers is sold to Pergy, 33 for $55. The Pink Floyd is sold to Shakedown for $41. Thank you on that one, Shakedown. And then let's put Tony Swanson on a waiting list for STP. I just ordered more of those today, this morning, so they'll be here like Thursday. I didn't realize I had any more. And then Washed Out is a $40 buy it now. Tim Vigari wants Stevie Ray Vaughan. So that's all that's in there. Now, Steve Mason, you just need to buy Mothership. Pearl Jam is sold to Al Cox. Of course, that's an expensive OG. It's one of the most unpopular. So at the top of my distributor's bestseller list, this has always been #1. I mean, this and Nirvana, because it's something that everybody seems to always need and want, and the OGs are pretty scarce and obviously pretty expensive. So there's that. Okay, how about an Alice in Chains live surprise? Oh my gosh, here we go. And what about Van Halen? I'm telling y'all, these bonus auctions are insane. They're going to make me sick, and then I'm going to have to go throw up here in a minute. So I hope y'all are ready to throw up with me. Here's Alice in Chains Live. This was something that they originally released back in on CD back in the day. It's never been officially pressed to vinyl. Whenever they do press it, there'll be another big Alice in Chains pre-order. But right now, they're only unofficials, and the unofficials are pricey. It's a 2LP gray marble vinyl. Alice in Chains is a $125 start. Van Halen 1984 is an 84 Japanese OG. Obviously no Obi, but a beautiful copy, a $45 start on that. So what's left? Stevie Ray Vaughan, David Bowie, Primus, Iron Maiden, Soundgarden, Crosby, Stills & Nash, David Bowie, Pantera, Metallica, Lil Wayne, Iron Maiden, Led Zeppelin, The Monkees, Pantera, Tower of Power, and SOD. That's your choices right there. All right, so there's that. So that's what's left of the 14 crates of new vinyl. And then this stuff here was pretty insane. This was essentially a lot of new sealed and record store day stuff that was also marked today. And now maybe I can take a little bit more time to figure out exactly what they are. And there's some great stuff still left in here. So we have U2 Pop on orange vinyl. That's a 2LP, $49.99. That's pretty good pricing for especially the now out of print orange vinyl, $49.99. Blind Melon, a music on vinyl press, $44.99. That looks like what it cost new wherever this guy bought it before, bought it originally. Blind Melon, $44.99. Sometimes they're $44, sometimes they're $39. Just depends on where you order it from or, you know, what distribution you get it from. Bad Touch, this is called Kiss the Sky. Bad Touch was sealed $29.99. John Fogerty, Premonition, first time ever on vinyl, a live 2LP. That's also sealed for $34.99. Wolf Mother, the 10th anniversary, the Euro edition, that's also sealed for $69.99. Faces, this is really cool. At the BBC Sessions for Faces, Rod Stewart, 2LP clear vinyl, that's $49.99. Tim Vigari got U2. We got the Commodores Collected. That's essentially a 2LP greatest hits. Y'all know how great these collected series are from music on vinyl, $59.99. No bid on Alice in Chains, looking for a $125 start. No bid on Van Halen, looking for a $45 start. Faces is sold to Tim Vigari. We have Neil Young Decade, an awesome 3LP remastered compilation. In my opinion, the best of Neil Young right here. 3LP, $64.99 for Decade. That was an original release, remastered. Pearl Jam is the 30th anniversary edition they did on 2LPs, so they've expanded it and remastered it to 2LPs, $44.99. I seem to The Black Crowes Amorica, that's a double LP sealed, $44.99. And Buffalo Jr. is called Tattered Soul. Buffalo Jr. is $34.99. Big Star, the best of Big Star, that's $39.99. Alice in Chains Live, track listing, we can do that. This is Bleed the Freak, we're off to a good start. Queen of the Road, Angry Chair, Man in the Box, Love, Hate, Love, Rooster, Wood, Junkhead, Dirt, Them Bones, God, AM, Again, A Little Bitter, and Damn That River. Oh, that is a unofficial. That's never been officially released, $125. If anybody wants Van Halen, it's a beautiful Japanese pressing, $45 buy it now. Price on Bad Touch. Bad Touch was sealed, $29.99. Bonnie Bishop, Ain't Who I Was. Bonnie Bishop was sealed, $24.99. U2, Wide Awake in America. That is sealed for $39.99. Remastered. Johnny Cash, a music on vinyl press of 16 biggest hits. A single disc, $49.99. Awesome MOV press. Alice in Chains does have a bid for $125. Tony Swanson gets Van Halen for $40. And let's go back over here to the auctions. How about we go ahead and put up Soul Asylum? Now, earlier tonight, we had an OG copy. What about a music on vinyl, limited edition numbered colored vinyl? A 2016 U.S. Record Store Day red and green vinyl. They did it as red and green vinyl, and these are numbered. This is number 3074, and it's near mint. Soul Asylum 45. Final chance on Alice in Chains. Ray Charles, this is the Duets album, a Record Store Day release on Go Vinyl. It's sealed, $44.99. Elton John, Norah Jones, B.B. King, Van Morrison, Willie Nelson, $44.99. That's sealed Go Vinyl. Carole King, The Legendary Demos. This has that original version of Pleasant Valley Sunday, which she wrote, and it's a great version. I like it just as good as the Monkees version. $34.99 for Carole King. And then we have U2 Rattle and Hum. It's also sealed for $36.99. Ray Charles Live in Stockholm 1972. That's also sealed for $29.99. Record Store Day on gold vinyl. And Soul Asylum has a bid for $45. 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral, sealed $49.99. U2 Zeropa Remastered 2 LP $39.99. And then Bruce Springsteen Born in USA remastered from the original source tapes $34.99. Bruce the Boss Seether Vicenio 2 Decades The Best of Seether $49.99 on purple vinyl. $49.99. Matt Lawson on Bad Touch. That's so to him. And then Tim Vigari on U2. Is that for Zeropa? If so, thank you. That's so to you. And let's go ahead and sell Alice in Chains, but I'm going to start it with a new crate. That's so for $125. And let me put this right over here. That's another full crate. And that's done. Boom. There it is. There it is. Ba-da-da. Shoot. Ba-ding-ding. Ba-da-da-da. Okay, there's that. And then Alice Chains, let's go start the next crate. That was sold Kelly Gabney on the Commodore. She's a brick house. Jason Fortner, you're out on Soul Asylum. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be Legend, Bob Marley. Oh my, the last time we had an OG copy of this, we bid on it for 1 hour and 45 minutes. This is the Legend, the best of Bob Marley. Bob Marley and the Wailers Legend, technically. An 86 club copy, EX condition, a $25 start on Bob Marley. We also have U2 Hold Me, Thrill Me, Kiss Me. This is U2, the Gotham Experience Remix. That's $29.99. And then we have Swan Song, The Plot in You. That's sealed for $29.99. Pete Townshend's Deep End, Face to Face. This is on yellow vinyl. David Gilmour on lead guitar. I repeat, David Gilmour on lead guitar. $44.99 on Pete Townsend. Blow Is the Cult Live 83, the legendary bootleg, finally available as a legit reissue, limited to 1,500 on blue and black vinyl, $69.99. And then Cinderella Long Cold Winter, a music on vinyl press, $44.99. Bob Marley 25, Soul Asylum 55. Bob Marley 25, Soul Asylum 60. Wolf Mother, it's called Wolf Mother, self-titled 10th anniversary edition, the Euro, $69.99, okay? So the only thing left in here is Cinderella, Blue Is the Cult, Pete Townsend, Swan Song, U2, Seether, Bruce Springsteen, U2, 9 Inch Nails, Ray Charles, U2, Carole King, Ray Charles, Johnny Cash, U2, Bonnie Bishop, Big Star, Buffalo Jr., Black Crowes, Pearl Jam, Neil Young, Wolf Mother, John Fogerty, and Blind Melon. If anybody wants anything in there, let me know before they get posted in the morning on the flip crate and then they get obliterated. You know that's probably going to happen. All right, let's go right into another crate. Here we go. Soul Asylum's at 75, Bob Marley's at 28. Let's go ahead and get a third auction running. And that third auction is going to be Winger. Yes, that Winger. Unfortunately, this is a lower grade copy. It's an 88 US Club in VG minus condition. $10 start on Winger. Bob Marley out. Tony Swanson has it for 28. We have Greg Kihn, Rock and Roll Band. That's an OG record for $14.99. Helen Humes was a 1980 US. That was sealed for $9.99. Kamiko Ito, ITOH, and that one's called For Lovers Only, Shrink and Hop, an 88 US, $9.99. The Soul Asylum over here, Graves Dancers Union, was number 3074 of 3,800. 3074 of 3,800. $85 the high bid. Bob Marley 30. Child is Born, Jinko Mean or Mine, M-I-N-E. 1985 Japanese import, $19.99. Winger's a $10 start. The Marilyn Monroe collection, 20 golden grades for Marilyn Monroe, and 84 Italian import, $19.99. Final call on Soul Asylum for $85 because Stephen Parton's out. New York City, I'm doing fine now. $9.99 on New York City. Linda Ronstadt's $14.99. What's New, Shrink and Hype. Queen Bee is sealed $9.99. Slid Bear on Kimoko, which is this one right here. So to Sid Blair, thank you. I'm about to start pricing some new stuff live right now. Don't let me forget to go through all the no bids tonight. There's only a handful. Diana Ross is unopened, $14.99. This is Jane Russell, a U.S. compilation of unknown year, $24.99. Another Junko Mean or Mine. This is $24.99. Another Japanese live at Storyville, $24.99 on that. Montrose Mean is $19.99. And then Tarja Luna Park Ride, a 2015 blue vinyl, $24.99. And then Frozen Crown, Crowned in Frost, a 2020 gold vinyl power metal, $49.99. Soul Asylum is sold to Jason Fortner for $85. Bob Marley's at $30, which means Tony Swanson out, and he says he's done. Final call on that. And Winger has two $10 bids. Jeremy bid 10 and Solarplex bid 10. And Solarplex says he's done. Tarja Act 1 is $24.99. L7, The Beauty Process Triple Platinum, 2021 Record Store Day Platinum Vinyl, sealed for $39.99. This was called Storm Ruler Under the Burning Eclipse, 2021 Euro Import Black Metal, sealed for $29.99. Frozen Crown again, The Fallen King, sealed for $74.99. And Poltergeist, Father of Truth, a 2020 thrash numbered black vinyl, sealed for $14.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, that one's self-titled, $14.99. Mick Jagger, this is Goddess in the Doorway, a 2019 remaster, or Goddess. I'm trying to figure out how all this runs together. Goddess. Yeah, Goddess in the Doorway. Mick Jagger, not Goddess. That doesn't make any sense, right? $24.99. Magic Slim and the Teardrops, Raw Magic, that's VG for $9.99. The Racket Squad, a 68 USOG site garage, VG minus $14.99. Jerry Lee Lewis again, VG plus $11.99. And Savoy Brown Raw Sienna, that's an OG record, VG plus $14.99. Bob Marley, Soda McEwen photo for $30. We're ready for new auctions. Winger, just one bid, and so did Jeremy Rourke for $10. That's done. Let's put up some new stuff right after I show you this right here. Tarja, The Brightest Void, EX $22.99, a 2016 Euro. Stanley Clark Hideaway, VG plus $9.99. Also, Twistin' and Twangin' to Weight 80, VG plus $9.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, Odd Man In, VG plus $9.99. Municipal Waste, sealed, $24.99. The Last Rager. And we had Oasis, and this was sealed, $49.99. The Master Plan by Oasis. Let's put up some new auctions. Next thing is Def Leppard from the bonus crate. This is a lower grade copy. Unfortunately, it's VG minus. It's an 83 OG. It is an OG. It's playable, but it's going to have a little bit of noise. Def Leppard is a $10 start. Next auction is Collective Soul. And Collective Souls on the red vinyl. The 2018 Record Store Day, this would have been the first time this was ever pressed to vinyl. Hence Allegations and Things Left Unsaid with Shine and Breed. That's on red vinyl, 55 on that. Jason Fornerat on Oasis, thank you. We got Screaming Trees, Wrong Turn to Jaw on Ran. Live from Egg Studio, 1991. Screaming Trees is sealed, $64.99. Gladys Knight and the Pips, Record Store Day, sealed, $24.99. A Flock of Seagulls, Rare Birds. That's a 2023 Record Store transparent vinyl, $39.99. And then Pink Floyd, A Delicate Sound of Thunder, sealed, $44.99. And we have Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. That's a 2LP seal, $44.99. Def Leppard 10, Def Leppard 10. Aaron Andrus on Screaming Trees. Awesome stuff tonight. Def Leppard 11, Gladys Knight was sealed for $24.99. The Highwaymen, a 2016 Sundays, $29.99. The Doors, live in New York Felt Forum, a 2010, sealed for $59.99. Guns N' Roses Greatest Hits, a 2020 golden with red and white splatter, $59.99. The Beach Boys Pet Sounds, a 2023 numbered 1231, yellow and green splatter, $49.99. And we have the Dang Yankees, a 2023 red or gold vinyl, sealed, $39.99. J Nutra on SOD. Make a note, order more of those. Adam, these are all sticker price, no more, no less. Def Leppard's at 12. Final call to get a bid on Collective Soul. We're actually in the middle of a recap of new stuff that was priced for today. I got one more crate to breeze through, and then we're about to start pricing stuff live. In the flesh, I think is what Pink Floyd calls it. Anybody else, okay? We're going to go ahead and knock out that other crate. Def Leppard's at 12, and Collective Souls, $55 on that one. $55 on that. Yep. 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 We have Warrant. She's My Cherry Pie. Music on vinyl, limited 2,500 on yellow vinyl, numbered, $39.99 for Warrant Cherry Pie. I have that if anybody wants it. Collective Soul, $65, and Def Leppard, $15. Okay, how much is Def Leppard? Collective Soul, $55. And then we have Stanley Clark. Hood Baker says invoice Brian Cooley. Okay, so the Stanley Clark out of there is sold, and bill that to regular customer Brian Cooley, okay? You've bought from us before under that name, right? That's sold to Brian Cooley. And then Collective Seal 65, Def Leppard 15 is Tower Power, Rhino Reserve, and how much? Yes, that's new. It comes out Friday. We have sold 16 copies tonight. That's our last one. $36.99. Yes, that's our last copy. $36.99. Collective Souls at 17 and Def Leppard's at 15. It is an OG, but it is VG minus. It's an OG, but it is VG minus. Yep. OG, but VG minus. Kathy Hodges wants Cherry Pie, sold. Tower of Power. Last copy is sold to Adam Bernardi. That's new for Friday. Looks like we need some more records in the back. How about Rat? This is awesome. It's on a lenticular cover. It changes from blue to yellow, and it's on splatter vinyl, and it has a bonus 7-inch. It is $49.99 right out of the cellar, and that is on a lenticular cover, $49.99 for Rat. And over here in the corner, we'll put an awesome one. This is Foo Fighters' Greatest Hits. In times like these, we learn to live again. What about Here Comes My Hero? Watch 'em at Foo Fighters, $38.99 for Greatest Hits. All right. This is going to be a quick recap, and then we're going to start pricing some stuff live. I wish I had normal discount crates to go through. Usually this time of night, we start going through best offer, half off, nonsense. Y'all have nonsense me to death. The only thing I have left is the leftovers from older flip crates from last week. I will do that quickly, and then I'm going to grab a tub, and we're going to start pricing stuff live because we got to be doing something. We got to keep selling. Look at all these box sets. There's Pearl. I see. Here's some of the titles I see over here. Soundgarden, Black Crowes, Bad Company, Pearl Jam, Seven Mary 3. What's in this tub? Chuck Berry, Smashing Pumpkins, Black Crowes. What does that say? Best of Street Band? Stevie Ray Vaughan, Tom Petty. Amazing. And all that stuff is like sealed or record store day or limited edition. Or there could be an OG record mixed in there. Who knows? I don't know. I've never looked through them. Paul probably didn't either. He probably just got them out, counted them, got a deal, looked through them, made a deal with somebody, brought them back here, and now we're trying to sell them. Here we go. We still got auctions to run. Very quickly, let's knock these out. What Black Crowes? I don't know. What Soundgarden? I don't know. What Pearl Jam? I don't know. Which Tom Petty? I don't know. Which Smashing Pumpkins? I don't know. But I do know I have Lana Del Rey, $34.99. Also, I have Led Zeppelin 4 on clear vinyl, $34.99. I've got Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman, 2 LP, Ozzy Greatest Hits, $44.99. We sold one of these last night. Here's another one. Nancy Griffith, Working in Corners, Craft box set. It's a Nancy Griffith box set, $59.99. Def Leppard, the last bit over here that came in was Roger Tagavilla for $15. It's a VG minus copy. Final call on that one for $15. And then next we have over here, we have Collective Soul 73, Collective Soul 75, Collective Soul 80, Collective Soul 82, and then we have Mammoth on black vinyl, Wolfgang Van Halen $39.99, Cinderella Still Climbing $44.99, Roy Gallagher Stage Struck sealed for $69.99, Crosby, Stills and Nash Deja Vu Record Store Day $49.99, limited edition of 20,000. We have the Cold Stairs, $44.99, Heavy Shoes. Also, Magpie Salute, High Water 2, and that's on brown vinyl, $39.99 for Magpie Salute. Rush Clockwork Angels, $49.99. Eric Clapton Journeyman, $39.99. The Best of Roy Gallagher, $49.99. All right, Def Leppard is sold. Let's put up some new auctions right quick. This is sold to Roger Tagavilla for $15. That is sold. This was the first time Collective Soul was on vinyl. Any 10-inch records? I don't know. That's my favorite answer. Stephen Parton at 82. How about this? None to my knowledge. Aaron Andrews got this for $85. I have none in front of me right now. That's my best answer. How many 10-inch records are in this building? Thousands. Chris Cornell, $49.99. But Spiky, I am going to find you some. I'm going to make it my life effort. We got Joe Cocker live, a music on vinyl, $59.99 for Joe Cocker. Faces, live at the BBC, had a real good time. Rod Stewart, orange vinyl, $29.99 for Faces. Blood, Sweat, and Tears was sealed, $34.99. Live, 1970. Also, we have Mark Ford, that's sealed for $24.99. Motley Crue's Greatest Hits, that is sealed for $44.99. The Offspring is sealed, blue vinyl record store day, $44.99. Belinda Carlisle sealed for $64.99. Live Throwing Copper is sealed $39.99. Gordon Lightfoot sealed $39.99. Butcher Brown Bruce Hornsby Secret House sealed $19.99. Legacy Tribute to Leslie West sealed $29.99. Leonard Skinner Music on Vinyl Press $34.99. And Pink Floyd The Later Years $34.99. So we had a total of 4, 7. We had 22 new crates of vinyl tonight, and there are 3 crates left, and we just went through them a second time. Okay, time to price new stuff. Let's put up new auction. Stanley Clark from the last crate is gone. Stanley Clark from the last crate is gone. So let me grab a new empty crate. Let me grab one of these tubs. This is a little unconventional to what we normally do around here, but we're going to have to just price stuff live. So it's going to take me some time. I usually look them up. I price them. We put them in a sleeve. Pricing gun. Let me go find where that pricing gun went to, because Tanner took mine tonight or yesterday or today, whatever day he was here. I guess that was today. It was yesterday for me almost, because my day's kind of started. I'm on a half day ahead of everybody because they go home and everybody's going to bed, and I'm kind of like waking up and kicking into gear. Here's the pricing gun. He told me he's going to leave it in here. I'm glad I could find it. I have plenty of labels, plenty of ink. While I'm over here, I'm going to go ahead and grab this first tub. I'll try to get the one I mentioned, read off a lot of those titles out of. It's right here, and it's pretty full. But first, this one's on top of it. And let's grab it, and let's see what's in here, okay? And then don't forget, there's going to be plenty of auctions, so it's not too drawn-out process. And then I can start showing some silver. Anybody here interested in silver, gold? I don't have much gold. How about anybody interested in silver and coins? Because that's a big seller right now. And I'm about to probably bring some of that out regardless. All right, here we go. Let me get my phone up and running. And then Greg Brummett wants Mark Ford. Here we go. And we've already had an incredible night tonight. Let me do a crate count, because we could do something special at the end if this streak keeps up. This is sold to Greg Brummett. Thank you. All right. Do I have anything left? I need a bottle of water. And see, 2, 4, 8, 12. Wow. About to do 16 crates. Banana, B-A-N-A-N, and bananas. And we got it right over here. Boy, do we have vinyl on the back. We just got to get it out and get it marked. Where's my bottle of water at? I got one earlier and I didn't. Here it is. That was weird. All right, some quick potassium. Where's everybody watching from tonight? Where is everybody watching from right now? This could be interesting. There is no telling. I know we got a viewer in Australia. I know we got a viewer in the UK. Anybody else? Where's everybody watching from? Whew. Scott, I'm still out of breath like I was 6 years ago. I mean, 6 hours ago. This is a marathon. This is an absolute marathon. I'm on a banana break right now. I'm on a banana break. And everybody's going to share where they're watching from. We got viewers in Australia, the UK, Canada, and then all over the United States. Look at all these comments. Here we go. Here's Otis.
I can't do it.
Hold on.
Okay. We'll do it.
There's Otis chasing Seth out the store. That is Seth, and he's being chased out by Otis. And Otis is like, "You stupid idiot, you're fired. Screw you, Seth, you're fired. Get out of here, Seth. Get out of here, Seth, you're fired." Let's look at that one more time. Get out of here, Seth. Get out of here, Seth, you're fired. Get out of here. One more time. Get out of here, Seth, you're fired. Get out of here. Get out of here, Seth. Good dog, Otis. And don't forget, invoicing should be done by tomorrow, and we are cold here in Tennessee. Shipping and invoicing is delayed. Get out of here, Seth. Get out of here. Well, and it's time. We got to price some records live. So let's finally bring out Bill O'Reilly. Here he comes. Everybody get ready. We're about to price some stuff live. Here we go.
I can't do it.
Okay.
We'll do it live.
Okay. No.
We'll do it live. F it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Yep. That's what I'm about to do right now. We're about to price stuff live. Here we go. I've got a banana in me. I've got chapstick in me. On me. I don't want to put any chapstick in me. I've got a bottle of water. I'm going to mute my mic for this. All right. Here we go. Here we go. We have Deja Vu was sealed. Yeah. Deja Vu was sealed. This is a record store day, the alternate versions. This is incredible. Alternate photo, alternate versions, alternate colors. It is sealed for $49.99. $49.99. Last night somebody was like, well, you could do the, we could do the Apprentice, Donald Trump, you're fired. And I was like, we're pushing it, having Bill O'Reilly on the screen without somebody maybe saying they're not going to watch unless we never show that again. So I got to be careful with the political commentator GIFs, and memes. We got to be careful with the political commentators and the political memes on here. We don't want to get anybody freaked out on me, okay? Let's not get anybody freaked out on me. All right, here we go. Let's put up some new auctions. And the next thing I have is Pink Floyd and Stone Temple Pilots. I like the sound of that. I like the sound of that. Stone Temple Pilots and Pink Floyd. Here we go. We have Pink Floyd, Umaguma, 1978 Japanese. Obviously no Obi, but it is a Japanese pressing. It has the original unedited cover with the Gigi cover art. And this is near mint minus a $65 start on Pink Floyd. A gatefold jacket, $65 start on Pink Floyd. Stone Temple Pilots, look at this. The music on vinyl pressing. The music on vinyl pressing. It's a 2013, a 2 LP, presumed sealed, $65 start on the music on vinyl core. Wow. I told y'all some great stuff. Those are auctions. And let's go ahead and start marking some stuff, eh? Wow, we've hit the Pearl Jam and Pink Floyd crate. All right, some of these I can do quickly. I know how much they are, and they'll probably be on, so like a lot of this new stuff, I know what I would mark it for new, and so I'm going to go under that, obviously, because it's technically pre-owned, but it's still sealed. For example, Pink Floyd is $39.99. This is a momentary lapse of reason. Pink Floyd is sealed, $39.99. That's that 2 LP edition. If this was new from distribution, it would probably be $44 or $46. Into the distance, a ribbon of black, stretched to the point of no turning back. Flight is fancy on the rip. STP has one bid for $75, and then Pink Floyd's a $65 start. That's where we're at on that. I know how much these are. This is sealed for $49.99. Jimi Hendrix at Woodstock. Jimi Hendrix at Woodstock. This is with the 3 LP with the 24-page book. That's a good one. Jimi Hendrix at Woodstock. $49.99 on that. It is sealed. Jimi Hendrix at Woodstock. Oh, man. The Star Spangled Banner, folks. That's the version we all know and love. All right, that was The Star Spangled Banner by Jimi Hendrix at Woodstock, and that's sold to Stephen A. Young. What color on STP? Black vinyl. Stone Temple Pilots Core, 2023 Music on Vinyl Press. Only one bid for $75. J Neutral on Death. I don't have any Death here. No Death yet. No Death here. Let's stay away from Death. Down, 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 down. Have you ever heard that? It's amazing, his guitar. Woo! Sounds like it's, I don't know. It sounds a lot better than probably it sounds coming through y'all's mic right now. Holy crap, this is an expensive record. Ooh, I wish this was open so we could listen to it. Okay, this is, golly. What's the active right now? Seal plays once and played once, okay? Let's do this for $74.99. Jim Croce Live, the final tour, sealed, $74.99. The first ever global release on vinyl, captured live in '73. Jim Croce, featuring 2 songs never released on Croce's studio albums. Wow. I don't know if I've even heard those then. Blue vinyl, Jim Croce, $74.99. Right now, there's 2 active for $75 plus ship, $179 plus ship. And the last 2 sold was $123 and $70. And the 70 was opened. So the last sealed copy sold for $122 plus ship. This one's sealed. And I'm pricing it right now for $74.99, sold to Patrick Lear. That's a great price on that. Okay, STP still getting bids. I would love to listen to those 2 songs never released before. South Side of Chicago. Ooh, he opens up with Operator. Oh my gosh, chill bumps. Okay, over here we got Pink Floyd as a buy it now. 65. This is a Japanese press from 78. This album originally came out in 69. Pink Floyd Umaguma. It is really nice, though, for a Japanese press. No Obi. So everything you'd want except the Obi. If you had an Obi, it'd probably be closer to triple digits. Pink Floyd's still available. Let's jump back over here to the front of the crate. And I know how much these are. Let's say $34.99. Soundgarden, Screaming Life and Fop. Soundgarden is $34.99. Screaming Life and Fop. We need to add another auction, too. Nobody been on Pink Floyd. Soundgarden is sealed. Everything so far is sealed unless I say otherwise, okay? $34.99 on that. STP's at $85. Let's grab another auction. How about we knock out a box set? I mean, let's do it. This was in the bonus crate. It's the 2023 deluxe edition of the Black Crow Southern Harmony, a musical companion. A deluxe edition curated by Chris and Rich Robinson with unreleased music, including a live concert in Houston, Texas from 1993. And it has a hymn book and 4 lithographs. Black Crows is a 4 LP remastered with all the goodies. $185 start on that. $185 on that. Down, 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 down. Okay, let's see what we got here. We got something with a barcode over a barcode. There's no telling how many versions of this is. Oh my gosh. All right, yeah, I'm going to guess. Here we go. You ready? I don't know, but I feel like for a sealed Pearl Jam Gigaton, $29.99 is pretty fair. $29.99 for sealed Pearl Jam Gigaton. It comes up with a lot of different versions. Sold to Stephen Parton for $29.99. Y'all remember when this one came out? There was a bunch of them. Okay, we have STP at 85. Matthew Hendon's out. Well, that's about to be a final call. Black Crow's 185. Stephen was first to this. I did say 29, right? Yeah, 29. And then Jason Porter right next. STP 87. We got a new bidder. We're not done. Adam Bernardi gets Umaguma for 60. That's sold as well. All right, next. Let's see. That's open. That's open. We'll do some of this open stuff too. That is a bootleg. We might need further research on that. Is this still sealed? Let me wait on that one. That's an OG record. That's an unofficial. Let's see. Okay, this is. I bet this is unofficial too. Yeah, this is a well-known bootleg. Great show. Fox Theater. Neil Young played here on this one. Yeah. $29.99. Pearl Jam, Fox Theater, picture disc. That was Atlanta, 1994. That is a real well-known Pearl Jam bootleg. Fox Theater, Atlanta. You can get that in probably 100 different bootleg versions. $29.99. I've never seen a picture disc. On the back features a live shot with Neil Young. $29.99. STP at 90, McEwen photo out. The Momentary Lapse of Reason is $39.99. Now, that's a 2LP edition. Sold to Seth, you're fired. Pearl Jam, it's a 2LP. They did it at a 45 RPM, 180 gram with 24-page book. And that's about at least $10 below a list. Okay? Here we go. Let's run a Pearl Jam bootleg for auction, because some of these would be hard to price. It's called Glorified Rare Sessions 92 to 93. Let's put this up for a $25 start. Pearl Jam Rare Sessions 92 93. Okay, so it's live Seattle, live San Francisco, live Mesa, Arizona, and live on Saturday Night Live. Sealed for a $25 start. Pink Floyd is sold to Jim Ciascio, Deadhead Jim. STP sold to Aaron Andrews for $90. Pearl Jam is a $25 start. And Black Crowes is a no bid, $185 buy it now. Hendrix at Woodstock already sold. The only thing left is Soundgarden. I know how much this is because we order these all the time. I'll do it about $5 cheaper. This is Pearl Jam Unplugged, $34.99. It is on red vinyl. It's $34.99. There's another Pearl Jam. $34.99, unplugged, completely unplugged. Pearl Jam, a gatefold jacket, $34.99. What pumpkins did you have? I haven't got to them yet. You'll have to bear with me. I've got tubs and tubs of vinyl over here. I can't really say what I have because then you'll be asking a price and then everybody else will be mad at me, right? So it's just kind of like, hopefully you can tune in, because if I start reading ahead and then I give you a price, everybody else is going to get mad at me, because right now we're in a first come, first serve basis. So if I read off everything and then I had to start looking them up, everybody would be like, Chad, I'm mad at you. I'm mad at you. I'm mad at you, Chad, and I hate you, and I never want to buy from you again. And then everybody would be mad, and then I'd go out of business, and then I'd be living in a van down by the river, and then Seth would be... he's already screwed, but, the rest is history. This is sealed for $39.99. Pearl Jam live at Berkeley, the Jimi Hendrix Experience. Pearl Jam, Jimi Hendrix live at Berkeley. Boy, this whole crate is nothing but Hendrix and Pearl Jam, it seems like. I'm going to get screwed up going through these. $39.99 for Berkeley, Jimi Hendrix. This Pearl Jam auction's at $25 and now $26. $39.99 for Jimi Hendrix. $39.99 for Jimi Hendrix. Whose collection am I into? I don't even know at this point. I just know that this building is full of tens of thousands of insane records, okay? I mean, every corner I turn now, I'll flip through a crate and I'm like, good gosh, where did these come from? Holy crap, where did these come from? Oh my Lord. I mean, that's what I'm doing anytime I walk through the back room. I'm amazed at somehow what I've accumulated here in this building, and yet I have no idea what I own. This is sealed Skid Row for $39.99. It should be on purple vinyl. Sealed Skid Row Friday Music, $39.99. John LeBeatty, you're out on Pearl Jam. Tim Vagari has that for $26. Looks like we're ready for another auction. Skid Row. I'm trying to jump ahead and mix it up a little bit now. Yeah, I walked through the store last night and I was like, oh my gosh. Oh, whoa. Oh gosh. I mean, that's exactly what I was doing. By myself in here, that's what I was doing, okay? So I still got Skid Row, I still got Hendrix, I still got Pearl Jam, and I still got Soundgarden. These are all first come, first serve, pricing them at random. Hope everybody's paying attention. If not, you're going to miss out, and then you're going to be like, well, screw you, Chad, and then you're going to be mad, and then everybody's going to be living in a van down by the river, and then it's going to be the end of the world, and then everybody's going to be running around panicking, and then everybody's going to be running around mad at Chad. This is just, let's do this sealed for $29.99. That's a new sealed pressing. I hope so. If it's OG, somebody's getting a heck of a deal. But sealed $29.99. Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. It feels like a new copy. $29.99 for GNR. That was the opening riff of Welcome to the Jungle. We have Pearl Jam at $38. John LeBeatty, $38. Going twice, going three times. Sold to Lewis Kulik, $29.99. GNR. All right, let's scan this one right here and see what we got. We have scan. This is $29.99. The Almond Brothers Isle Wide South, 180 gram remastered. I've got one more silver dollar. I'm not gonna let them catch me. No, not let them gonna catch. We need new auctions. Da da dun da da dum. Almond Brothers, that's a great one. Okay, Pearl Jam sold to John LaBadie. Let's get that in a new sleeve. Sold to him for $38. Let's find some new stuff to auction from the bonus crate. Soundgarden is sealed for $34.99. Soundgarden is sealed for $34.99. All right, bonus crate auctions. What do we have? Phil Collins and Talking Heads. Sound good to me, eh? Phil Collins and Talking Heads. We have Phil Collins, no jack required. One more night. Studio, an 85 USOG specialty press, VG Plus condition, $15 start. Talking Heads, obviously a reissue being pressed at RTI, a 2013 Rhino, $20 starts on that. Soundgarden is sold to Aaron Andrus. Almond Brothers shows up as either a 2016, I think it's a 2016 US. 2016 US remastered direct metal mastering. It also pulls up a colored vinyl variant on clear and white, but this one doesn't mention anything about colored vinyl, so I'm assuming it's black vinyl. If it's colored vinyl, you're getting it for a steal, and I know these are still in print, and that's about what they would cost new. So this is probably the 2016 US. That's what it's looking like, remastered. Okay, moving on. I got a lot of cool Hendrix stuff in here. Some of these are numbered, so they can be like when you first look at them, you're like, oh. And like some of them earlier tonight, we had the numbered editions and now the unnumbered editions in here, where the guy collected both variants. So yeah, orange and red, US. This is on colored vinyl. Pretty cool colored vinyl here. This is sealed. Let's do it for $29.99. It was new $44.99 somewhere. Burning Desire, that is Record Store Day Encore, QRP, orange and red vinyl, Jimi Hendrix, sealed Burning Desire, $29.99. If you just hopped on, we've went through all the new arrivals tonight, 20-something crates, and now we're pricing stuff live. And you have an opportunity to buy it right now before it's shown in the morning or before it's shown live tomorrow to start the sale. And the stuff left over yesterday, there was like 5 records right over here, just FYI. And I'm going to go get a new tub. There is a ton of Pearl Jam left. Let's put another one up for auction. This looks like an unofficial of Versus. So what you got to know about this album here is before it was in print, and due to the vagaries and the parameters of licensing and et cetera, this album was out of print. So this is a colored vinyl unofficial pressing of Pearl Jam Versus, a $25 start. That's up for bid. Clifford Umstead on the Jimi Hendrix. Right now, Talking Heads is at 22 with Matthew Hendon. Solarplex and Tony Swanson, you're out. And then Solarplex, you're also out on Phil Collins. Matthew Hendon bid first at $15, so that's where we're at on that. I'm going to go get that other tub. That way we can mix it up a little bit more. And there is some stuff in here that's pre-owned, and I could show some of that if it's clean and nice, but usually stuff like that, as y'all know, we like to clean it, and I have them glance at it, because I could flip over a record a couple times and miss a scratch or miss a this or miss a that. Oh my gosh, this is a whole tub of box sets. But I did mention Pumpkins, and I did mention Tom Petty. And so let me do that right now, because there's some people like, okay, Chad, you can't just tease us, man. You can't just say, hey, I got a bunch of Tom Petty. I got a bunch of Pearl Jam. You've got to bring it. You got to get it out. You got to show it to us. And this is extremely heavy. Oh my gosh. You can't do this to us, man. If you got to talk the talk, you got to walk the walk. You got to be like, hey, man, where's those pumpkins at? Ooh, I know what this is. Is this the, okay. Yeah, I can still get these new sometimes. This is, Okay. Yeah. So this is confusing. I had to look at it because they also make a greatest hits. This is $39.99. It is Smashing Pumpkins. It's an unofficial. It's called Pure Acoustic Unplugged and More. $39.99. Whoa, almost tripped over this crate. $39.99. That's an unofficial. Also, their new greatest hits album, as y'all know, looks exactly like that. $39.99. That's called Pure Acoustic. All right, so nobody else been on Talking Heads, and no one else been on Phil Collins, it looks like. So I think we're done on those. That's strange. No one else been on Phil Collins. I lost a bunch of people and Talking Heads. So final call to Matthew Hendon for 22, and final call to Phil Collins, also of Matthew, 15. Seth, you're fired. Got Smashing Pumpkins. Pearl Jam has bids for 30 and 31. 30 and 31. Let's do a random pull right here. Who is this right here? I don't recognize the top of that one. Ooh. This looks like a great auction. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Let's get one off the table so we can continue. I'm going to do a 5-second countdown on those two on the end because I've lost a bunch of people. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Both sold to Matthew Hendon. He got Talking Heads for $22, and he got Phil Collins for $15. I've lost John LeBeatty on Pearl Jam. Aaron Andress has had that for $31, just FYI. I sometimes lose people in auctions this time of night. I think they're trying to do other things, and also, since it's not really fast-paced, they're hopping off and on, waiting for me to price something, and if you don't bid, I'm going to have to go ahead and sell it. Here's our next auction. Soundgarden, sealed, a $25 start. Behold the Ugly Groove, rare and live tracks, Soundgarden. It looks like it's live on Saturday Night Live, live on MTV, live on Self Pollution Radio, live in Norway, live in Japan, and live in Bremerton, Washington. $25 start. Man, I see a Grunge City going on tonight. Holy moly. All right, let me pull something back here from the TP collection, I think. Ooh, yes, this is always popular. All right, I don't know how much these are. I'll do this for $39.99. Tom Petty, Wildflowers, and all the rest. The 3 LP, sealed Tom Petty, $39.99. Nice. I was watching him play at the concert for George. I don't realize how much I need you. What a voice, Tom Petty. Wildflowers and all the rest, $39.99, so to Clifford Umstead. Of course, y'all know that's a very rare OG record. Hundreds of dollars, not easy to come by. All right, bootleg. What an incredible collection. Golly. Okay, I know how much these are. This is appears to be new. $39.99 for Screaming Trees, Uncle Anesthesia. Music on vinyl press, $39.99. Sometimes those are in stock, and if I can get them, that's how much they are. Screaming Trees. I don't realize how much I need you. Okay, so that's sold to Aaron Andress. Right now, let's update these auctions. We got Soundgarden and Pearl Jam. Wow, don't get to say that too often. Pearl Jam 33, Pearl Jam 34, Soundgarden 25, Soundgarden 30, Soundgarden 25, Soundgarden 35, Soundgarden 40. Clifford got Tom Petty, Pearl Jam 35, Soundgarden 45, Soundgarden 50. Solarplex next on Tom Petty. Aaron Andrews got Screaming Trees and Soundgarden 55. Moving on. Let's pull something else out of here. I know how much this is. This is $39.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky's Crying, music on vinyl pressing. That's a little bit tougher OG of his to get in his discography because when it came out, I think 1990, 1991. Yep, 1991. That's a little bit tougher one to get an OG of. That is a brand new looking music on vinyl press. It is new, $39.99. So right now, Soundgarden's at $55 with Aaron Andress. The Pearl Jam bootleg, Seth You're Fired has it for $35, and I got to make sure Aaron Andress is done. So Aaron, you are out on Pearl Jam by $1, by the way. Soundgarden at $55. Let's put up another auction then. Let's see what else I have in here. Well, I can't do Pearl Jam. Let's price another. Well, I won't say it yet till I try not to say it till I'm showing it. That way, no one can jump the gun. Try to wait till I'm like, okay, we're ready for it now. All right. And audio file. Blue and black. It don't say. It doesn't say it's on colored vinyl. We'll say $24.99. This is Jimi Hendrix, Paris, 1967. $24.99 sealed. $24.99. $24.99 on Jimi Hendrix. I don't know why I said that like Forrest Gump. Jimi Hendrix. Wild thing. Hey Joe, fire. Tim Vigari on Stevie Ray Vaughan, Robert Warner on Pearl Jam. Robert Warner on Jimi Hendrix. Pearl Jam's at $39. Soundgarden at $55. Jay Neutra's back in at $56. Da 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 da. Hey. Da 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 da. You on a marathon, ba da ba da da. Da da dee ba da 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 da. Dee 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 da 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 da. Sealed. Tom Petty, Pack Up the Plantation live, $34.99. Tom Petty, $34.99. Sealed copy. Yeah, I'm free. I won't back down. Don't do me like that. Break down. Come on and give it to me. Break down. Soundgarden 60, Pearl Jam 40. That's a sealed reissue of that one. Wow, look at all this stuff. Break down. Come on and give it to me. Break down. $34.99. Social Distortion live at the Roxy. Kraft. Social Distortion live at the Roxy. $34.99. Kraft. Two LP. Oh, we're done on Pearl Jam. Seth, You're Fired has it for $40. John LaBeatty, you're out. Soundgarden's at $60. Jay Neutra, you're out. That's where we're at on those right now. Trying to find a third auction. Let me turn these around. There's a little bit more breathing room in here. I can kind of see what's in here now. All right, let's do a Tom Petty auction. So this is the bootleg before they finally put it into print. This is the bootleg of Tom Petty Wildflower. So before that version you just seen us sell, this was really the only thing that was in print. And I remember for a long time, a lot of people were trying to pass these on eBays as legit, because after you take that off and the shrink, they do look pretty real. It kind of looks like a real one. I've seen some that pass off pretty good. But so this is sealed. It's a bootleg unofficial of Wildflower. It's a double LP, the full album, $35 start on that. Soundgarden is sold to Aaron Andrews for $60. Let's put that away. Thank you on that. That's done. Let's put that right here. And then Pearl Jam. Seth, You're Fired at $40. I was waiting for John LaBeatty. Tom Petty's a $35 start for that. Let's price something else right now. I actually just ordered new copies of these, so I know how much these are when they come in. This is the standard Pink Floyd single LP of Momentary Lapse of Reason. $29.99 for Pink Floyd. Into the distance, a ribbon of black, stretched to the point of no turning back. Pink Floyd, $29.99. Remastered Momentary Lapse of Reason. The Dogs of War. All right, we got to go ahead and sell Pearl Jam to Seth, You're Fired for $40. I lost John LaBeatty on that one, unfortunately. Tom Petty Wildflowers, Chris Knapp is in at $37. Let's put up some other new auctions. Get some of these sleeved. All right, there's Tom Petty. All right, pricing stuff live. We love it. We want some more of it. I'm trying. How about a Smashing Pumpkins bootleg? Mayonnaise Dream. Here we go. Tower Records, 1993. Smashing Pumpkins. $25 start. Alive Unofficial. Now up for bid. Good luck to all those involved. You're going to need it. Let's go back to the, I'm not going to say it. Let's get back to the, nope, not going to say it. We have this. Numbered, not numbered. We're going to say, I know how much these cost new. $29.99 on Hendrix. Los Angeles Forum, 1969. A double LP, $29.99. The complete conformance, pressed at QRP, sealed Hendrix, $29. That's another official release. What if they come out and said, hey, we have found where Hendrix made 5 complete studio albums. They're just as good as Axis or our experience that they've never been released, and we're putting them out in a 5 LP box set. Could you imagine? All right, let's sell Tom Petty to Chris Knapp. Only interest in that. So to Chris for $37. Never know what's going to pop up here. We're obviously in a tub where we got a lot of the same kind of artists, but I'm trying to mix it up. There's stuff in there mixed in like Social Distortion. Smashing Pumpkins is at $35. Hendrix is sold to Tom Kelly, but you know, there's kind of other artists tucked in between. Let's go to the true bonus crate, and I have Madonna, Like a Prayer. And Madonna is a 2012 Euro reissue, 180 gram EX edition, $20 start on that. $20 start on that. And then, let's see what else we got in here. Oh, my goodness. God, look at if y'all like Smashing Pumpkins, don't go anywhere. How about, golly, holy moly. Ooh, this is going to be a good one. Barcode? No, but we can manually search it. We got Smashing Pumpkins with a new bid. Jason, you've been outbid, just FYI. This is VMP. Y'all know what that stands for. And this is E125. I think this is a good one. That's weird. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Texas Flood. Vinyl me, please. Yeah, this is a good one. I'm going to say $49.99. This is the Vinyl Me Please pressing. $49.99. All analog by Ryan Smith. Pride and Joy split blue. And what color is it? It's split Pride and Joy black and white colored vinyl. And it looks like it is new. $49.99 with the art print. Really cool print there of Stevie. $49.99. Aaron, you've been outbid on Smashing Pumpkins. That one, of course, is now not available anymore through Vinyl Me Please. Anybody want to buy any silver and gold tonight? I told everybody, you ask and you shall receive. I haven't seen anybody say, Chad, let's see what you got, buddy. Give me 1 second. Let me move this. Tomorrow. So today, Paul went and got Laura. Shout out to Paul. This is typically Paul's day off, but we're just kind of in a bind with no John, and a couple people rose to the occasion. Laura was trapped, literally a gigantic tree. Paul told me about it, and I got to speak to Laura briefly. She sent me pictures. Just a gigantic tree. So she was trapped, and she could have, like, long story short, luckily, I don't think Paul's too far. He went and got her. That means Paul went ahead and came into work today. Laura's already got tomorrow's auctions ahead of time ready. And then we got tomorrow, well, hopefully John's back. He's been without power. Laura will hopefully still be able to get here. And then Paul's probably swapping around his days off. I don't know. I don't know if he is or not. So he's usually off on Tuesdays, but we got that taken care of today. And sorry, I had to make a shoe and jogging pant adjustment, which I just got taken care of. I never wear pants. I've been wearing like jogging pants, and I wore them all day yesterday, but I'm getting to the point where they're starting to get uncomfortable. So I just shed a layer. I feel a lot better now. We have Tommy Call on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Smashing Pumpkins is sold for $40 to Jason Fortner, and Madonna is a $20 buy it now. Madonna's a $20 buy it now. That's a no bid. Okay. That's a no bid, $20 buy it now. Let's put that over there. Got several no bids tonight. We'll go through them at the very end. Let's see what else we got over here. We got, let's see what version this is. The store will be open tomorrow. Yeah, my mom will be here. She'll be opening tomorrow. Yes. Yes, she'll be here. This is sealed, $34.99. Well, let me make sure it's sealed. Yeah. The Black Crows, this shows up as a 2015 U.S. Black Crows, 3 snakes and 1 charm. $34.99. Black Crows. I got to get on that third man. I got to subscribe to those third man box sets. I just need to order them, whether just charge it to the store and whether I want to keep or not, because most of them end up being worth more than what they originally, came out as. This is not cheap new. I'll do this one for $39.99. Soundgarden, the A-sides. That's a Soundgarden greatest hits. $39.99 on Soundgarden. That's called the A-sides. That's like a Soundgarden greatest hits, just FYI. Let's see what else we can throw up for auction. There's some more Smashing Pumpkins bootlegs over here, it looks like. That's going to be a great price on that. That would be $5 or $7 more if I ordered it new from distribution. Just saying. Okay, here is... I know I sent another live. Yeah. Here's a live Smashing Pumpkins. Live at Del Mar Fairgrounds, Bing Crosby Hall, 1993. So this is a 2 LP live complete Smashing Pumpkins concert, sealed, a $25 start. Aaron Andrus on Soundgarden. That's sold to Aaron Andrus. And Jimi Hendrix box set wait list. I cannot get that. That's through Third Man exclusively. That's through Third Man Records exclusively, unfortunately. Those don't come available to us. And then here's another Pearl Jam bootleg, Chicago 1992. We'll put that up for a $25 start. Chicago 1992, $25 start on that. All right. I've never seen this before. I wonder if this is real. Let me search it here. Unofficial. Okay. Well, they're available on here. $29.99. I've just never seen it before. Jimi Hendrix, Acoustic Alone, 1968. Just comes in this plastic with like an obi. It's an unofficial on colored vinyl, as you can see. $29.99 on Hendrix. $29.99 on Hendrix. So to Robert Warner. Smashing Pumpkins 25, now Smashing Pumpkins 28. So Jason, you're out on Pumpkins, and it's at 28, and Pearl Jam's at 25. All right, this is $24.99. Two Hearts Beat is 1, and Sunday Bloody Sunday. This is Record Store Day white vinyl, $24.99. U2, $24.99. That's about how much it was at Record Store Day. $24.99. U2, sealed. Most of the stuff I'm putting out is, in fact, sealed Ola. Smashing Pumpkins 28, 30, 34, and now 35. John LeBady wants the Black Crows, 3 Snakes, 1 Charm. Sold. Right now, the only thing left in here is U2, Pink Floyd, Social Distortion, Tom Petty, Allman Brothers, Skid Row, Hendrix, and Smashing Pumpkins Unplugged. Pearl Jam Unplugged. Pearl Jam Unplugged. Let's add another auction, and this time actually from the bonus crate. It's Tyler Childers, and that's Long Violent History. And Tyler Childers is a 2021 OG, and that's a $20 start on Tyler. Tyler Childers, $20 start on that. Okay. Here we go. This looks interesting. I think somebody's been asking for this, but it's only Record Store Day. That's why we can't get it. Yep. Purple vinyl. $29.99. Joss Stone, LP1, remastered purple vinyl. Joss Stone, Joss, purple vinyl, sealed, $29.99. So Pumpkins is at 40. Stephen Parton is at 40. Jason Fortner at 39. Edwin Blom's done. Edwin's in on Tyler Childers at 20. But surprisingly, there was no bid on Pearl Jam. So Live in Chicago, 1982, is a $25 buy now. Alive, Even Flow, Release Once, State of Love and Trust, Wyco Black, Deep, Jeremy Porch Garden, sold to Stephen Parton for $25. He grabbed it for the buy now price. Adam Bernardi said, hold on a second. He's going to check if he needs Joss Stone. Okay, we'll put it in pending. Smashing Pumpkins is sold to Stephen Parton for $40. Nice. I've got more where those came from. Tyler Childers' final call to Edwin Blom. These are the days you remember. Okay. Low rider. Boom higher. Low rider. Learn a new dance now. Smashing Pumpkins, Dancing in the Moonlight, rare and unreleased tracks. $25 start. Live at VPRO Netherlands and live in Milwaukee. Smashing Pumpkins, $25 start. Tyler Childers sold to Edwin Blom for $20. And somebody else wants Joss Stone if Adam passes. We'll give him a second to find out if he needs it or if he wants it. Baby, baby, where did our love go? I don't know. $29.99. The Supremes, Where Did Our Love Go? 140 gram virgin vinyl limited edition Record Store Day Black Friday. $29.99. Where did our love go? She's got a ticket to ride and she don't care. Said that living with me is bringing her down. Yeah, she would never be free when I was around. Yeah, she's got a dick. Smashing Pumpkins, 25, 25, 30. Dynamite Danielle on BC. BC. What is BC, Danielle? Smashing Pumpkins 29, Pumpkins 31, and Sully is going to get the Joss Stones. Pumpkins 40, 41, and now 43. Let's put up another auction. From what? The bonus crate. And that is going to be, man, we got some good ones here. What about Johnny Cash? A 2024 US 180 gram EX condition with the original inner sleeve. $25 start on that. Johnny Cash, American Recordings. That's the first volume, volume 1. The Pumpkins is at 43 right now. Said that living with me was bringing her down. Yeah. She would never be free. All right, this is $34.99. Screaming Trees Anthology. SST years 85 to 89. Screaming Trees Anthology. $34.99. Final Call on Pumpkins for 43. I'm like a jukebox. If you comment a Beatles song, you can count on it. Lyrics are going to come start spewing out. They're probably going to be out of tune and off tune, but this is just $19.99. Chuck Berry live from Blueberry Hill, sealed on interstellar red wax. Chuck Berry is $19.99. Pumpkins sold to Edwin Blom for 43. Dun, da, da, dun, da, da, dun. Step right this way. Step right way to the Magical Mystery Tour. Roll on to the Mystery Tour. Roll on. It's an invitation. The Magical Mystery Tour is coming to take you away. Coming to take you away. Take you today. Roll on. Next is Smashing Pumpkins, live at Riviera Theater, Chicago, 1995, a double LP, a $25 start. Live Smashing Pumpkins, a 2 LP, $25 start. Hey Bulldog. Dun 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 dun. Bum dum. Dancing in the rain. Bum dum. Do it in again. Then down. Hey Bulldog. I don't know the lyrics too well, but some of those weird John Lennon lyrics. They're doing it again. Wigwam. Frightened of the dark. Some kind of innocence is measured out. Down. You can't lose your mind. You don't da. Yep. Probably pretty hard to stump me. This is 1999. Sweet Relief, a benefit for Victoria Williams. Soul Asylum, Lucinda Williams, Pearl Jam, Buffalo Tom, Jayhawks. $29.99 on that. Everybody's got something to hide except me and my monkey. Gosh, that's a tough key to sing in. Just $19.99 on this. So did Jason Fornerat. Sweet Relief. Chuck Berry, so did Nick Saranjenko. Has anybody bid on this Pumpkins? Jason Fornerat has, $39. Nobody bid on Johnny Cash. 2014 US, $25 buy now on that. Okay. You can. I got Head Bulldogs. Oh, y'all are pulling these deep cut White Album and Yellow Submarine tracks, thinking you can slip me up. Not happening. Hey, there's another Sweet Relief. Sell one to John LaBeatty. Sell one to John LaBeatty for $19.99. There's another one. So to John LaBeatty. Next was Chris Knapp. Unfortunately, I only had two, it looks like, though. Mark Stanley. Mark Stanley on Johnny Cash for $25. Then Aaron Andrus. And let's sell Smashing Pumpkins to Jason Fornerat for $39. Dear Prudence, boom. Won't you come out and play? Hey, hey, dear Prudence, boom. How about, instead of me recapping the crate, because I'm still pricing stuff live, how about I show all the no bids so far tonight? I'm kind of surprised at some of these. Madonna, Like a Prayer, a 2012 180 gram, $20 on Madonna. I still got the Black Crowes box set, Southern Harmony, a musical companion. That's a 2023 sealed box set, $185, which I know for a fact cost well over $200 new MSRP. Washed Out, Life of Leisure, Washed Out was $40. Roman Candle, Oh, the Tall Tree in the Ear, $105, a 2009 US. The Rolling Stone Some Girls was the 1978 second version in Shrink and Hype. That was $30. And the only advertised auction that didn't sell was the Goo Goo Dolls Topography box set. This is a 2019 Record Store Day. Purple, red, gray, clear, and green. 5 different Goo Goo Dolls albums, all studio releases. Some of these not in print, nor have they been reissued. And that was $195. And I already had an offer for $150, I think. I was trying to negotiate with somebody, but it's still available for $195. Okay. There's that, and there's that. And there's that. Black Crowes 170. What was I asking for this? 185. Sell this to Solarplex for 170. All right, I'll do that. I don't think I can fit it in the crate, though, so I'll do that and I'll make that the next item in the next crate. And then before I price a single other record, let me show y'all what's left so far in here. Pearl Jam Unplugged, 2 LP unofficial red vinyl, $34.99. Jimi Hendrix, an official release, live at Berkeley, 1970, 2 LP, $39.99. Skid Row on purple vinyl, new and sealed Skid Row, self-titled, $39.99. The Allman Brothers, Isle of Wild South, remastered analog, $29.99. Tom Petty Live, Pack Up the Plantation, $34.99. Sealed, a 2 LP reissue. Social Distortion Live at the Roxy, sealed, a 2 LP from Kraft, $34.99. Pink Floyd Momentary Lapse of Reason, sealed, remastered, $29.99. U2, Two Hearts Beat as One, and Sunday Bloody Sunday, $24.99. The Supremes, Where Did Our Love Go, sealed for $29. And Screaming Trees Anthology, sealed for $34. Okay, that's where we're at. That Pumpkins box is sold. Let's put up some other auctions. We're not done. I've kind of got a goal. I think we have just filled up our 16th crate tonight. That's amazing. That's incredible, honestly. And I feel like that this 16th crate is almost full. And then we can go ahead and probably finish or finish up pricing some of the stuff and probably fill up a 17th crate, which is pretty amazing. That's a great feat. Let me see what kind of other bootlegs I have to put up for auction. Over here, I have Black Crows, Black Crows, Black Crows, Black Crows, Black Crows. There's another Chuck Berry, like I just sold. It looks like it's a different version. Smashing Pumpkins, Smashing Pumpkins, Smashing Pumpkins, Smashing Pumpkins. Screaming Tree, Smashing Pumpkins. Almond Brothers is a bootleg. Let's put that up for auction. Slash, Scorpions, Japanese. Can't run that tonight. There's a guy that's been asking for that forever. There's no way I can run that tonight. There's another Skid Row. I bet that's the same one. Smashing Pumpkins, Smashing Pumpkins Stained. Small Faces. Now, these that I'm reading out, I really can't price until I just pull them at random, okay? But if you hear an artist you're interested in, like more Pink Floyd Chad, more Smashing Pumpkins Chad, more this Chad, I would greatly put them up for auction for you, okay? Otherwise, just sit back and we'll relax, okay? So, we have Smashing Pumpkins Inside the Dream Machine. Live, 1993, a $25 start. That's another live, unofficial Smashing Pumpkins. Looks like one of the last ones of this tub. Not saying it's one of the last ones of this collection, but definitely of this tub. Okay, and then let me go ahead, and since we just had this Chuck Berry, let me see what else is going on over here. Let's see. All right, I'll do this one for $19.99. This one is for Magnolia Record Club. I'm not for sure what exactly version that's supposed to be, but Chuck Berry, live from Blueberry Hill. There's another one, sealed. We sold one a moment ago, $19.99. I did say stained, but I'm probably going to put those in a hot picture for tomorrow because that's the really big bootleg of that very popular album that's never been reissued. Unless y'all want to entertain a high starting bid tonight, because they usually do really well at auction. So totally up to y'all, but it'll be a much higher start than probably what you would expect. Here is a live Almond Brothers unofficial. A&R Studios, New York, 1971. A 2 LP, $25 start on that, sealed. Okay? And then, before I price any of these, let me set them down in there. This crate is almost full. We have the Goo Goo Doll. Here, I'll put that in there first. So the Goo Goo Dolls is sold to Aaron Andrus for $195. Awesome. So, and then the next crate, whoever's tagging, we're going to start the next crate with the next crate is going to be started with the Black Crows box set that just sold. All right, and then I still got the other crate with Pearl Jam and Jimi Hendrix, and then I'm about to go mix it up with some other stuff, okay? We'll get a new tub that has different artists. Excuse me. Okay, so Smashing Pumpkins 25, Almond Brothers. What happened to my bottle of water? I can feel that I need some for sure. My gut's like, Chad, please. Sweet Relief and Pump Up the Volume. Make a note to see if we can order those for Chris Knapp. I will gladly make a note. All right. That's what James Hetfield says. All right. Da 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 da. Out in the city tonight. All right, here's another auction. This one's been opened. Social Distortion, rare and never released demo tracks on red vinyl. $25 start on that. So 3 $25 starters. Almond Brothers and Smashing Pumpkins have bids, and those are final calls. We have, well, sorry, let me do this my normal way. Let me price these and then show them. This is sealed. Wow. That's kind of an outlier there. The last one that sold was the cheapest it ever sold for. That's bizarre. And this is US. What do we have here? This is bizarre. Okay, I'm just going to say 30. I don't really know. $34.99. That's very fair. It could be a lot more than that. The best of the steep water band, Diamond Days. I know how to look up records, but I get to a certain point, I'm like, dang, this is going to take another 5 or 7 minutes to figure out what I have here. So I'm just going to guess, which I think is going to be more so in favor of y'all's side. And there you have it. $34.99. QGMB to step in on this one, because it could be closer to like an $80 record. Don't know a lot about them, though. All right, and then let's see where we're at on all these auctions. We are at Smashing Pumpkins, just getting that one bid sold to Seth You're Fired for $25. Thank you, Jordan Underhill. And then the Almond Brothers just got that one bid sold to Stephen Douglas for $25. And then Chris Knapp, just FYI, the first bid on Social Distortion was $30, so that trumped your $27. So he has it for $30. And then I've already shown one Skid Row. Let me make sure this is the same color. This is definitely $39.99. I can go ahead and show it, but let's see what comes up with color, okay? And this is gold, okay? I'm going to write that on the price tag because the other one's purple. This one's gold. And these are not in stock at the moment, so I have a feeling these would have sold earlier tonight for sure. Let's see what's going on with some of these other Pink Floyd records in here. Into the Distance. Ribbon of Black. Okay, this is a bizarre looking Pink Floyd unofficial. I'm familiar with it. It's never been really officially released, so this is Pink Floyd, and that's how it came with that big white box over the cover. The 2019 remix of Momentary Lapse of Reason. Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason, 2019 remix. It's an unofficial. And they made 100 on white, 100 on purple, yellow, blue, and orange, etc. So they made essentially 500 copies, 100 on different colors. This happens to be purple, and that's a $35 start, okay? Pink Floyd's a $35 start. And then we have Sleepwater or Steepwater. Steepwater sold to Shakedown. Social Distortion's at $33. Is there a difference between unofficial and bootleg? No, those are unofficials. Is more of a nicer word. More of a nicer word. Bootlegs is what they were called back in the day. I think that was like one of the first original term, like literally the original definition of bootlegging, like running illegal alcohol here in the South and anywhere else in the country when it was illegal. And then they started using that term for recorded concerts when people started illegally bootlegging concerts. And now unofficial is the more proper term, but it all means the same thing. Then you'll have some stuff that's called counterfeit. And counterfeit is where they've took something and they've tried to legitimately make it look like a real copy. Now, there are bootlegs of like Tool albums, right? There's like bootlegs of Tool Anima and bootlegs of Tool 10,000 Days. Well, that's never been pressed on vinyl, but there's some people want to call them a counterfeit. A counterfeit is like with a Beatles album, they've made counterfeit copies to try to fool people to look like a rare record. People always also call those unofficials, but that's more like a counterfeit. A counterfeit was made to deceive somebody. Smashing Pumpkins is $39.99. Siamese Dream, these are new $60. $39.99 for this. That's Siamese Dream, that new 2 LP remaster. Pink Floyd has a bid for 35. Social Distortion's at 35. Tony Swanson, you're out. And then sometimes they slip them through on eBay by calling them imports. They call them imports. And of course, that's supposed to be for something that is imported, that's not being pressed in the United States, that requires typically additional fees or import charges. But sometimes they call these bootlegs like this imports, because they mostly come from places with weaker laws on copyright. So, counterfeit Badlands. You probably have more like well, I know which one you're talking about. That's a bootleg. Yeah, those are circulating through eBay. Yeah, I saw those the other night when I was checking prices before we sold our Badlands. You know, ours sold for like $285, but I got on eBay and like the only real copy on there for sale was $325, I think. And there's some of those imports, and they circulate those through there. They still sell for over $100 sometimes on eBay, and they're poorly made. So yeah, you got to watch that word on eBay. Some of these rare records, some people be like, "There's one on eBay for $170." I'm like, that's a bootleg. That is an unofficial, aka something that looks just like the real one. Okay, here's Talking Heads, our next auction, an RTI pressing Rhino vinyl, a 2009 180 gram near mint minus, Talking Head 77, a $25 start. We can go ahead and sell amenities. He was the only bidder on Pink Floyd. Let's get to him. That sold for $35. And we have Social Distortion sold to Chris Knapp for $35. All right. Down and down out. Down and down out. Okay, did I put a price on Smashing Pumpkins? I did. Okay. All right, moving on. My goal was to get these 2 tubs condensed. I'm going to go ahead and mark this. It's got, it needs cleaning. That's not actually the best. Never mind. This is why I don't handle pre-owned records, because I'll start looking at them and I find out they're not the best condition. I'll let them clean them and examine them. All right, I know how much this is. This is $39.99. This is Pearl Jam 10. This has the original album remastered and then a new mix. So it's 2 different versions of their debut album sealed for $39.99. Pearl Jam 10. But other countries have much weaker copyright laws than here in America. As you know, you start trying to bootleg something here in America, next thing the FBI is at your door. There's a little bit weaker laws in other countries, and maybe they don't enforce it as heavily, and then they get imported here kind of under the radar into the United States, and then you start seeing bootlegs of Tool albums and what's some of the other ones everybody needs. A lot of stuff's come back into print. There's a lot less of it because now more stuff has been officially pressed. But there's a ton of albums still that get bootleg because you just can't get originals or it's not in print. Badlands, Tool. Tool's the first thing that comes to mind because 10,000 Days has never been pressed on vinyl. And I tell people that and they're like, what? But yeah, they've never pressed that. Lateralis has never been officially pressed to vinyl. And then Anima has never been reissued since it came out. So one of the biggest bands in the world, and they basically have 3 of their biggest albums not in print on vinyl. And most people they just want it on vinyl, so they end up buying these bootlegs. Most of them sound pretty good, but as y'all know, Tool's pretty weird with their releases. So that's probably one of the biggest bootlegs made of all time. Next would be Alice in Chains, especially Unplugged. But man, those still sell for over $100, you know. I see them listed for that. I see people bidding on them for that, and then we get bids for over $100 on them. So, yeah, Skid Row, let's do that. Talking Heads is not sealed, no. Let's put the color on this. This is gold. And then this one back here is purple. Thank you for that reminder. Now, some of my, and those are technically legitimately kind of illegal, but some of these radio broadcasts are semi-illegal. Semi-legal, if that makes sense, because I have major distribution. I'm talking about companies that would obviously not be selling them if they were risking some kind of litigation. And they sell those radio broadcasts, like those Smashing Pumpkins I just had. Those are kind of borderline. It's kind of a gray area because they were originally a radio broadcast and they claimed their public domain. And so they get the original tapes, they claim public domain, and then they press it to vinyl. And that's the loophole with those radio broadcasts. This is $29.99 / live at Studio 60. This is a record store day, $29.99. But no, Talking Heads is up to Solarplex Studio. Patrick Lear has it for $27. It's a 2009 US Rhino 180 gram near mint minus. Okay. All right, let me grab another auction over here. I was hoping we'd find some more bootlegs. That was those concerts, but man, we blasted through them in a hurry. Might have to go grab another crate right quick. Y'all are fast on this stuff. There's like 5 bootleg copies of Pumpkins in here. I mean, we got a lot of Pumpkins, but let me make sure none of these are real, because if they are, it's a huge difference. But look how many copies of Melancholy we have here. Okay, that's an unofficial. Let me see what this sticky note says. The real one should be numbered. That one looks better, but I think that's a bootleg, because they've never really reissued this with this cover. Look how many copies we have, though. Let me start scanning these and see what we have. I don't think any of these are real. I was hoping one of them would be numbered, and then we'd have, y'all, as y'all know, a $1,000 plus record, a Grail. Unofficial, unofficial, unofficial. Okay, that shows up as an unofficial. This one has the same barcode. Unofficial, unofficial, unofficial. Same barcode. Unofficial, unofficial. I bet he has them on different colors. This kind of guy, he had different, say they're white, orange, yellow, and blue. Now that one doesn't have a barcode, and that's the one that looks legit to me, but I think all the legit ones are numbered. I'll have to check that. Yeah, so I bet these are all different colors. Blue, yellow, orange, and white, but I don't have a way to tell unless we open them. I know that one's probably orange, but I kind of know what these sell for. Of course, the new box set is like 100 plus. A lot of people like this because it has the original artwork. So I'm going to say random colored vinyl, Pumpkins bootleg, $95. And I have 4, and I bet they're all on different colored vinyl. There's probably, he probably bought a white one, an orange one, a yellow, and a blue, but I can't confirm which color because they're all sealed. I know for sure that one's probably orange unless somebody swapped the sleeve. No, it's stuck on the cover. So $95 on those. Those are unofficials. Now let me figure out what this is. I don't think this has ever been reissued, though, without it being numbered. Let me see. There's a SKU on the side, but I think even the bootlegs have that. It's 7243 841 65512. Okay, that still shows up. Yeah, see, the real ones are numbered down here in the corner. Yeah, $95 each for these. This one has a SKU on the side right there. No barcode. and that number pulls up an unofficial. That could be a real one or a official, unofficial, unofficial, unofficial. That one could be a real one. And then, of course, there's the repress, unofficial, 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 unofficial. Then there is the OG Europe, unofficial, unofficial, unofficial. Let's go to one of these that's not marked an unofficial. What is this one right here? Clear hop sticker. This is going to take a lot more time. Now, that one still has a barcode on the back. This one doesn't have a barcode. But see, they should have a number. It should be numbered right down here for a real one, an official. But I still don't think this album has ever been reissued with this cover. They did this in 1996, 1998. They did 2 different pressings. They numbered them, and then they numbered them again. And I don't think they ever reissued it with that artwork until that box set. The box set that's in print. But before I know exactly what that is, I better wait. I'll have Laura and Paul investigate that one further. I don't think it's ever been, but I know these are unofficials and they're triple LPs and they're $95. Matthew Hendon, I'm going to go ahead and give you this one that we know is orange. Sell that to Matthew Hendon. Let's get it in a new sleeve. Sorry, but I had to take a chunk of those out, but I had a feeling I knew that's what those were, so... $95, and that's so to Matthew Hendon. Let's just mark it $94.99. And does anybody else want one? These are pretty good sound quality. I've had them before. Talking Heads is at 30 with Tim Voldness. Solarplex, just so you know, you were outbid on this Solarplex, okay? Let me go ahead and get these in new sleeves, too. I like everything in brand new. These have served their purpose. They're kind of worn out. And I never did price slash either. That was $29.99. So interesting deal there. We'll find out more about that other one. But yeah, I don't think, if you scroll through there, you'll probably find out on Discogs, they never did repress that with this cover without it being numbered. If they're numbered, you got a real one. And those start between $8 and what, $2,000 sealed. We had a sealed one time. I think we got nearly $2,000 for it. It's an expensive record. This guy was a thorough collector, collecting even multiple copies of bootlegs, you know. All right, we need a couple more auctions because Tim Voldness is getting the Talking Heads for 30. Let me put slash in a sleeve right quick, though. We're going to have a heck of some videos tomorrow on the group for everybody to watch that's asleep right now. Slash was 29. All right, I'll do further research on that other one. Okay, there was something else in here that there was a bunch of. Well, look at here. Looky here, looky here. Another one. This one, this one has a red sticker on it. Okay, this one doesn't have a barcode either. I bet this is, yeah, that has the same really kind of brighter cover. Oh, that one's different. You can tell they're different kind of jackets. But there's another one. That's the one I just set aside. This one doesn't have a barcode either. Yeah, this has been bootlegged for a long, long time. I can go ahead and mark that one 95. These just don't have barcodes on them. I bet they have that same SKU on the side. Yeah, same SKU on the side. But if somebody put that on there, it's probably a bootleg on red vinyl. I'm still going to let Laura double check them, though, because they don't have barcodes. Where did we get to? Another auction, right? Let's see here. Okay, here's an interesting deal. So once again, an unofficial, but this is before they officially pressed Gish. So that has the original artwork, just like the original. The other one's kind of more. It's also purple, but it's really foil and holographic. So that's just a straight bootleg of the original intended kind of jacket design for Gish. Smashing Pumpkins, $35 start. $35 start on that. And I'm going to go ahead and condense these two crates. I will sell somebody a bargain as is here. It looks like a little girl had it. It's pretty beat up. I've never seen one in such shit condition. $9.99. It hadn't been cleaned. It's dusty with marks on it. But not too often I'll have a Taylor Swift out for $10. But it looks like somebody that played it that didn't really know how to handle a record, if that makes sense. It's pretty scuffed and it's pretty dirty. Just $9.99 on Taylor Swift. If you clean it, it'll be okay. But it's kind of as is. Of course, those are new $30. $25, $30. Looks like it was somebody's very first record and they didn't know how to properly handle it. So did Victor Guerra. So just be aware when you open it, don't be surprised. That'll save us a lot of time on everything else. Okay, here's another female artist. One of the best-selling artists of all time. Nice vinyl. This is pre-owned. So this has been opened. Let me get a quick scan on it right quick. And could have a signed insert. That would be great. Jim B would be all over that, right, Jim B? Where is he tonight? It's quiet without him, isn't it? Poor Jim B. No signed insert, but $14.99 for Shania Twain, Queen of Me. It is pre-owned. It's nice. It has the inner sleeve. $14.99 for Shania. Man, I feel like a woman. Dun, 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 dun. You don't impress me much. Unfortunately, though, those are not on this album. Shania. Final call on Smashing Pumpkins for $35 to Tony Swanson. Okay, let's go ahead and knock these out. I bet they're all pretty close in vinyl, in color, in price. Let me scan them and make sure right quick. Whoa, one of them is numbered. I think this one, this is the same. Let me make sure. I think this is the same SKU, 2905. Yeah, this is the same SKU, same hop sticker. And then we got a different one that may be more or less. Steak at Denny's. Yeah, he's probably out popping champagne as much money as he made last week off of us. $34.99. $34.99. The Black Crowes War Paint. And this is a 3LP limited edition yellow vinyl. 3LP. $34.99. Black Crowes War Paint. So I've got two copies. They're the same thing. It's a triple LP yellow vinyl 2016. Okay. Let's get those in new sleeves. Patrick Lear wants one. Look how much they were new here. It's probably an import, and when they were new as an import, they were $61.99. Yeah. There's stuff like that up for pre-order sometimes, and I pass on it, but what I found out, just probably like this guy, is some people want them. They're like, Chad, that's the only way you can get it. You got to pay the high, and that was probably 5 years ago, so, or longer. All right. Now, if you missed out on that one, stand by because there's more on the way, but it might be a different price point. Patrick Lear gets one, and Seth You're Fired gets one. Let's also go ahead and tag this for Tony Swanson. He gets the Smashing Pumpkins for $35. Now, we're going to restart the comments and see who ends up with this one. So hold your phone. Hold the fort. This was another UK import, but this one slightly different. I'm going to get this old Junko UK tags that was stuck to the cover off. That was where it was imported. Let me reopen Discogs and let's see what happens with this one. Good, one version, and I'll do it for the same price. This is black vinyl deluxe edition, but it's numbered 34. So if anybody wants this one, it's numbered on the back. It's black vinyl, numbered. I'll do it for the same price, $34.99. And this one goes to Dynamite Danielle, so she gets this next one. Awesome. Okay. All right, auction. Let's pull something from the bonus crate. And let's do another Talking Heads. Seems like we definitely have some interested parties in those. Talking Heads is called Fear of Music. This is a 2013 Rhino 180 gram remaster, near mint, $25 star. That's the hop sticker. It's not stuck to the cover or anything. It's just so you can see what it is. And that's from that music producer's collection out of Nashville, so it has a cutout barcode, which means they got it as a promo. All right, let's keep this rolling then. I don't like this sticker on here, but I'll have to leave it. Okay, I know how much these are new. I usually get them in for $34. We'll make this one because it's got a breech in the shrink wrap. The shrink wrap has got kind of a couple breaches, and it has some wear right there on the corner. I'm going to say $24.99. This is an official pressing, $24.99. $24.99 for Smashing Pumpkins. That's Gish. $24.99. Smashing Pumpkins Gish, $24.99. Okay. $24.99. Black Crowes Rive. I'm at the same exact time, and I was already out on the one before. You were actually, well, let me explain to you what happened, but you would have been out of luck on both copies, and I'll show you why. There's that for $24.99. The first copy I had 2 copies of, right? Patrick got one, Seth, You're Fired got one, and then Danielle would have been 3rd, and then you would have been 4th. So you were 2nd in line on the first one. Then I did the other one, and then she was 1st on that one, and then you were 2nd on that one. So either way you look at it, there's no way you could have got one. You were beat on both chances. But you do get Smashing Pumpkins for $24.99. I would recommend going to Twitch. You're getting beat out by everybody that's over on Twitch. That's why you keep on coming in. That's why you keep on coming in 2nd and 3rd and 4th. You're getting beat by people that have a much faster connection because they're on Twitch, and Twitch. And you're over on the old-fashioned dinosaur YouTube. So if you go download the Twitch app and set up a Twitch account, I guarantee you'll start winning more auctions if you go to Twitch. No doubt, it's a faster connection. However, you still got to beat the people that's on Twitch. That's not necessarily going to guarantee you more claims, but it will, I promise, increase your chances. They're watching over on Twitch, and they had you beat because Facebook, you're probably at a disadvantage by 30 seconds every time. Twitch is definitely faster. Now, I do get to see some people still get beat out on stuff because they might be fixing a cup of coffee. They might be out walking their dog and they got a bad Wi-Fi connection all of a sudden. So you need to download the Twitch app. This is sealed Jimi Hendrix live at Monterey, $24.99. Back to some Jimi Hendrix stuff. Monterey, $24.99. I think Facebook's probably now 3rd when it comes to connection speed. YouTube forever was faster, and then Twitch came along. And I mean, there's no cost to set up an account over there. That's what we now use. We use Twitch as a database to archive all the comments. That's why we started streaming on there. We had to get a way to archive and database all of our comments. And so they use the master twist feed because it shows everybody too. If you're watching over there, you get a lot of opportunities. Okay. Let's go get a fresh tub. I still got stuff out of these I can price, but we have pretty much sold a whole tub, actually a tub and a half, just pricing them live right here. Golly, here's another melancholy bootleg. Hey, this one actually has a barcode, a different barcode on the back. Let's see what this one comes up. How many of these am I going to end up having? Let's scan. I bet it shows up as an unofficial though. Unofficial. 2027 Silver Oak Peak. Yeah, they're all unofficials. Unofficial. Golly, unofficial. Numbered? No. Yeah, the only way it's real if it's numbered. Okay. Luckily, the bootleggers didn't number them. That would have messed a lot of people up. They would have been so screwed. But yeah, $95 on this. Another Smashing Pumpkins. So now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 6 bootlegs in stock, $95. This is Shania Twain, Queen of Me, $14.99. Nobody been on Talking Heads. It's just a $25 buy it now. $25 on Talking Heads. All right, let's go get a fresh tub. Speaking of tubs, these are awesome. We're going to look in on how to get these. This is what the guy had his collection stored in. They are incredible. They're perfect, and they have lids where the dust won't get on them, and they stack, and they're pretty dang sturdy. But we've already had a couple of lids break us trying to stack them too tall, so they're not as strong as super crates, but if you want something to like, I don't know, if you had like 100 really high-end records that you probably will never play, like if you collect sealed stuff or, you know, rare collectible stuff, you're probably never going to touch. I mean, I'm going to take a couple home to put some of my high-end records in because there's records, you know, I'm never going to, one, probably handle, or two, ever play. They're just too, you know, they're collectible records. Why get out and handle you know, a rare something another, you know, or it's stuff I collect like soundtracks and stuff like that. I have multiple copies. So why, you know, don't open a sealed, you know, OG Zeppelin when there's another million other copies you can get. We have pink. These new would be $49. I'll do this one right now for $39. The Division Bell, $39.99. Sealed, Pink Floyd, the Division Bell. What do you want from me? This album debuted, I think, #1 in just about every country on Earth in 1994. If you go to Wikipedia and look at the charts and just scroll down, it's like every country that they have charts, this album was at #1 at some point. It's amazing. Talking Heads sold to Adam Bernardi for $20. Thank you on that. I just got a great handful from across the room. That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay, I know how much these are. I'll do this sealed for $29.99. Aerosmith Pump, 180 grams, sealed Aerosmith. Division Bell is $39.99, 180 gram remastered. Those brand new from distribution would be $49. $39.99 Aerosmith. These smaller versions for $45s. I bet you have a lot of them. Yeah, we've got 3 sizes from this guy's collection. No, 2. The big one I just showed, and then there's a little bit smaller one for albums. Aerosmith sold to Brian Call. You got it. show to Brian. And then Jason second, Chad Snyder got Division Bell for $39. We're pricing stuff live. We had 22 crates of stuff today. 14 crates was new. We went through everything twice. There's only 3 crates left. We're working on filling up our 17th full crate of vinyl. That even beats yesterday's record. Once again, we are selling more than faster than we can price it. So we are here live, basically pricing stuff right now. And it's first come, first serve. Most people have already went to bed. These will be shown again tomorrow. You can pick them up then. You can pick them up in the morning, etc., etc. This is a really cool pressing of this. It needs to be 60. I'll say $69.99. That's less than the median too. This is a colored vinyl, 25th anniversary, silver vinyl for Oasis. What's the story, Morning Glory? That's a 2 LP sealed colored vinyl, $69.99. Jimi Hendrix. The Jimi Hendrix that's left in here, there's a few. I've got, no, there's one. The only Jimi Hendrix that's left right now is Berkeley. Live at Berkeley, $39.99. John Kaiser gets Oasis for $69.99. So that's what we're doing. And then probably the last thing I'll do when I sign off is I'll bring out what silver I have. And maybe somebody else will want to buy a bar or two on that. Okay? And so this is $69.99. And that is sold to John Kaiser. I claimed. You want the Jimi Hendrix, Brian? Is that the message I'm getting? And then the Skid Rows are gold and purple vinyl. They're $39.99. They're new and sealed from Friday Music. New and sealed from Friday Music. The only record you've bought is Errol Smith, and you bought Jimi Hendrix. You bought Jimi Hendrix in Monterey. This was sold to Brian Call. Yeah, you bought this one here. Monterey, $24.99. $24.99. That's the one you bought. And then there's one still in the bin if anybody wants it, or Brian. Okay, what's next? Kind of auctions have pretty much slowed down. I mean, I've got a few more things I could pop up there. Good gosh. Huh, this is weird. Definitely can't put this up right now, but I will show it. We can slip it in for tomorrow. I mean, I'll price about anything, but yeah. This is from the Ozzy box set. This is from the Ozzy box set. I was about to say, that's no way that's real. And I know it's never been reissued, and it's really never been bootlegged. And there's one way you can tell for sure, is when you look at the Randy Rhoads tribute, and it's on splatter vinyl. That's from the Ozzy box set. That's amazing. So somebody has split up a box set, and that's the tribute album on splatter vinyl, because it's never been reissued. That's one that's in desperate need of a reissue. Brian Call wants the other Berkeley. Okay. All right. And let's see what else is over here. We got... Golly. All right. We have... Okay, this is an unofficial, not available on Discogs. Let's put it up for a $35 start. This is Oasis, the legendary Unplugged show, Royal Festival Hall, London, Friday the 23rd, August 1996. A $35 start on Oasis. A $35 start on Oasis. Unplugged, unofficial. Okay? Next is, do you still have the Madonna? I'll take it for $15. I do. Sell this to Sully for $15. Tribute claim, depending on price. Sheldon Bergenhire, Ozzy. Chad, do you have any down laps? Not to my knowledge. Chris Frazier, Ozzy. And Seth, You're Fired is in on Oasis at 35. So we have What am I doing here? Oasis at 35. I don't have any, not to my knowledge. I've never ordered any. Smash and Pump or Oasis is at 35. Let's see what version this is. Do we dare run the Aussie right now? I got a starting bid in mind to protect myself because it's late, but I know what it would sell for tomorrow or Thursday. If y'all want to match what I think the minimum price I'm willing to take, I'd put it up for bid right now. This one doesn't mention any color, so I'm going to say it's $34.99, which is a great price for Oasis. What's the Story Morning Glory? That's a remastered double LP, $34.99. Let me ask you this. Does anybody else want to bid on Oasis before I put up Aussie? This is sold to Stephen Parton for $34.99. Oh, Down. Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. I read that as like that was a band, Down Laps. Like that was the name of a band, the Down Laps. Then you corrected LPs. NOLA is something I can get sometimes, yes. $34.99 for Oasis, so does Stephen Parton. Okay, and then Skid Row Brian is $39.99. $39.99. Okay. Back to Oakland Rhino. Tower of Power is $36.99. Matthew Hendon, what was MG? What was MG? I don't see that anywhere around me. MG. Man, here's another one from the Aussie box set. Someone split up. I bet that one has a poster because this one has a poster. A lot of these came with posters too. Man, I can't believe somebody would split up one of those box sets. I think this guy had like 2 of them. Somewhere around here, he has. We bought 2 or 3 of the Aussie box sets. They're around here somewhere. Because I saw a giant box back there somewhere. Now, like box sets and like the factory shipping boxes, I might have to give y'all a tour. See if I can get the top cam. I want the we'll have to see if I can get it to work.
I can't do it.
Let's see here. See if the battery's working this thing. Yeah, there we go. I'll show y'all some stuff. Give you exclusive VIP. It's pretty blocked. There's the top of my head. You can kind of see. Let's see. There's the Guns N' Roses box. Y'all see that? You see all those shipping, all those box sets there? And then those tubs are blocking them. But, yeah, it's kind of hard to see over there. What is that? That's an instruction manual for a camera. That's a bunch of posters. Whoa. Go back over here. There's all the Kiss posters. There's all this. There's all that. There's Cross, Steels, and Ash. There's where I'm standing. There's a lot over there in the factory shipping boxes. I mean, we've got them. I don't know what's in them because they're just in big brown boxes. They're huge, gigantic looking box sets. Okay, this is sold to Seth You're Fired for $35. $35. No more tears. Okay, those are coming to a Colectco auction near you. Yeah, the Oakland Rhinos, $36.99. Brian Call said, so Brian, sold on the Skid Row. You got it. I'm going to give you gold unless you wanted purple. Your pick. And then, okay, let's try something else. Sorry, my brain went kaplunk. I've been going pretty much nonstop. I took a small break earlier to get a banana or two, but Chad's getting hungry. I'm ready for my chicken noodle soup. All right, let's see what else is over here. They're going to come in tomorrow and be like, golly, how much more did you sell out of here, Chad? I'm going to be like, Paul, time for you to go buy some more stuff, buddy. Time for you to go buy some more stuff, buddy. Here's a whole crate of Japanese they fished out. Golly. Shooby dooby dooba. Shooby dooby dooda. I think this is, yeah, Friday music. Grog. No, Discogs. All right, so this is $39.99. Bad Company Holy Water. Bad Company Holy Water. Clear blue vinyl. I'm looking at these starting right now on Discogs. They start at $45.95 plus shipping. $39.99 for Holy Water. Friday Music blue vinyl. Sold to MT Matt. $39.99. Japanese T-Rex. I bet there's one over there. Unsold auctions. 1, 2, 3 for tonight. Washed Out, Life of Leisure, The Rolling Stones, Some Girls, and Roman Candle, Oh Tall Tree in the Ear. More Friday music. Awesome. Whoa. Last sold. Well, there's only one for sale for $100.80. Last two sold $57 and $40. So what about $49.99? The Blues Brothers Friday Music Silver Vinyl Remaster. $49.99. $49.99 for the Blues Brothers. I'm a soul man. Belushi. Love, rain on me. Rain over me. Over me. Bum, bum, bum. Love. Down, 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 down. No hop sticker. There's no hop sticker. So $39.99 for Blind Velvet. So here's the edition it could be. Orange starting at $33. Record Store Day starting at $68. Reissue 20th anniversary starting at $68. I bet it's this one right here. The limited edition reissue remaster. And then there's the 20th anniversary. So Blind Melon, $39.99. Love. Sold to Stephen Parton. Roman Candle. Roman Candle was a 2009 US VG Plus condition. $105 start, 0 for sale in the United States. $105 on Roman Candle. This is a good one. I went to the doctor. I said, Doctor, can you? Sealed. The Who Quadrophenia Half-Speed Master, $59.99. $59.99. I will entertain an offer on Roman Candle since I don't know what it is and you're the first one who's asked about it, but it sounds like it's kind of pricey. Might be Discogs bound. Love, rain, oh. Sold to TSO Houston. Great decision. Ooh, we had one of these tonight. We sold for $59.99. Do I have Blizzard or Diary from the box set? I'm going to say I don't know. So, yeah, we already sold one of these tonight on blue. This one looks like it's the red. $59.99 for Blow My Fuse. We already sold a blue one tonight for $59. They started $85, but they last sold for $48 and $49 and $55. So $59.99 for Kicks Blow My Fuse. That's always asked about. Okay, we had a pre-owned for $39. Here's a sealed Siamese Dream for $49. Sealed Siamese Dream for $49. And I'm actually going to write on this one sealed so we don't mix them up because they look basically identical. Those are officials, by the way. Ooh. I bet this is a bootleg. Yeah, I'll have to do further research on this. These are really, it looks like a bootleg, but it probably is. Could be a sealed OG. I doubt it. It could be, but I doubt it. Probably a bootleg. All right, there's those. Let's see what else I got in here. I got a sweep tonight. I know that. There's a lot of dust on the floor. Well, let me first filter through this stuff. And let's see what this box set is right here. Because it is a bizarre looking deal. And I've never seen it before. From one of the biggest bands. One of my favorite bands. And it's weird because it doesn't feel like there's anything in it. So. All right. There's a lot of different versions here. I don't know. I know what it costs new. I'm just going to price it for that. $49.99. This is The Doors, band from Venice. Their first known live recordings captured on the Sunset Strip in 1966. A CD, a 10-inch, and 8x10 unseen photos from that show. It's a sealed Doors box set, $49.99. The band from Venice. Okay, next question is how many... Everybody got an Alice in Chains. Everybody on the pre-order is good. I just hadn't liked the comments because we did it on a spreadsheet over here. We did it on the monitor tonight because there were so many of them. But everybody got an Alice in Chains. We sold the extra 40 copies, and we have a waiting list. So we've sold over 200 copies tonight. The Kicks is red vinyl, $59.99. We already sold the blue tonight. Pearl Jam and Chicago box. I have not seen that yet. And if anybody else wants on the wait list for Alice in Chains, if you pre-ordered, you're good. Almost everybody that claimed one live got one. I thought I was going to have enough. when I initially put in my order, I ordered enough to have 60 extras the night we show it. Well, since then, we had about 20 or 25 more pre-orders. So I had less than 40 extras left, and I knew I was going to sell at least 40 live tonight, about a whole crate full, and we did. And now we have a waiting list. So if you pre-ordered, which Scott Smith did, you got one for sure, Scott. This is green vinyl, and we're ordering more tonight. Does anybody else want one? That's the first time that album's been officially re-released since 1995, reissued since 1995. Kicks and Soda Oso. This Doors box is $49.99. $49.99. So what time is it? Okay, we've hit 1 a.m. Let me finish. Okay, I'm about to. I've condensed a lot of stuff, and there's some stuff that I think is worthy of pricing now, and some stuff we need to auction. Like that's an auction, that's an auction, 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 auction. Okay, we already sold one of these, and then I'm going to pick out whatever else left I want to price tonight. We've already sold one of these. Here's another one for $35. This one does have a seam crackle, but it's an unofficial Pink Floyd, the 2019 remix of Momentary Lapse of Reason. So there's another one. I'm just going to go ahead and mark it $34.99. We've already auctioned one, which got a bid for $35. So you get a penny discount on the buy it now for the seam split. So let me wrap this up, and then we'll do a final call. Yeah, I'm kind of technically ending pretty early, but we've covered a lot of ground. And I guess we could keep doing this. We could keep doing this, or we could maybe not keep doing this. Wrong price tag, not 39. Victor, somebody just claimed the Doors box set. Plus, I was probably going to keep it at sticker until I can get a chance to show it at least once live, or during prime time, as I call it. So let me know. If not, it's going to go to Kathy. An amazing night. Not saying we're done. I'm still marking stuff, but if you want to see something or maybe give me a hint, we can go from there. Let me scan this right here. There's another Black Crows. And this is on gold vinyl. And this is a triple LP, $49.99 for Crowology. And I don't think that will fit into a sleeve. So I'm just going to go ahead and price it right on the back. It is sealed. Crowology, $49.99. $49.99. Victor does get the Doors box. Kathy, you were close, but unfortunately, no cigar. Okay. These, we already sold one tonight. I bet they're all on different color. Plus, I know they're in print. So here's what I'm willing to do on these. Let me see if I have any more, because I know we got a lot of Black Crows fans watching, because we've sold about everything. These are unofficials on pink vinyl, $39.99. The Black Crows, and the Black Crows Rhines. Those are all on pink vinyl, and they're all unofficials. $39.99 each. This one might even be the Record Store Day. No, this one says white, okay? This one says white. These are definitely pink. So that's probably white, and those are pink. But I know they're unofficials, because that was out of print for a long time until Record Store Day. So, and we sold one tonight, I think, for more than that. I'm pretty sure somebody bought one out of the crate for possibly more than that. I'm going to mark these, and I'm going to say this one's maybe white. And I'm pretty sure these are pink. I have not seen any Cure Record Store Day. No, I have not. I'm pretty sure that's pink, and I'm pretty sure this is pink. They have pink stickers, so it makes sense. My gun's getting jammy here. These pricing guns aren't the best. Right. That needs to be an auction. Yep. Okay, here's something I can price. This is an official release. This is $29. Well, that would be matching the cheapest one. The median's $45. This might be a really good price. I've already spoke, so here we go. Small Faces, the complete greatest hits on red and blue mod colored vinyl. $29.99 for Small Faces. Here's the Discogs entry. And there's the stats. Pretty high ratings. A lot of people still want it. And the median is as much as 45. So Small Faces, $29.99. I'm on the outside. I'm looking in. I can see through you, see your true colors. 'Cause inside you're ugly like me. Okay, here is an unofficial Smashing Pumpkins on white vinyl. $49, and an unofficial on white vinyl. Smashing Pumpkins Siamese Dream. That's an unofficial. $49.99. White vinyl with the original intended cover. As I'm on the outside. Huh? Stained? What? Who? Stained? What? Huh? Stained? What? Who? Dave Chappelle. Oh. Huh? Oh. What? What are you talking about? Oh. Huh? That needs to be cleaned and priced. That's a vintage. That's an unofficial for auction. That's a vintage to be clean and priced. Vintage to be clean and priced. Vintage to be clean and priced. And then we have, I'll say vintage to be clean and priced. We already sold one of these tonight. Here's another one. Huh? Oh. Huh? Oh. Oh. Where's the Aussie tribute? Do we need one more crazy auction before the night's over? If I have 5 people say they will bid at least a minimum of $125, I'll put it up. This is either on red, gold, silver, or blue. The Dang Yankees, $39.99. The Dang Yankees, $125. It's on 1 of 5 colors. It's on 1 of 5 colors. It's not on black. Here we go. Everybody's been waiting just to see what's going to happen with this record. We have the Ozzy Randy Rhoads tribute album, which is never been reissued. This is exclusive only to the Ozzy box set. It's on black and white splatter. It looks like it's beautiful and minty. There's LP number 1. There's LP number 2. I'm going to try to handle it too much because it's perfect. And this is going to go up for a $125 start. Let me get the records and new MoFi sleeves. And that's now up for bid. Good luck, and may the force be with you. You're going to need it for that one. It's about to be a bloodbath. It's about to be carnage. So, hope y'all ready. Carnage is about to, yeah. Good luck. It's only one of the most desirable records ever made in the history of music. Only one of the most desirable records ever made in the history of music. You're going to need a lot of help. You're probably going to have to call a priest on this one. It could get out of hand quickly. Okay, this is $29.99. U2 white vinyl 40th anniversary. That's the Record Store Day white vinyl U2 Boy. That's pretty cool. White vinyl, $29.99. Ah, crazy. That's how it goes. Millions of people. I don't know, no. Mr. Crowley, Dun, 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 dun. Dun. Oh no, oh no. Here we go now. Dun, dun, da, da, da. Down, 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 da, 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 da. Also, I think somebody offered 45 on this. I'm willing to do that because I think we have more. This is sold to Stephen Parton for $45. I'm not seeing the poster. No. I'm not seeing the poster. Down, down. I wiped my hands on my shirt before I touched it again. Da 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 dum, dum, dum. Come on. Let's see those bleepity hands. Hands. Flag. You threw a flag on yourself. I sold it to you, Jason. It's sold to you for $45. Oh, did I say Steven? I meant to say Jason. This is sold to Jason Fornerat for 45. Yeah. My bad. Let's see those hands. Put those hands up. Ozzy. Ozzy is at $305 with Solarplex. Aaron Andrus, you've been outbid. Hands. There's one show, I forgot, I think it's Budokan. And man, he just keeps going. I think it's during, I don't know, like there's like in between or something. And Ozzy just keeps on going, hands. I want to see your hands. That's not enough. Hands. Lift those hands. Give me those hands. I can't find my inner sleeves. That's what I'm over here pacing the floors. I can't find my pack of opened inner sleeves so we can get this thing nicely packaged before something happens to it. I guess I'll have to open a brand new pack, which, I mean, I'm going to use them anyway, so. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to open another pack. I'm probably going to open. We'll run the No More Tears. That's also from the Ozzy box set. We'll run it next. Let me just go get a new pack over here. I'm going to be using them anyway, so somebody might want to buy a pack too. These are brand new MoFi inner sleeves. Almost tripped on Otis's bone over here. Adam Sandler is playing Ozzy. They're doing a movie about Ozzy and Adam Sandler is playing him. Wow. So a pack of MoFi inner sleeves is a pack of 50, $26.99. Aaron, I want to make sure I didn't lose you. Solarplex has this at $305, final call. No poster, but it is like new. It's from the Ozzy box set. Adam, he could probably pull that off. This is to determine who's the biggest Randy Rhoads fan. So Jeff Brent, you're under a lot of pressure. This auction determines who's the biggest Randy Rhoads fan on the chat. And I'm saying that to tease Jeff Brent RTO since he's literally in a Randy Rhoads tribute band. Solarplex said, looks like nobody else is serious. And Aaron Andrus said, not so fast, my friend. He's at 315. Uh-oh, we're not done. He said, not so fast, my friend. Solarplex, you've been outbid. So a pack of 50 MoFi inner sleeves, $26.99. A pack of 100 outer sleeves. A pack of outer sleeves. A pack of outer sleeves, 100 for $29.99. Solarplex is out. Aaron Andrus, it may be yours. 315. That's your last chance. U2 is so Adventure. Jason wants 2 packs of inners and 1 pack of outers. So that way he has 100 inners and 100 outers. We can do that. I got more stuff to price. Don't go anywhere. We're just getting started. Hoopy wants a pack of outers. Hoopy wants a pack of outers. This is only... I'm going to say $14.99. U2 picture disc, Lights of Home. $14.99 on that. So this is sold to Aaron Andrus for $315. Okay. Here's the other one. Y'all ready? Exclusive to the Aussie box set. No More Tears on splatter vinyl. So whenever you get a chance to buy the Aussie box set, here soon when we put one up for auction, each disc is uniquely colored vinyl. And does every box set have a poster? This one has a poster, gigantic to be exact. Huge. That's what when it folds out, that's what it looks like. And there is a way to get this on colored vinyl. There's a mustard and ketchup colored from Omeet or Tower Records, but everybody loves this one because it matches the cover. The Zakk Wylde lead guitar, amazing gatefold. I don't know. Are these listed on Discog? I'm going to say 125 on that one too. Also just because it's late, but I know it's going to sell for a lot more than that. But 125 on Aussie. 125 on Aussie. Times are strange. Times are hang. Here I go, but I ain't the same. Mama, I'm coming home. You should have been a better friend to me. All right, $39.99 for Seether. Vicenio, 2 decades of Seether. A 20-track, 2 LP, limited edition smoke color vinyl, limited to 2,000. $39.99 for Vicenio, 2 decades of Seether. That's a Gatefold 2 LP greatest hits. There is a bid on Aussie for $125 with Solarplex. Did Laura already send me auction? Ow. Ooh. Sorry, I just got on Facebook for the first time tonight, and of course I got heavily distracted. Solarplex, you're out on Aussie. High bid's 125. I was about to check to see what's happened with pre-orders. How about the actual? I did not break up this box set. We found these like this. So what I'm hoping is the box set we have in the back is a sealed original box set, and these didn't get separated, and now we're breaking it up. So I'm pretty sure this guy had individual records, probably he bought from somebody, and then he has a box. I know there's at least one Aussie, but I could have swore we had more than one. But I'm kind of these box sets are getting blurred. We got so many of them. They're getting them all condensed further and further back here in one section. So one night we can have a box set sale. And I know y'all are going to be wanting to do that. I'm going to tell Laura, just get all these together, because a lot of them are in original mailers and they've never been opened. They're still in cardboard mailers. And we're probably going to leave them like that because we can scan them and guarantee what's in them. But see, right here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. There are 24 box sets in mailers that just like cardboard brown mailers. And of course, I'm sure there's a sticker on there that tells what it is, but they're all sealed. Where this guy just bought brand new box sets and never did open them. So I'm hoping that we didn't start selling, break up this box set ourselves. If so, we'll just sell what's left and, you know, the whole deal. But when these things came out, that's what a lot of people did. They cut out the autograph and they had them slabbed. So, you know, like PSA or JSA authenticated. And you see those pop up on, Discogs, or on eBay, when people making those pick guards, you know, and stuff. But there's definitely an Aussie back there. Yeah, I've already seen it. It's right behind where Laura sits. I know we have at least one, without a doubt. There could be some others over here, but it's really hard to tell. Plus, stuff has gotten kind of layered. Okay. So we're done on this, right? Solar, you're going out. You're done. John Kaiser has it for 135. I want to make sure you're done. And I'm about to start opening final call. Let me ask anybody watching. That all got priced here in the last 2 hours. Of course, we sold 2 whole crates full of it. Anybody else? Does anybody want to see any silver? I mean, it's been like 2 weeks straight. I haven't went without selling a piece of silver. Ozzy has a new bid for 150. Jason Fornerat, he went out, but John Kaiser, you got outbid by somebody else. Yeah, let me start bringing some of my bullion over here and see if we can at least sell a piece of silver tonight. We did pretty well with it last night. There's not much left, honestly. Not much left at all. But at the same time, there's quite a bit because some of it's pretty dang expensive. So I still got 10-ounce bars, 10-ounce bar, 10-ounce bar, 10-ounce bar, 5-ounce bar, 1 kilo bar, Morgans, and Robert. I'll send that tonight after the stream. Why don't, after the show, you send me or Coletco a message to remind me? Okay? And so Jason Fornerat, you're going to get Aussie for 150. This is sold to Jason Fornerat for 150. Might be one of the last LP sales tonight. But man, we had some great stuff tonight for part 2. Goodness. Can you imagine everybody that has no idea, that's asleep right now, what we've sold in the last hour? So if you can stay up late, I'm telling you, we still got tubs and tubs of sealed stuff over here. I'll be doing this again tomorrow. And I don't know what Laura's picked out for auction, but we'll find out tomorrow. 10-ounce bars, kilo, Morgans. Should have a few more halves over here. Just a few. We're almost done with those. Here, I put those right here. Yeah, here's the halves I have left. Just got 3 Franklins here. 3 Franklins and the Kennedys. This is all went up since I've bought it, so I'm here to sell it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me see what else is here. Let me check these comments. Coletco, Tedeschi Trucks. I'm opening up Facebook for the first time in 8 hours, so it said I had 135 notifications just on Facebook. Golly. And then it's unofficial. It's an unofficial bootleg, the same thing. Somebody sent me a message. Matt Boucher. And 5-ounce bars. 5-ounce bars are $625. $625. 10-ounce bars are $1,250. Last night we sold a roll of Morgans. These are all extremely fine or better. Pre-1900. $2,100 for a full roll of Morgans. These are very nice coins. Extremely fine or better. 105 times 20. 2,100 for the whole roll. And we are down to our last 4 rolls. I sold a roll for, I think, $1,700, $1,800, and then we sold a bunch for like $1,900. We sold one for $21, and buy them while you can before I decide they need to be about $2,200 a roll. Just saying. Vinyl this week is going to be pretty insane. We're off to a great start. Tonight was crazy because of all the new stuff. Shout out to our staff. Paul came in, or Paul went and picked up Laura. It was supposed to be his day off. Brought her here so we could not get behind on selling and listing and auctions and all that. Shout out to UPS for finally getting our mail here. There's supposed to be more tomorrow. The other staff, we hadn't even invoiced from last week yet. We still got last week to invoice tomorrow. Hopefully those numbers are good. Everybody here puts in so much work to make these shows happen every night. And y'all have no idea at the end of the week when I see what we've done, when I see that we've pretty much done what we always do or we're seeing growth, it's like, okay, all the hard work's paying off. So, I kind of hate to stop. It's been such a great night. Let's count crates. 4, 8, 12, 16. We did 17 crates tonight. That is incredible. That's up there in the top 10 shows of all time. Plus, we sold a lot of high grossing auctions and stuff. I mean, it hadn't been like a lot of bundles. That's not like a bunch of bundles and stuff. That's individually sold records and a lot of really premium stuff sold tonight. And guess what? Everybody be back here again tomorrow. We're going to be pricing more new stuff. We're going to do it again Thursday. We're going to do it again Friday. We're going to do it again Saturday. I'm about to go eat some chicken noodle soup and some crab chips. I'm hungry. My head's starting to hurt. It's time to stop. Tonight feels like it's almost been nonstop, which it has. Still tons of sealed stuff over here to price tomorrow. All those Japanese records that they're tagging and researching. And I don't know what she's got on the hype agenda for tomorrow. She didn't send me pictures. So she's either not done photographing or she hadn't sent them to me yet. So that's the end of tonight's show. If you change your mind and want some silver, let me know. What's the market doing? It is up from where it closed, $114 an ounce. So yeah, $114 on that. And it's supposed to rise because all the news now is refineries have stopped buying. Refineries have stopped buying, and that's supposed to cause a spike because that's going to slow down how much they can process. That's what all the insiders are saying. So if you change your mind before the market closes or before I leave here, let me know if you want something. Still got the rolls of Morgans and the halves and the 10-ounce bars. And I think we're done. Gold is 5,300. That's crazy to hear, isn't it? That's crazy to hear. All right, I'm ending. I think y'all kind of like me. I kind of don't want this night to come to an end, but we got tomorrow. So might be a good night for me to stop a little earlier than normal and be like, hey, let's stop a little earlier than normal and get caught up on some other stuff. I don't know where my cursor is, though. Jake has... That won't be good at all if I can't find my mouse. There it is. All right, I'm in the stream. I'm going to go eat my Campbell's chicken noodle soup, my crab chips, and some candy. And then I'll start getting ready for tomorrow.